Hello, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of HP for Gamers. I am Vivu, and I am joined here by the lovely Dark. Come say hello.
Hello, everyone. I am so excited to be here. It's a charity event, and just a little bit. I saw that they were having casters for this, and I really want to do this because these kinds of things are used to these kinds of things in high school and stuff. So doing charity for any kind of reason, I'm all for. So yeah, I just had to be here today.
Oh, no. It's such an honor to be here today, and honestly, I'm really excited. I'm already taking a peek at our donor pool, and we have broken 2K on top of that, which is really good here, and hopefully we can get it up a little bit. But turning to our match real quick, we have Prickly Pear Lemonade versus Gambawaffeln. Y'all know I ain't about to pronounce the whole thing, but there are some familiar players on the field. I am more familiar with the players of Prickly Pear Lemonade, seeing some members Cherry Limeade and Pepe there. But Gambawaffeln is a team we have seen multiple times throughout here on Dapple, as some of you may be familiar with.
Most definitely a Dapple sort of standout from Gambawaffeln. I'm excited to see both these teams, Cherry Limeade, and at least not Cherry Limeade in its fullest, at least parts of their team making up Prickly Pear. I genuinely think this is going to be a very exciting match to watch today.
Absolutely. I'm genuinely really excited because both of these teams have shown that they can be incredibly strong. And honestly, I'm taking an even bigger peek at the map because my bias is about to be strong with Splatstone's Barnacle and Dime, Tower Control Hagglefish, and Rainmaker Undertow. What are your thoughts on Splatstone's Barnacle and Dime here, Dark?
Splatstone's on Barnacle Dime. I've mentioned this like once or twice already, but I think Barnacle Dime really is a map that's just sort of like can be that any weapon type can kind of fit into. You know, it has a little bit of everything. It doesn't really there's long sidelines, there's like flanking routes. It's relatively flat, so like you have just all kinds of ways you could sort of play off it. So I'm just kind of really excited to see exactly how these teams are going to be trying to pull into this. And as I'm saying that, we're hitting our first match of the day, best of 3. I'm excited to see exactly. Oh, Blaster, let's go!
You got the like the activation there, but we are seeing both pencils throughout on the field, and of course that Blaster. I'm looking at the Dreadbringer that they're actually bringing out here, but both teams are open up going straight to mid. I see that little sprinkler in the spawn. We love to see those there. Both teams going in. We actually see Prickly Pear Lemonade being the first to actually make turf on the zone, but who's going to be the first to cap it in this scenario? It's just that cooler already going out for Prickly Pear Lemonade, but they also do have one down as of now, but it looks like taking the zone regardless from Gambawaffeln here is going to be Prickly Pear Lemonade, but there's going to be 2 down on them on top of that, leading that zone to flip once more.
Both teams right now are just rushing forward to try and get any sort of advantage they can over each other. Teams just trading special for special, trade for trade. As another special goes down, 2 goes down from Azuka. It is going in Gambawaffeln's favor right now as Lemonade is put on the back pedal. As they only have 2 players remaining. Just try and see how long they can stall it out. As another Zuka finds another pick.
Oh, that Zuka pick was huge, but there are members of Prickly Pear Lemon going down like flies right now. That was 3 down right then, right there, and Gambawaffeln is not playing and putting that pressure up. They are forcing Prickly Pear Lemonade into a harsh defensive situation. Seeing that Zuka come out from the shot here, taking a pick along with these strikes. It's a special central for Prickly Pear Lemonade as they force the zone into a contest and eventually into a cap. That is now 2 down on Gambawaffeln right now. That is a nice take back here for Prickly Pear Lemonade.
A very good rotation of specials, just constantly push Gambawaffeln back and back and back to sort of flush them out. And right now, it is their turn to start cycling through their own specials as Cooler goes out, Zuka goes out. They're trying to pull up the momentum, but 1 goes down already, and a trade for blow. Another goes down from Gambawaffeln. Prickly Pear is trying to hold this strong right now as they take down another and just manage to fend off through their first initial special outbreak.
No, yeah, and they're doing a great job of holding this right now. That looks like it's almost going to be the lead swap. They are just about there, and I believe that is it, as Gambawaffeln is still stuck on the defensive. We see Pepe trying to come in, take a kill, doing so successfully, and that is 3 down on Gambawaffeln all over again. Prickly Pear Lemonade is looking very well to a knockout. Gambawaffeln just going 3 down once more. It's taking a miracle if they want to try and get this back here, but with their members still going down, that looks like just about a knockout here, and a knockout it is in the favor of Prickly Pear Lemonade.
I gotta say, that opening by Gambawaffeln was very, very phenomenal, bringing it all the way down to about 30 points already on their first push, and just managed to, Prickly Pear Lemonade just managed to stand their ground and take it back and just flip it almost immediately once they got properly regrouped. I gotta say, I'm ready for the rest of this set.
mad props because both of these teams were able to have such long holds on their pushes and really is impressive. And that just very much shows that Gambawaffeln is not out of the game just yet, especially when we're moving to a map of similar, a little bit more similar layouts. We're seeing hallways, woohoo, with Tower Control Hagglefish Market, which honestly, I really like Hagglefish.
Yeah, no, Hagglefish is definitely a fan favorite by just so many modes that just people just love going to Haggle Market. I don't blame them. I really like the map itself, and even though Tower Control may not be as popular as Splat Zones, just I think this map on Tower Control still has like some credence to it, just because like there's just once you hit second checkpoint, that's really where most of the contention is going to be, because a lot of that hold and how well you play off that really dictates how the sort of tempo the rest of the map is going to be like.
Absolutely, and things can get rough around that checkpoint, as you said, because you have the window entries, you have the ramp that enemies can get down. So there's a lot of space that you have to clear when you're playing, especially during that specific point in Haggle Market. And we are seeing backlines on each side of the team, so I think they're going to be able to capitalize really well off of a map such as Haggle. Like you said, we're not playing zones, so those pencils, we're usually see them most effectively in something like zones. I believe they still can be useful here, especially with the general layout of the map. And on top of that, we have a blaster on Waffles, I am pretty sure. So that's also going to be really helpful on something like Tower Control.
Yeah, no, as a blaster connoisseur myself, I gotta say, always trying to find a way to just slide blaster into these Tower Control maps is always fun. But as we mentioned before, this is a best of 3, so this technically is match point right now. So Prickly Pear could close the set out right now if they really wanted to.
Absolutely, anything is in the books, and I'm definitely on the board of anything can happen here with both of these teams being so strong. But as we see them moving into mid, I'm trying to see who's going to be the first to get those specials and who's going to be that person to get those picks. Seeing those bombs already on through mid, that was a nice set of turf here for Waffle. But it is going to be Prickly Pear Lemonade to go down one here with that slosher, but they're not letting up yet, taking another from Waffle here. That is 2 down on each team right now, so we're still at kind of a neutral set of play, but Gambawaffeln is going to be the first one to move that tower, take another pick, and possibly get this moving now.
Most definitely, it's just a fight for neutral at this point, as those teams are just trying desperately to gain and keep any advantage they hold. As 1 goes down, 2 goes down for Prickly Pear Lemonade. It's now their turn to be put on the back foot, as Gambawaffeln is slowly creeping up, pushing them out, as they're already at first checkpoint.
And they are not playing around. Once they got that tower moving, that tower is moving, and here we are almost reaching that second checkpoint that we were talking about. Prickly Pear is still going down, but they're going to retaliate, taking 2 of Gambawaffeln out as well, stopping them from getting... No, they did get past that. No, they didn't. They did not get past second checkpoint, as a matter of fact. And they managed to actually even turn this around and take 3 down off of Waffle on top of that.
A very strong flip by Prickly Pear Lemonade. I'm gonna be completely honest right there. That second checkpoint connection can be really hard to try and stop in certain scenarios, but they managed to hold strong, and now they're marching on to their first checkpoint. As 1 goes down, a beautiful pick already off of Gambawaffeln. As potentially another pick goes down, 2 picks down for Gambawaffeln, 1 down for Prickly Pear. This looks like this could be first checkpoint, an easy first checkpoint for them.
And they're continuing to take members of Gambawaffeln out of the way, seeing the pencil right into that tower, putting that turf, setting their team up here. Gambawaffeln is forced on the defensive, and on top of that, we get a lead swap here, just trying to get past that second checkpoint. It's just a pain, and we're seeing their shot come and take the shot with the freaking Zuka, and doing so successfully, pushing past that second checkpoint. That was huge for Prickly Pear Lemonade here as they reach the final checkpoint on the map and are continuing to count down these points. Holy crap.
This is dangerous territory right now for Gambawaffeln, but they just can't get that retake right now. Prickly Pear taking this set with an easy, clean 2-0. What a set that was.
That was insane. The thing is, just when you think that Gambawaffeln has this advantage, and they're putting Prickly Pear on that back burner, they just retaliate to all's work, just taking it in one fell swoop right after, which is honestly incredibly impressive the way they're able to regather themselves, because Gambawaffeln's opening is not something to, scoff at. They are really good on their openers, but it is going to be Prickly Pear Lemonade that takes us home today.
Yeah, no, I definitely gotta agree with you on that one. Gambawaffeln had phenomenal openings to get Prickly Pear just on the back foot almost immediately, but they played the slow game. They managed to sort of just try and sort of analyze what exactly they're losing to, adapt to that, and punish it they did. But just taking that 1 flip all the way down to a knockout, it just 1 fell swoop on that last game. That just really well-rounded play right there.
Impressive, honestly. Like both of these teams have impressive strategies that they're able to put on the field. And I have nothing but props and respect for both of these teams for just their strengths in general.
Hmm. And right now, as that set's done, we're going to be moving on here to our next set in just a little bit as we're heading to our round number 2 in Winners Bracket. I don't know exactly who is going to be our next set, actually. I think the second match is still, or the first matches are still being decided.
It looks like our next match is going to be jumping down. It's between the if I'm not mistaken, we'll be at the bottom where Duck Motif is. I believe that is going to be our next match. So it looks like we are following Duck Motif down through our sets, and it really is between overtime and Mango Heck Mech. No, it's actually Blaze. We got things moved around just a little bit between overtime and Blaze to see who's going to be the next one fighting in there. But we will see you guys in round 2 soon.
Get ready for the next battle, ladies and gentlemen. They, them, so everyone else in between. My name is SPF Dark. We're coming at you live here at Dapple Productions, bringing our HP for Heroes charity event. I'm not alone here. Fufu, go take that while I recover from that massive mistake.
Hello, yeah, and of course we are back here. And before we even get into okay. Before we even get into anything else here, I want to mention, you guys see the little see the other hand here. See the dono timer not right underneath, a little bit more underneath my finger there. We got a $500 donation from Squadaddle, and that was a crazy jump. And thank you so much for putting in that 500. We gotta put it in because we literally blinked throughout a match and the dono appeared. So again, huge thank you. But I'm gonna also talk about the matches for a second because we have Duck Motif versus Blaze. So I mean, I think Duck Motif, if I'm not mistaken, let me go double check the rosters here. Sorry, take it away for a second, will you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm not too familiar with Blaze. I do remember hearing a few things about Duck Motif. I don't remember exactly where from my end, but I do know their name, and I do want to say they're. I mean, not to say that not every team's competent, because every team's competent in their own right. But to make it this far and to do what they're doing now, you have to have at least some semblance of just knowledge of the game and whatnot, which you have to put respect for. So I know for sure Duck Motif can back that up. I just have no prior knowledge on Blaze.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Blaze, but I'm familiar with Duck Motif because of Red Shaw. I was like, there's a name that was pinging in my brain. There's a player that, I've seen running around and did have a moment of rise. Ooh, there goes my mic. A rise as of a little while back. But I'm excited because, like you said, both of these teams managed to make it this far already. So I'm expecting a great show here from both of these teams, especially when we're starting off with something like Clamblitz Robo Ramen. Okay.
Robo Ramen. Definitely one of my more favorite maps from this game, I mean, that statement in itself just shouldn't have too much of a high bar considering the map save of most of these stages we've had so far. But Robo Ramen, I think stand out very high above than the rest of them. You have the underway passage, you have really open areas, you have just so many places to fight and just skirmish as well, just ways you can flank behind. I genuinely think it's a very good map. And with Clamblitz as well, I'm very excited to see how these teams are going to be playing Clamblitz here. No,
sure. And I just mentioned those flank routes is something that we don't have much access to, especially in a game like Splatoon 3. We are away from the quote-unquote Tetris piece maps you think. So Robo Ramen is, of course, that breath of fresh air to that. But as you said, those flanks are going to be incredibly helpful for any front lines that are feeling a little silly with it, especially with those ledges. So if we see a blaster, wink, wink, your favorite on the field, it wouldn't be too surprising. So honestly, again, I do really like Robo Ramen, even as a backline leader, my beloved. But I mean, with a map like this, I'm excited what both teams are going to bring out.
It wouldn't surprise me to see it either, but I generally do think we're going to see a bucket of some kind here, because with those high ledges that you can play around, I think it's just a heaven for any type of slosher, even something like Slushing Machine or Try, that I don't see too much use these days now over, because I have been seeing vanilla sloshers, seeing just a decreasing amount of usage as more time goes on, because I think people are just starting to realize how underrated that weapon is. So I wouldn't be surprised if I saw it here.
No, absolutely. It's like I said, there's a bunch of different options when it comes to ledge camping or just any weapons that take care of those things. Slosher being one of them. It was V Slosher, correct? To make sure I'm not. Yeah, okay. V Slosher is just okay. V Slosher kind of goes hard. Can you blame me? V Slosher kind of goes hard with it, and its kit is nice. If I'm not mistaken, it's Splat Bomb Ink Strikes. No, Tri-Strike. Yeah. And that's also a really good kit in general. So there's a charger on Duck Motif. Oh, they put Brownie on the field. They put Brownie on the field. Hold on. Okay, they put Brownie on the field. Go Brownie! Go Brownie!
We had a little bit of mix-up here.
We had a little bit of a moment there. We're gonna be waiting a little bit longer for these teams to make it in, as we had our spectator pushed to the front lines on complete accident. Our floating spirit Brownie has been brought back to life onto the field today.
Yeah, the voices in our head somehow manifesting into the stage itself. But we're humans running this, so I'm not gonna there's no reason to be too upset about it. It's such an easy fix, especially with one of the newer features of Splatoon 3 of just being able to like cancel matches mid-game. It's no harm, no foul. Just reset and go again. And we should be moving into this first match of set number 2 here in just a few moments.
Yes, and it's still very exciting because what we said still stands. Honestly, it's just also I've seen that there's now a charger possibly on one of these teams. I did see the pencil initially, but part of me is just like the copium in my brain is just like, do you want to change it up a little bit? Do you want to bring out the little leader or something? Just like a little shimmy shammy. Like, will this little guy convince you? Like, ooh, you want to bring out a leader so bad? You want to bring out a leader so bad?
Yeah, no, I saw the double undercover, and I wasn't gonna say anything because many people have negative opinions on undercover. But I saw them bring it out. I was like, I'm here for it. I want to see how exactly they try to work with it. But then I realized, no, that was just a mistake. I was like, I'm gonna be completely honest. I got a little bit disappointed, but I'm a man for the entertainment. So if you can pull out any crazy things like that, I'm always gonna be for it.
Entertainment is everything, especially with these maps like this. I mean, of course, you want to win usually you're in here to win these games, but also a little bit of entertainment. Give us a little bit of a show here for stream if you guys will. Just do a little like a little for the camera.
Yeah, like bring out the tenebrella, bring out the stringer, like liven it up a little bit. You try to win still because that's important here, and don't want to completely disrupt the competitive integrity. But there is that bleed slosher that I just mentioned earlier.
Oh, we are not seeing any sort of charger. Although, actually, no, we are seeing the pencil. We're getting the pencil splatling 2-in-1 deal with that one. But like you said, that these slashers out, and we are seeing a heavy edit splatling, which I think is really interesting here. I wonder if that's gonna work on this.
I definitely agree with that. The heavy edit is definitely interesting. Most people, when that weapon first released, most people were in contention on whether or not it would be a good weapon, and Pencil just kind of took over the backline line, so I don't think it really stood the chance of it being able to like get the name for itself. But actually, right here, they're starting to actually see why it can stand up on its own, as already that heavy edit is standing their own ground in the mid lines.
Oh, meta suggestion, and with an epic double right there, the area has been cleared for Blaze to possibly make a score soon. Endo taking extra out and seeing this hammer on the field to try and take this. Taking the fence on top of that. That is a clear moment here to score for Blaze, taking even another member of Duck Motif out. They are not playing around with this entry under Duck Motif's basket, and just seeing that score drop all the way down to just past 60. An amazing score here from Blaze.
Yes, most definitely. That Wiper is out, just trying to get any sort of advantage they can whatsoever, and just taking any lead they have, and they're running with it, taking 6 points, taking it down to 59 points remaining. Blaze had a wonderful opening, and now it's up to Duck Motif to try and recover from this and see exactly how they're going to play out the rest of this map. As one goes down, Zuka comes out to try and get a pick, but no, the Pillar Wells is going to stall that Zuka out, but what a shot!
We lost those awesome Zuka shots. Are not playing, but Duck Motif is seemingly starting to get the ground here, taking 2 off of Blaze. Make that 3 a wipeout in the favor of Duck Motif. Their chance to retaliate has now arrived. Seeing the paint on the floor turn bright yellow. That is going to be 80 on the floor, all ready to start. And with extra clams coming in, they are fast. Almost approaching this lead here. Around 10 points off the 10 and counting right now. Duck Motif. Look at Red Shell taking the next round, but only to get picked off here under this basket right now.
We can see a potential jump in right here. It's trying to take the lead, and they managed to get that in right at the last frame as the Pencil throws it in and books it. But it doesn't matter because Blaze is 3 down right now. They have the advantage still, and the time is still going into their favor. 36 points and counting. They're trying to stall it off right here, trying to get any sort of semblance of control back, but no, they keep getting down one by one, and just like that, they just finally managed to put them to a halt.
That was an insane push from Duck Motif. You think it's over, and then that jump in just extending the timer full way. Duck Motif taking full advantage of that in that scenario, but it's now their turn to meet Blaze, as Blaze now had that bit of advantage here with that wipeout. They really got to take some members of Duck Motif out of the way. The numbers are even actually right now, but we're almost seeing enough for a clam ball here, but we're still kind of in mid a little bit here as we're trying to figure this out right now.
Both teams are turning back to neutral right now. There is the dangerous wiper sitting there, right there in mid, just trying to find someone to get pick. But no, 2 goes down for Blaze, 1 goes down for Duck Motif. This is definitely going to be in their favor right now, as if they get another pick. Blaze down, already resetting back to their side of the map, as Cooler goes out to try and see if they can try and halt this push that's incoming. But no, a jump from behind! And what just happened?
Oh, I'm assuming a flank of all time just happened. Just unfortunately for Blaze, that jump in was not able to get to that basket in time, just barely being off. Honestly, that was a great plan there from Blaze, but unfortunately was stopped there by Duck Motif and the unfortunate miss jump. But back to mid we go. We are back on our little bit of neutral. Honestly, Duck Motif, with only a minute left, can really stall this out here. But seeing those 7 clams on that gal, they are probably going to have to do something about that soon. But remember, the Blaze are going down right now. That is currently 3 down. Duck Motif finding their way back to the basket of Blaze and getting the clam economy up, slowly but surely making their way through a ball here.
With 1 minute remaining, 59 to 27, Duck Motif definitely has the advantage right now. They can dictate how fast this match is going to end. As 2 goes down for Blaze, they're definitely setting the tempo right now, as that Zipcaster hauls off and stalls the heavy edit as it keeps getting pushed down further and further back. The power clam's open. It opens up the basket. 2 down for Duck Motif. Blaze has the chance right now to try and make a comeback as we head to 30 seconds left of this set.
And 30 seconds indeed. This is gonna be, honestly, and Duck Motif on top of that has a power flame ready to go here. They are ready to just throw some hands. But they wanted that clam gone. And honestly, they're using this opportunity to try and make their way to Duck Motif's basket, slowly turning it purple. For Duck Motif is not gonna let that happen without a fight here. The Slosh are taking 1 down. Oh, the Whale stalling out that fight even more. But like, Blaze has to go just about now. They have to find a path to clear and get under their Duck Motif's basket. Maybe finding this soon with one of Duck Motif's members going down here and them making their way up to their spawn.
With less than half of the overtime remaining, I don't think this would be a play they can make. Hisby's make a miracle play right now to try to get this basket open, but no! Holding it stand and proud and strong. Duck Motif haunts that push, taking them their first game of this best of 5 set.
That was the whole of all time there from Duck Motif. They got their 1 push in, and that was all they needed here, not allowing Blaze to get anywhere further. Just, oh, look at those flips. Yummy. Oh. But that was a good game right there.
Yeah, that definitely was a good game. Both teams definitely had what it takes to try and take it, but Duck Motif just managed to just sort of edge their advantage a little bit further than Blaze and just take that set as a whole. And right now, head up high after that last one, we're heading to our next game of the set, which I believe was Mahi Mahi. I didn't get a glance of the...
yes, it was.
Mahi Mahi on Splatoon. There it is. Yeah, I knew I saw the water. I just didn't remember short-term memory, you know?
That short-term memory is crazy, but yes, Mahi Mahi, zones of all things. It seems like Zone is like the only map we'll ever be playing on Mahi Mahi back here. Honestly, I mean, zones became viable. I mean, Mahi Mahi's a crazy little map. But honestly, seeing again, I'm thinking about that pencil there, and the pencil might have a trip. But I do think the Motif is going to have a little bit more momentum to run off, because a momentum can be an incredibly powerful thing, especially in a game like this. So they will be able to probably take this into the next match as we start off, or we could see a complete retaliation from Blaze and turn this around. So I want to see which way this is going to go, because I feel like it can go either way.
Yeah, this set can definitely go either way. Both teams have shown that they have what it takes to just try and take the advantage over the other and take the game and run with it. So it's so hard to tell right now, and it's hard to tell with that bucket last round if that bucket player truly was just that goated of a bucket player, or if they were just using the map to their advantage, or it could have been both. You know, it's hard to tell right now. So I think this next set this next game should definitely tell us whether or not that bucket's going to be here to stay, or if it was just something they pulled out to try and just trip up the other team.
Honestly, I feel like it possibly could work with here. It's like the bucket. There's still a good small when you put away the center of Mahi Mahi, there are still ledges that the bucket can capitalize off, especially on something like a lockout. And like those ledges can just be shoop shoop, and you know that guy's dead. That guy's gone. Clean shot, clean kill, gone.
I know there's definitely the terrain for a vanilla slosher to try and play around with, and we'll see exactly right now. Oh, blaster, let's go with the bucket. I got all I need. I got all I need.
Bro ate a fine meal today. That's what ended up happening. Bro's eating well, but yeah, no, look, I just said that bucket and the blaster from Motif is incredibly exciting. But I want to mention they also have a machine and a squeezer from Blade, which is also another change comp. But unfortunately, Blade is going to be the first one to go 2 down here. Even if they did get that first little bit huge set of points here, that should be turning around in just a second with Motif. There you go, there's our change. And the unfortunate jump and punish as well. Motif is absolutely wasting 0 time getting into the base of Blaze, fighting themselves, and the bucket falling into the water. No!
That's not what you want to see. Even though they held the advantage right now with how far up your team's playing up right now, falling off the map is still highly ill-advised as Blaze is trying to recover. That blaster finally going down, but as the terrain shifts, that heavy hitter just got sniped by that bucket. Oh my, I just witnessed a murder.
Not that I just witnessed a murder. Blaze is opting to use the side path to try and find an opportunity. See that Zuka trying to find a pick, almost finding it, not quite, and the bucket coming in to just clean up right after Motif having an incredible hold of not only the zone, but just their environment right now. Oh, that might actually turn around with 2 down on Motif. I believe they are coolered up, so they may be coming back soon. They really have to hold this here, but that's not going to be possible with the zone flipping in Blaze's favor here once again, having to go all the way down to an 8 to meet Motif's number here, and they're leaving Motif in a little bit of pickle drift here, fighting for their life here on this snipe, getting taken out in the end.
that shot was giving them the mix-up, just constantly moving around. They couldn't capitalize off of that 1v2 and managed to stall them out just for long enough to potentially try and get a regroup off their side. Motif now getting put on the back foot right now as Blaze is the one pushing them back, holding mid as best they can, as long as they can. You know, with a 85 to 8 point lead, that's gonna be a hard to take as they already took that with the wipeout as well.
Again, these teams are not playing any games. That wipeout is just a perfect opportunity for Motif to play the similar song and dance that we were seeing earlier, but it looks like they're opting to hold a little bit more in the middle, capitalize off those ledges that their comp so much desires here, and doing so well, taking that squeezer out on that left side here. The heavy edit taking a trade. It's just bloodshed right now. There is actually 2 members alive on each side, with Motif's already all back on the field, coolered up, ready to go. We have coolers. These coolers are incredibly helpful, just taking those risky plays in, but that count is still ticking down for Motif, slowly, almost here, making their way through their penalty points.
This is dangerous territory right now for Blaze. They gotta make a miracle play right now as they're trying to contest the point with Motif. Both teams are fighting hard and strong to try and get any sort of advantage they can over there. But no, Blaze managed to flip it at the last moment, giving the penalty points to Motif, keeping them in the game just for a little bit longer.
It's that 2-point hope and dream here for Blaze as they, you know, that was honestly just a great stall there. And honestly, just maybe what they need to try and turn this game around. Seeing that Zuka just about ready, waiting for one. Ooh, and a crazy Zuka here on end return from the shot. Honestly, just, oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, that's all was stuck in between a brick and a wall, and I don't think there's anything Blaze can do to try to come back from that one, as Motif holding strong of this second game of the set, going 2-0 in our best of 5, already at match points.
Yeah, no, and just add even more to that momentum list right there. They are not, like I said, they have not been playing games anything during this set, and honestly their comp was just perfect. They played to what their comp called for, from the blaster to the slosher, and just utilizing their coolers as best they can, because especially during, I mean, both teams really were able to utilize their coolers, just finding the opportunity on both defense and offense. That's why cooler is so broken. You know, it's able to allow you to make these risky plays and do things that, you know, you don't have as much risk to the reward. And honestly, I think that was really well utilized, and just being able to play around their comps as well.
Yeah, no, Motif is definitely the team who's gonna, once they have a little bit of an advantage, they're gonna take that and they're just gonna keep running it down over and over again. And with cooler stacked on top of that, with their just high aggressive play style, it's gonna be really hard to try and play around. And it comes to the question, like, how once they get set up and going with their just chain of specials and aggression, what do you do to stop it? How do you slow them down? Because that cooler lasts for a very long time, and if they keep that cycle going, you can't afford to just sit in your base for like 8 seconds, because then by the time that runs out, you're gonna try and push in, and before you get your first pick, they're gonna have cooler up again. So it's a very hard time right now for Blaze, but I believe they can try. They can definitely figure it out as we head into our next match, which is Inkblaw on Tower Control, I believe.
I believe so. And Tower Control is a very interesting one because like it can get really snowbally real quick. This is one of these maps that I like to say can be a real stally center, but a crazy snowball once you get past that. So one of those where you can't really get stuck in mid because it's gonna get you. And with the momentum that we have been seeing, I feel like either team can really capitalize off of this.
I know. Tower Control Inkblaw is just a tried and true for the competitive Splatoon scene. Everything revolves around this map in terms of either a game point, an opening game, a middle game. It's just a all around classic that players are like used to playing around. So it's gonna be so. These teams definitely have the experience to try and back up their sort of like team play and coordination with. So I don't think there'll be any major mistakes here right now. But you know, who knows? Duckwood team might be able to just keep Blaze staggered long enough to keep making mistakes over and over again. And right now we see a range blaster mirror match.
That's going to be interesting. So there's we both are seeing almost mirror comms. The only difference is the zap to the pencil on each side. And honestly, interesting. We are seeing that same comp that we've seen from Duckwood team. But we're gonna turn around and look because that was just a bloodshed, a two down right there on Duckwood team. Oh, the blaster. Oh, that is now 3 down on Blaze. The tides have turned once again. That tower is going to be taken here by Duckwood team, not letting any time get to waste. Again, these games are all, you know, no wasting time. We got to get moving. We got to get moving. Let's go.
You know, Duckwood team, Blaze are really in a tight spot right now. They have to try and figure out a way to stop Duckwood team's momentum from going, because once they get that ball going, it's very hard to stop. And with Cooler online, that ball's gonna be stopped even harder to stop right now, as they're already at first checkpoint, I believe. They broke first checkpoint.
It did. Oh my goodness. No, yeah, able to break that first checkpoint. Moth finding a really nice pick here. Just really gotta take the Slosher out, but the Slosher winning the 2-1. Oh my goodness, and ending up in a trade. That is a perfect opportunity that they just paid for their team with 3 up on Duck Motif, and that tower in center right for the picking is gonna get moving here. One of their members did additionally go down on that, but Blaze really trying to pull this defense out. Tina's Blaster trying to make its pressure and taking 2 off of Duck Motif. Not only their backline, but their Blaster.
Both teams are doing very well getting the picks they need, but how they play off them it hasn't been most of their strong suit. Both teams are relatively even right now. They get pick for pick, trade for trade, but even as Blaze 3 goes down, I fully believe that they're gonna be able to at least hold this on the wrap like they have been a few times already. And with Windbreaker out, that definitely might put a wrench in that tool right there, as they're already getting pushed back and held on their platform right now. Another goes down for the Blaster. It's just constantly pick after pick after pick.
No, yeah, they are putting the pressure on Blaze. They are making sure they don't get the opportunity to try and touch this tower right now. Look at the ledge camping that they are utilizing. This Blaster just doing what they can to catch members of Blaze out of the way, but that tower is going to be left unchecked right now. And honestly, there now in return, Blaze, but unfortunately goes down there. That's what's going to end up happening, unfortunately. But this tower is still in the face of Blaze. Duck Motif is not letting up.
You know, this is danger territory for Blaze. With that tower already on their platform, it's going to be very hard to come back, especially with how Double Team keeps staggering them and keep staggering their own deaths. They can't get any momentum and any footing to try and retake anything right now. As once again, another one goes down. These tri-streaks keep pushing them back further and further, as one stuck in the door and platform, but you can't really be caught out on the platform, as the tower is already on the final checkpoint and marching in to its final resting place, as I believe pretty sure Duckwood team will take his next game, taking this set.
They were not playing. Once they got that momentum, those 3 down on Blaze, by the end of that was smooth sailing to that checkpoint. And then that awesome direct that we got at the end of that was just chef's kiss. Duck Motif, again, is not messing around, taking this set on a 3-0 sweep.
That Duck Motif definitely showed their own strength with this set. Once they got a little bit, they took that and they went running with it. Just constantly keeping Blaze on the back foot, keep getting getting 2 picks, and just keeping them pushed back long enough just so they can get their specials online. That way, whenever the team does regroup, they can just keep them scattered once again by the use of a tri-strike or by the use of a tactical just to enable them to go further and in.
I just love Duck Motif's way of just utilizing, working around their comp, utilizing everything they can. And that, like you said, that ability to find those micro opportunities is impressive. And we saw it right through during this set, which is just amazing and just mwah, chef's kiss.
Mm-hmm. And with that set and done, we're gonna be heading into a break here in just a minute. But before we do, I do want to remind people that of our bracket as we're heading into, I believe our next game is gonna be a loser. Or we're going into losers bracket our next game.
No, I believe we're following up to semifinals. We're gonna be actually following Poe and Panic up there, and we're trying to see which one of the next 2 teams are gonna be up and running, if I am not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. I think you are correct on that. I did just remember the order on that. But yeah, so our next game will be in the semifinals on winners bracket. So don't go anywhere just yet, as we'll be here in just a moment.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are back from our little bit of a break here. We're gonna go ahead and bring you guys your next match soon. But I'm gonna put you guys a little bit of a reminder before I bring Dark in here. You guys see the number at the bottom back here. Don't be shy. Don't forget that you guys can also donate here to a good cause here. HP for Gamers is bringing funds not only to nurses working with children, but to bring video games to hospitals for children out there. So with that said, if you guys have the funds, go ahead and donate to a good cause. But moving on here a little bit, Dark, take it away.
Yeah, most definitely. I also didn't want to say before we did move on, I just go to that Tiltify. There's a Tiltify link, which I believe, if I'm reading it correctly, Tiltify/Gamers Outreach/HP for Heroes. That's the link that you want to go if you want to download, donate anything. Right now we raised $2,655 so far. I do want to try and see the 3,000 by the end of this tournament run. But yeah, that's it for that part. Getting to the match, we are going into game number 3 for this block, which is Poem Poetics versus Rotzlöffel. I believe I said that right. I probably did it, and I'm so sorry. I'm not. I cannot read names like that. But yeah, from what I've heard from my voices in my head, that this game was played yesterday, and not only was it played yesterday, but it was a very, very close match. So with that, I'm super excited to see exactly how this set's gonna go out.
Whew, we are seeing those side order weapons, and we are seeing a squeezer, which is interesting. And we're seeing another pencil and your favorite, the blasters out on the field right now. Whoo! You already know. This is going to be an interesting match because we have ledge camp options, a little more from I'm going to call them Rots, Rots, and but we are still seeing that bucket to try and fill that role on Poem Panic, but. Whew, that is one down on each side, but this first, general advantage is going to be going to Rots here, just getting these picks on the field. Oh, the 2v1 against that Saucer, finally taking them out. It looks like this might just turn a little bit more blue, but the double from Scene is only going to get taken out by a bomb. That is crazy, turnaround there as the zone turns blue.
Both teams are very aggressive right now, trying to initiate any fight they can and try and turn it into their favor right now, as Rotes goes down with one player already. The momentum going into Poem Panic's favor at 65 points counting and going down, as Tatsuka managed to get an assist on one, didn't get quite another, as both teams are just constantly fighting. I don't think there hasn't been much of a downtime in fights for this entire set so far.
Rearing and ready to go, both of them eager to just about end the match, but Poem Panic is having a really solid hold of the zone, not letting Rots have too much of an advantage or too much leeway to have any proper opportunities, even forcing one of their members to jump out. This is subtly staying blue with 15 ticks left, but seeing those strikes as a calling call to attempt to turn the tides, not quite fighting it, continue to take on the points, but with each team losing a member, it really can't go any way here.
Most definitely. Both teams are just desperately trying to, one side's desperately trying to end this game right now. The other one's trying to keep it alive for a moment longer, and keep it alive they do. As 2 goes down for Poem Panic, it's Rose's turn to try and kick this momentum going in their favor. And they're just can't get much of a holding, as almost immediately they get shut down by push by their returning players.
Yeah, and see this pencil just putting extra turf on the floor, just preserving the ink and control that Rots did. But those strikes, pulling an insta-cap. Hello? Are we going to talk about that? Applying a penalty to Rods above the small points area, putting their total points to around 88, if my math is correct here. But Poem Panic Zuka's galore taking picks here. That pencil's almost flipping the zone into Rots' favor once more. Not quite finding it. The zone turning blue again. And Poem Panic just making, they're quick no haste and bringing these specials out, trying to get any picks they can and finding one they do.
Both teams are just hungry for victory over the other, as that Slosher gets a triple and manages to keep the momentum going at Poem Panic's favor. That's not what you want to see for Rotso, as things are counting down with 20 points approximately remaining. Things are looking dire.
Dire indeed, with these penalty points almost out of the way on top of that, and those strikes just forcing them out even more. Rots feels a little too far up, but they are going to do their best to contest and just try to flip the zone, trying to keep this game alive. It's so close, yet so far, what a Poem Panic going down on top of that. There's one down on each, and they're doing everything they can to preserve the zone. This pencil doing everything they can, not quite finding it. Poem Panic knocking out the game.
what a hold on that last 10 seconds. Both teams were desperately trying to get the flip back into their favor, but they couldn't hold out long enough, and Pwn Panic manages to hold out just long enough to get it flipped and ending that game set right there on Splatzone's Mako Mart.
Oh my god, it seems that stagger of those penalty points that were applied to them was not enough to break them, not one bit, ultimately leading down to that just very tense knockout. Honestly, both of these teams have an insane amount of aggression. Like we saw the second they opened up, they were out for blood. It was actually crazy. Bloodshed absolutely everywhere.
No, they as soon as the gates opened, they were out swinging. With what I mentioned before, that these teams actually played each other last night, or not last night, but yesterday. It kind of makes sense that they, I don't remember who exactly won from that. I think it was Pwn Panic that won the set from yesterday, if I'm correct on that. If not, the voices in my head could correct me. But if I'm right, Pwn Panic won their previous set, which means Rotzlöffel definitely wants to try and get the run back this time around in winner's bracket. And if things go right for whoever gets sent to losers, there's a very good chance we see them again for finals.
Hold on. Round 3, we gotta go for round 3. I am waiting to see the dogs let loose off their leashes once again. I want to see that aggressive opening that we saw last time, especially not much of a comp change, at least not from Pwn Panic, and not even from either side. No team has any comp change. It's confident in what they have picked, especially in something like, I believe this is Tower Haggle here.
Yep, on Tower Control Hagglefish, both teams selected to keep with what they've been using so far. And I don't know if this was the same comp that they ran with yesterday or not. I can't really give you that information right now, but it seems that both teams are just trying to get, once again, any sort of opening lead they can is the bucket, going on the hard aggressive to get a pick, force another member out, and Pwn Panic is on the back foot as 2 goes down. Rotzlöffel has the opening lead at this moment.
Indeed, a great opening here as they're able to get one. Taking off their anchor of any team is always going to be incredibly beneficial, of just taking off a lot of pressure that is being put upon you, but I believe they are coming back soon. And Atomic, a great pick with the squeeze, only to be punished right then and there from that bucket up. These buckets are insane, if you ask me. They do not play any games, utilizing every set of range that they have, and an incredible jump out there, utilizing also those coolers, I believe it was. Do they have cooler buff? Who knows? We're gonna figure that out in 2 minutes. But regardless, a great jump out there as, ooh.
I was gonna say that Pwn Panic was doing a good job of flipping it and getting momentum back into their favor, but no, Rotzlöffel managed to tech the recovery and already pushed them back, not letting them get past mid right now, as there's a duel on the right side. The blaster gets 2 picks. Rotzlöffel on the back foot now, as Pwn Panic is trying to get their lead going as they get finally some points on their scoreboard.
Oh yeah, blink and you might miss it. These teams are moving incredibly fast. Both of these teams not wanting to miss a chance at getting this lead, and Pwn Panic pushing past, I believe that is first checkpoint here, the first team to do so on the field. And then Zuka, ooh, a great pick here. Pwn Panic is in a really good position, but that Zuka is just doing everything they can to try and get them off of their area, not quite finding the pick they need to do so, and just the pressure on this window is strong.
Pwn Panic already breaking first checkpoint, on their way to second checkpoint as strikes go out. They're looking to try and flush any teams of Rotzlöffel, any members of Rotzlöffel right now to contest that second checkpoint as one goes down for each team. It's a constant fight back and forth. The Sasha gets a pick as we head into second checkpoint, but no, it's immediately traded, and both teams are just going blow for blow right now.
Before we even get anything, I think we have our colors mixed up. It's actually, wait, no, yeah, they just got fixed. No, they didn't. Pwn Panic is actually yellow, and Rotz is purple. We actually have our colors mixed up. It was Rotz that actually pulled a crazy push here, forcing Pwn Panic to be in defense. I just noticed that, but Pwn Panic immediately putting themselves into gear to retaliate, seeing the field be covered in yellow. It's really just, turf is your space maker, and it is pressure galore, and you can get it your way. And I think Pwn Panic is utilizing that as best they can, seeing these specials on the field come out, trying to either stop a defense or push an offense, or vice versa here. Well, I'm just doing what they can here.
Most definitely Pwn Panic just trying to get things back under control as we head into less than 2 minutes remaining. Rotzlöffel is now put on the back foot as Pwn Panic is contesting fresh checkpoint, but there's only 1 player remaining. That's the delayed wipe. Rotzlöffel managed to shut down that push as they're already trying to get control back into mid.
Oh yeah, and that was a really good retake on that position, just not allowing them to get any further points, especially when they already have a pretty solid lead over Home Panic. Actually, I might lie, both of these teams have first checkpoint out of the way, so I mean, it really still can go either way. There's only a minute 30 left, but Rod seems to have a pretty good footing on them. I might just take that back with their anchor, unfortunately going down, but they're gonna turn that right around, taking 2 off of Home Panic. Honestly, not wasting any time to find those opportunities and get those picks as necessary. Look at this bucket, just absolutely ledge camping and unfortunately getting punished right then there. And Pelu coming out with that Zuka, finding anything they can.
Oh! What a shot from that Zuka player on that last shot in the chamber as they get a throwaway shot pick. Both teams, as soon as one pick goes down, another 2 or 3 picks or trades following almost immediately. Both teams are going for blow right now. As Home Panic finally getting some semblance of control right now, but not even quite that, as 2 almost go down immediately. Things are looking back to return back to a neutral state as we head to 30 seconds remaining. Both have the specials at the ready, trying to see exactly how these can be used as we head into these final moments of this second game.
Yeah, at final moments indeed, seeing that 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds on the counter. Home Panic really has to get their foot on the ground to try and reach the points that Russ has on the field. These Zukas coming out. These Zukas have been menaces all game, and this last been fighting an extra big. It is bloodshed. We are 1 for 1 on each team, but this tower has been lost and is moving right towards middle. Home Panic has to just about grab this right now if they want to push this into overtime, but those strikes are going to be the thing that ends the game, stealing Rotz's points on the board, taking the second game.
Both of these teams are just out for blood. As soon as I see one pick one get picked, another gets picked, and it's just a constant back and just like in almost immediate succession of just all back and forth trades and picks. It's just pure chaos that these teams are just sort of enticing with with how they play, and I'm all here for it.
Exciting because like, both of these teams are just neck and neck. Like, you think one has an advantage, wrong. Here comes like a 3 down on the other side. They are just constantly pushing the tides back and forth, constantly threatening one another. And these teams are very close. As we are seeing a 1-1 score, it's like one has an advantage, one doesn't. And honestly, it's making for not an only entertaining match for us and our spectators, but I believe for them. I feel like every player is on their toes. You know, your hands are sweating by the end of this.
Yeah, no, it's definitely gonna be. I'm curious to see how exactly this next game is gonna go as we're heading into Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge, which is infamously just sort of a sort of stall fest for their like majority of the game, or until someone breaks that first checkpoint. In which what I've like been kind of noticing is that whoever gets that first checkpoint broken dictates exactly how the rest of the tempo of the game is gonna be played. Usually, anyway. So it's gonna be interesting to see who's going to try and get that first checkpoint broken.
And it's just a giant choke point when you think about choke point. Choke point, when you think about it, it is just a narrow area that, you know, is you have a giant checkpoint. Not only that, you have like this much space. Like after you barely have space to do anything. So really, if you can push past that, push past the parade of players that are going to be coming your way on that checkpoint, you're pretty solid, and it really can snowball really hard on a map like this.
And that's not to say that there isn't a second round. There is a second round on this map, which most people don't tend to go for, simply because it's a more dangerous, a more risky way to go, because you don't have you don't have too much cover like going into that. But as we head into our next game, there is a few change-ups. I see a Pro Rapid Blaster Deco, I'm sorry.
Honestly, I mean, I think that Pro Rapid Deco is going to be really nice, and having another set of range to just slowly pick at members of Home Panic. It might even help out that bucket if, you know, utilizing those mid-range. But before I even say that, that pencil is out of the field. They have the priority straight and taking out an anchor here. They understand the priority of just making sure that anchor doesn't have any free leeway, and that Rainmaker has not quite been grabbed yet. Doing so now, pushing towards the forbidden checkpoint that we have been talking about.
But specials are online and getting used right now to try and at least stall or take that first checkpoint. One goes down for Rhodes, which might end up being Home Panic's first checkpoint, which does go into their favor, but not for a trade, as that that pencil, the dreaded pencil, standing the ground, keeping Home Panic at bay as they're just trying to march in forward to get any sort of advantage, extra advantage they can whatsoever.
We do see that sneaky bucket on the lurk behind them. I think that might be a good idea to flank if they're able to catch it, but that Rainmaker is going to have to reset with 3 going down. Practically a wipeout for Poem Panic right then there. Rotz is now going to be able to have both feet on the ground once again as that Rainmaker is popping in their favor. They just got to take a couple members of Poem Panic out of the way and make their way to that checkpoint. But like I said, they do have to break it in order to meet the points of Poem Panic here. And, you know, that checkpoint's just about everything.
And with Cooler out, this might be the opening Rotz needs to actually get that first checkpoint broken, but no, 2 goes down for 1, 2 for 2 actually. It's just constant trades as both teams are getting pick after pick after pick after pick. There's no sort of constant momentum going. It's just sort of just their advantages are gained in short bursts as Rotz looked like they might have lost that sort of initial momentum, but they managed to get not checkpoint, they managed to get Rainmaker, which could potentially turn into their first checkpoint break and just almost a breakaway. This is so chaotic right now.
Chaotic, but we are seeing just a little Rainmaker attempting to push members of Poem Panic out of the way, using those strikes to try and catch that Rainmaker lag, and not quite doing so. They are playing the slow game and unfortunately not being able to grab that checkpoint there, but it seems that it's still going to break in their favor here. Honestly, there's not a single dull moment during these games as both of these teams are just out for blood. But we actually, speaking of that, we are getting a teeny downside as those fights are happening a little bit. They're going to try to go for the checkpoint and not quite finding it.
A sort of last-ditch attempt to try at least break that checkpoint doesn't end up going so well as Rotz now on the complete reset at Poem Panic, taking over mid and just setting up their ground. Like I mentioned before, whoever breaks that first checkpoint kind of dictates how the rest of this game is going to go out. And with Poem Panic taking the first checkpoint, they're choosing to stall out Rotz. They're choosing to slow them down, keep them at bay, not letting them push up, but that might not be their advantages. Rainmaker gets pushed back and reset off the edge of the map.
Not letting them have that Rainmaker at their base, but Yojo's forced here to kind of sit down and pop it. But it looks like the advantage is not lost yet with most of the middle that was still in their control. It gives them still a pretty head start on their footing, but it's going to be stopped right away from that Jet. That Jet is not allowing. Poem Panic is doing everything they can to not allow Rotz to get this checkpoint, especially with the points being so close to that, but they're going to get it. Almost get it.
No, that is not what you want to see. Not quite getting the checkpoint. Stop. That's 69 points out of 68 points. 2 goes down for Rotz. It's not the momentum shift you want to see at that moment. 3 go down for Rotz. Poem Panic having stood their ground, shutting them down immediately, and just taking things back to neutral as we are heading to the final minute of this game.
Incredibly close. That is not the score you want to see. You would hope to get that checkpoint in, but Poem Panic, thinking about it, is thought at a harsh advantage with their checkpoint being grabbed here. But we're going to maybe seeing a little bit of a flank here from Phoenix, maybe coming out successfully, but that Rainmaker is moving towards the base of Rotz, and Rotz just has to get this Rainmaker out of the way. It's not ideal to let them have any more points, especially in the scenario that they're in.
Most definitely, with a 1-1, just a 1-point lead over the other, it could very well be a winnable game. But as this Rainmaker is going in further and further, that winnable scenario is starting to become a little bit more distant as we head to 30 seconds remaining. 2 are down for Rotz as the Rainmaker just sits on their side of the map. There could be potential for a sort of comeback right now, but they have to work hard and smart for this as they just keep getting pressured and picked off by Poem Panic.
And to not allow Rotz to get even near the Rainmaker, or the Rainmaker was in their base, excuse me, any further with that Rainmaker, forcing this game into overtime, but Rotz is not going to let up just yet, seeing their specials out on the field, taking a pick off of the Poem Panic support here on top of that, just playing it slow with the Rainmaker, doing what they can to not play any risk. Atomic will just barely miss!
That could have been a very dreadful scenario for Rotz as they're heading into overtime. They have to make a breakaway with less than half the time remaining. That first checkpoint's still up. They could very well make this comeback right now, but they gotta use those specials to their advantage or not see the trade right there. And I believe there's one on the flake, and it's not looking good for Rotz. And just like that, they managed to get stalled out. Poem Panic taking game number 3.
Poem Panic absolutely just playing their cards just right. Rotz was right there. That squeezer just putting an end to that right then and there. Just that range and the upper ground they were able to have just gone, and the game ends. Honestly, I do have to give it to Rotz because they were on a really good way to almost getting that checkpoint too. So I wouldn't count just yet, especially with their performance in tower control. But we are moving to, we're going back to our little more open maps as we move to Clamlet's Museum d'Alfonsino.
Mm-hmm. Clams on Museum d'Alfonsino. I don't really know the sort of gauge of like people's opinions on this map mode. I've seen some people like it, but I also see some people hate it. I think it's very mixed on what people like on it or not. It's very definitely open. The main point of contention is just gonna be that sort of ramp leading up to on your side of the platform. And yeah, there's that crate on the right side that you can sort of like get a cheeky what's it called, power clam in. But for the most part, a lot of the focus is just gonna be on just that platform before heading into your basket. And depending on what you bring to try and sort of stall out the team, or what you bring in to sort of break the other team's defenses, we'll kind of see exactly how these teams have played, because both of these teams very aggressive.
For sure. And I like how you're about opinions of Museum d'Alfonsino. I'm like, it's very favorable for, the crowd of backlines. The crowd of backlines. So their pencil might also just be having to trip, and just because you can also just, with it being such a wide area though, it's like those Zukas are also going to be just as good, because if you could see them, you can shoot them.
Yeah. No, and I'm pretty sure that we might see the bucket stay, because that bucket's definitely been putting in the work for them. And so it's definitely with the sort of like ledges you can play around, and the height advantage that you can use off to just better play around with the bucket. I don't think that weapon's going here. And as we're heading into match point as well, I definitely think that bucket's going to be here to stay, and we're going to find out exactly what they're going to be bringing as we're heading into our 4th game, match point.
No, very exciting, because Poem Panic is in a little bit more of a comfortable situation, especially having that match point. But Rotz might just give him a better excuse to fire up. As we're going into this match, we're still seeing that. We're seeing the blaster on Rotz, but we're opting to still have the squeezer and the slosher on Poem Panic, which I'm very excited about.
There definitely is a lot of sort of like chip damage coming from Rotz's side with both the blaster and the bucket. It can easily be used to try and sort of leverage some of these skirmishes more into their favor. As one already goes down for Poem Panic, 3 goes already down for Poem Panic. That's the delayed wipe already within 1 minute with the power clam on Rotz's favor. This is looking an easy momentum shift into Rotz's favor right now.
Yeah, but they're opting to actually move a little bit more back here, opting to hold mid instead, which is very interesting. Honestly, probably Poem Panic just came by a little bit too fast to optimally get to that ramp, but regardless, Poem Panic is not going to waste any time to try and contest the middle space, but they're just going 2 down. All of Rotz, their last member, just respawning now, attempting to take the 2-for-1, but they might be able to take the shot up, but not with a little bit of punishment either. Oh my goodness, it is going to be bloodshed here on this ramp.
These teams are just fighting for their lives out on the battlefield right now, constantly taking these trades and these pigs. It is just constant back and forth. Even though Rotz has the clam advantage right now, they don't have platform. They can't push up, and it could be very well just 1 pick away, or it could be just a team wipe away as Tri-Strikes goes down. 3 go down in rapid succession, leading up for Rotz to get the first points on this game.
Rotz is back with an absolute fiery passion, just doing everything they can to get these clams on the board and jumping it down to 60. They might be going for the sneaky and getting it in. All the way down to 37. That was huge for Rotz right there. Poem Panic's gonna have to get a good chunk of points in to meet that point setup right now. And honestly, they set themselves up really well, because they can really play this stally if they really feel like it, especially when they have something like a pencil.
Poem Panic definitely has the sort of just a little bit of the disadvantage right now, as they're just struggling to get any sort of leverage going on for the favor. Anytime there's a complete reset, Rotz has always been there to sort of stall them off and just keep them at bay while the rest of the team comes back. And right now, we're looking at the same exact thing happening right now. Rotz had a few players go down, and Poem Panic tried to capitalize it, but no, the rest of their team managed to just clutch up and just keep them pushed back constantly and just staying at mid. And right now, it's just constant trades. They can't get any sort of momentum going right now.
They were so. I just realized Phoenix was in their base for a split second, calling for it this way, but no, with no power clam just about ready. I believe they were called back, but not quite finding that. But Home Panic is going regardless to try to move their way into Rotz's field, having that power clam, I believe, yeah, 2 power clams ready to go, losing one of them in the process, not to be mistaken, it just got picked up ready to go. They are raring to go, just trying to do what they can to get these points on the score, yeah, on the scoreboard, here we go, and those strikes being the calling card that they might just need. Are they gonna, no, that ball died.
Oh, it's just pure and utter chaos these games have been. Both teams, even though when they think they have the advantage, something goes wrong, or they end up unfortunately getting picked right now with a turnaround from the Trizuka, managed to shut down that skirmish, and back and forth, these teams are getting trade for trade, and it might look like Home Panic finally manages to get that basket open, but how much further can they extend their any sort of lead right now?
They're just trying to hold that clam open, but it just seems like that basket is going to close before it can get anything else in there, dropping it only down to 77 points, only a little over the minute left on this clock, so Home Panic really has to get their stuff together and get some plans on the board, but Rods can really play a defensive game if they really feel silly with it, but they're going to be going 2 down here before I even say anything. Home Panic's opportunity has arisen once more, seeing that power climb out on the field and going right into the barrier.
That's not what we want to see on Rotz's side right now. As we're headed to less than a minute remaining on this game, Home Panic could have gotten a few more of a much bigger lead in that push, but no, they got shut down almost immediately by Rotz as they're now pushing in through mid, pushing in them back to their platform. As one by one, they get pick after pick after pick. Momentum's starting to shift in their favor as we head into 30 seconds remaining. It can still go any way, honestly.
Roz, again, still sitting at that lead, 30 seconds left, and that middle is just about neutral here with it being practically 50-50 on that ink side. Home Panic gathering their power clam, setting up as best as they can. Rod's doing is, I believe, going to be more on the defensive here, not trying to pull anything too risky to not give Home Panic any sort of opportunity, and their ball going down. They just lost their support on top of that. They lost 2 members. Rod is at a really good state right now to defend, and
it is way into overtime, but this might be a shutdown right now with the backline jump behind, and just like that, they take that game.
Rod was absolutely fired up as we saw just the jump at the end. The strat that we were seeing teased throughout the entire thing was what ends the game in Rod's favor. Huge win here for them, even in the score. Now this is going to turn right into a tiebreaker.
Yeah, we're at final game of the set. Splatzone's Umami. Both teams have just been going back and forth. Anyone can still take this.
They really are going back and forth, and I feel like this is going to be a really tense game because both of these teams are now fired up and on edge. I'm like, when they were saying that last time it was close, we are seeing this all over again because they're not playing. These teams are holding knives to each other's throats. Just be like, I want this. Nuh-uh.
Yeah, no. One team definitely wants to run back, while the other team wants to show exactly why they won that last set. And with how these teams are showing, their passion is definitely coming through. As it's just constant chaos. You see one go down, and then 2 more goes down on the other side. But from that 2, they managed to get the one that actually got them both. So it's just like there's no real advantage getting gained from these fights. And it's just constant, just sort of stalemates.
Teams. Even they're not playing around. It really is seeing which team is which one is going to have that better Umami performance. Because I think it also comes down to map performance. Map bias is what also helps decide these things. Especially with teams that are as skilled as they are, because these guys are not only not playing around, they're playing around their weapon comms, they're utilizing their advantages, and we're going to the one and only tiebreaker here on Umami Splat Zones.
Oh, it is. I'm gonna be honest, I don't have too much experience on seeing this map mode get played, so I really have no idea what to expect. This map mode is a split zone, so you have 2 areas that you have to constantly be fighting for and just keeping an eye on. So it's gonna be exciting to see exactly how these teams are gonna be trying to flank each other, play around each other, sort of just manipulate each other to like getting the other zone. And both teams already just all struggling to try and get any sort of advantage over each other.
actually gets those first points on the board here, being the first to properly capture the zone. Atomic taking a sneaky pick here, just doing what they can, utilizing that range, and the cleanup on top of that, just huge for Pwn Panic, getting 2 down on Rotz, but that Pencil still stalling things in middle, seeing that Zuko trying to take any picks that they can, not quite finding a Rotz being able to slowly make the way into center, but not only to get walled out by those strikes. That is 1 down on each side, make it 2 down on Pwn Panic now. Rotz is not playing any games and trying to just keep what they can right now.
Momentum's going in Rotz's favor heavily right now. 50 points remaining. They haven't been flipped at all, so there's no penalty points to eat through right now. As Pwn Panic, they're still stuck on their side of the map. They can't really get through. The pressure of the pencil is getting higher and higher as one gets picked out. No, it's a trade, and no, it's a trade back. Both of these teams are getting pick after pick after pick as it's just a scramble for control.
Dude, but just look at that, just Pwn Panic still being able to pick up the pieces and run back and get both of the zones, and their specials coming out to try and further push Rotz out of the way, forcing them into defense, just doing what they can. Like, they have the opportunity to hold as long as Rotz did, especially without any penalty points in the way, but Rotz is of course going to try to prevent that from happening, but they are also 2 down right now. They gotta gather their resources and get that back in, because Pwn Panic is counting their way down to 33.
It is now Pwn Panic's turn to try and see how long they can stall them out with a super Zuka shot. They get 2. They get 3 down. Bro, it's just immediately flipping and putting Pwn Panic on the edge. Taking them back, pushing them back, trying to keep them stalled out as they begin to eat away at their own penalty points.
And indeed, and honestly, as they're eating through these penalty points, they have around 10 seconds left on those said penalty points. The Pwn Panic utilizing their specials, trying to get any picks they can. Seeing the fight, the Zuko fight to win. That is 3 down. That was 3. That is a delayed wipe, basically, in the favor of Pwn Panic. Oh my goodness, they're able to hold the zone once more. They really want to try and push these points down to that lead as best as they can, taking trade for trades if they have to, and just seeing each team just trying to gather their resources right now.
Both teams are just constantly getting picks over each other, just not being able to, even though it shouldn't be an advantage for one team, the other team has just one play that just managed to halts them right into place as Pwn Panic has control of the zone right now. They might even take lead right now if depending on how these strikes go out. No, it stops him just for a moment, and oh no! It might not be enough as Rotz trying to keep control and stop their lead from being slipped behind, and they managed to flip it back.
They were at the point, so like that was right there. Holy crap, these scores are practically the same. They're matched, but Rotz having just that 1 point advantage. I feel like it's going to be an on edge for both teams because they're just as close as only those 39 points. But there's Zuka coming out. We're playing too many train Zukas on the field, seeing every Zuka on the field and their mom come out on the field. They're not playing around, but Pwn Panic is going to come outside of that duel with the advantage and the zone.
As we head into 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining, both teams are literally neck and neck at this point, and penalty points are still being needed. It can still go either way, as Rotz has the opening flip on one edge to try and see what they can do off of it, but no, it doesn't seem to amount to much of anything as Zuka goes out. Gets two picks with Tri-Strikes on. That's be almost an immediate flip as they have the opening they need to try and get this game back to their favor.
That's just the barely leads up, but it looks like they might be able to cap the zone again. The Zuko, but all Rotz is now regathered and doing everything they can to try and flip the zone in their favor once more, because they really do gotta get that minute in their favor. But oh, what is gonna down? That is 2 on each down. That is 2 down on each team. I repeat, 2 down on each side. But the favor of Pate is still on Rotz's side. Not even gonna be just bloodshed after bloodshed, flip after flip. This is what a 2-zone game does to you. It is a one side to another, but it eventually turns pink on both sides.
Pwn Panic has the advantage now. 3-0 down for Rotz as we have into the final 30 seconds of the game. Penalty points actually eaten away, but no, that's a pick for Pwn Panic. But for Rotz, I'm sorry, I have no idea what's going on anymore. These teams are just constantly going back and forth, trying to keep their momentum. Tri-Strikes go out to try and flip in their favor, but no, Tri-Strikes in response. 2 down for each team. 3 down for each team. That's it. What's happening? What is going on?
Dude, another Pwn Panic going 3 down, just giving a pure advantage to Rotz, which is not what you want if you are Pwn Panic. Rotz is going to be doing everything they can to try and meet that 24 score. That 24 score even that Pwn Panic has laid out for them, and they're doing great in doing so. Just no team has special, no team has any depths right now. And look at the little strike from the side here. Those strikes coming out as they call it out to Pwn Panic, doing everything they can to go. Phoenix to go! Oh my god, dude! this going? Where's this going?
This is it. This is the game deciding. I think it hold it just for a little bit longer. Overtime can run out. No, it's back and forth. Both these teams are tied. And I think Paul and Panic takes that. Oh my god. Wait, I'm pretty sure hold on a second. Yeah. Okay, Paul and Panic. Oh, what was that? What was that?
Dude, my jaw's on the floor. The apps the zone at the end. Paul and Panic eventually taking it through with a fist bump as a reward. My flushes are falling. Holy crap, that was an intense last 30 seconds. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say because like they were genuinely on. Holy crap. Everything is falling. The jaw's on the floor. What? I'm speechless.
Oh my god. Those last moments were so crucial for each team. It was a literally game-making play for these teams to try and take that out. And Paul Panic just manages to barely squeeze by, getting the flip on both sides, making this game go in their favor. That was utter chaos and madness.
Dude, close by the end that I was speaking literal gibberish by the end of the cast. I was so there. It was like, what is gonna happen? Because you have these scores that are so close, and then just the seal of it. When those strikes went out, it was like, oh, okay, we're in it for real now. That was an insane set. I can't imagine just like the release after that match is done because you're like so tensed up from something so close, and just to end it like that. Holy crap, dude! You're kidding me. that is like in the core memories. I feel like for both of these teams, especially in Home Panic, that is in the core memories for games. Like this is not one that they're gonna forget, especially with just that is probably the most satisfying win you can get with being so close.
I genuinely want to know how loud those comms got for both of those teams, because
I know, right?
If both of us were on just freaking out, I don't play competitive anymore because I just don't have the time for it. But I know exactly how stressful those situations can be, and I know exactly how loud that can get sometimes. And I'm just genuinely curious as to these teams and what they're doing.
I need to know. I like genuinely want to know how those comms sounded because it's not even funny because like you said, that is intense. Like if we think we're speaking gibberish, we're screaming. I can imagine how gibberish and screaming their comp is because like I said, we have both been in this situation with such a close set that we're like, oh crap, what's happening? I wish to be in the position of these teams to just have that adrenaline. I think we actually just got a huge taste of it. A huge congratulations to Home Panic for taking this through, and also just like a big props to both teams actually for just showing their strength. Rotz was not playing around either because they were able to also take 2 games off of Home Panic and push it down to the last straw. Huge.
These teams are phenomenal. I definitely wanted to see these teams go off again and again because they've shown that they definitely are practically just borderline rivals with how they're playing each other. They're just constantly pushing each other. Rotz did a phenomenal job just staying in the game for as long as they did and just keep on going. But enough of that said, as we take it just a quick second to cool off as we head into our I believe this is finals, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Finals, if I am not mistaken. Let me double check the bet. No, we're going into finals. We're going right into finals here, and both of these teams are going to be fighting for their place in grand finals. But keep in mind, it doesn't matter. Well, it kind of does at the same time. Whichever team is going to be knocked out here, they also have the chance to come back in losers bracket, and we've seen some pretty insane teams that have either been drugged or that we've seen throughout our run. So I don't expect any less. Why are there 3 Sams on this team?
It could very well just be coincidental namings because I'm gonna be honest, Sam is a common name, and it's hard to come up with a name for yourself sometimes. I'm gonna be completely honest, names are hard, so I can't exactly blame them. It's just funny to see 3 Sams on one team. But one thing I do want to point out is depending on the results of this game, if Pone Panic loses this winners finals, there's a very good chance they could go off against Rhodes in losers finals if they manage to pull through on that side of the bracket, which I would find very funny if that is the case.
I know, right? And honestly, we've seen Pomo Panic absolutely throw hands, but I think we also have a promising set on the other side. Actually, no, I'm aware of their anchor. I know their anchor, which is also just another menace. Like they do have, honestly, just this could also be a really good set here. But oh my god, I'm still trying to recover from the last one.
Yeah, no, I'm out of breath. That last set made me out of breath. There was. Oh, okay. Enough. There's a new set in front of us, a new game. We're heading into Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market. I tried and true for this map specifically.
Like, honestly, I think Splat Zones is also just a good way to start too, because Splat Zones, like we were talking about it earlier, that we usually see Haggle in a Splat Zone scenario.
Yeah.
And this is really one of those maps where it's just like, okay, we're going to be playing glorified turf war in the middle of, in this middle of the zone, because it's going to be if you're not fighting for the zone for 30 seconds, are you really playing Hagglefish Market Zones? Let's be so for real.
Yeah, no, we already kind of know what Palm Panic is going to be doing for this specifically. You know, they play highly aggressive. They play for just that constant going and going and going. So it's going to be up to the other team to try and see exactly how they're going to play off of that. Because if you don't have an answer to at least put a hold on their momentum, they're just going to run straight through you.
It's either you have to meet them face to face, or you just have to find something, like you said, just stop them in their track, or meet aggression with aggression, fight fire with fire. And honestly, it could really go either way. I'm curious to see the comp that Happy Hour is going to bring out, especially to match a team such as Poem Panic that we saw, as you said, was incredibly strong from our last set, because let's be honest, they weren't playing around. They weren't playing.
Yeah, no. They want to win this tournament. And speaking of this tournament, I did want to make a quick reminder about what we're doing this for, which is our HP for Heroes charity tournament, which we're raising money for the nurses and the children of these hospitals. So any kind of donation you can make is always going to be greatly appreciated, even if it's $1, because $1 can go a long way. Just right now, I'm noticing that we just hit 2,700 from our donations, which I'm really happy with seeing that number.
Yes, and hopefully we can break through 3,000 by the end of the tournament. That is our goal here on the commentator stand, to at least get that to 3,000. Like Dirk said, even $1, it's going to a good cause. Like, if you guys have the funds to spare, do put a little bit into this if you guys can. But as our match is, getting ready here, I need water. Hold on. Water.
Yeah,
stay hydrated in the booth.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I've been like on the camera like a few times just getting a drink out of like my giant a jug of water. So yeah, make sure that everyone's hydrated, especially if you're like us talking a lot over the course of our block, which constantly. Yeah, we are definitely certified yappers at this point. I'm still just worked up from that last game. Like I think I was like at halfway of my water, and now it's like less than a quarter left in here. Like,
dude, I'm telling you, they get hype as hell. I'm like, this is like that. Like I was on the edge of my seat. Like, I'm sweating for them. But like, dude, it was an insane set. It was actually a crazy set. And like I said, I'm like, we're trying to cool down. But again, I'm still gonna be excited for the next one coming out. The bar has been set high. But regardless, I'm still excited to see what they have to bring, because we saw Poem Panic, who absolutely throw hands, to Happy Hour, which is a team that, as far as I know, also has some pretty good players. So I'm pretty excited regardless.
Yeah, no, the sort of differential that these teams are going to be playing off of, I'm excited, because we saw exactly firsthand how Palm Panic is going to be playing and what their game plan is. I haven't had the opportunity to see Happy Hour in combat, or in action, so there really is no good way of telling exactly what they're going to be doing, what they're going to be bringing, and how they're just going to be playing around. It could very well be also an aggressive comp that Palm Panic's been doing. They can also just be a more defensive range comp that some teams have been kind of messing with, and on Haggles, on zones, there is that sort of leeway to go with something that's like more sentinel based, more just grounded, and just keeping them from approaching you.
around this, but I think as both of these teams, like the first match, I always like, especially when things like you have a best of 5. I feel like there's like a round leeway you can get where you can kind of scope out the team's game plan, and you can work to either counter that or well to counter it to get the optimal counters for these things, or or for all you can have each team countering each other, and it's just like, wait, where we going, and suddenly you have a whole different thing going on. So, but as far as I know, I feel like out of the two teams, I feel like Poem Panic is going to be one that has a more stable comp. Like, I don't think they'll be changing much. Especially from what we saw last match, where we really didn't see any changes. But regardless, here we go. We're gonna be seeing Pencil instead. Okay, Pencil from each side, especially with zones. I mean, it's to be expected.
Yeah, no. One thing I am like generally curious about is the Gal, because that's not a weapon you see too much around in competitive play. So like, I'm always excited to see like those more off-meta weapons gets picked. And both teams, as this final game of this game of winners finals getting kicked off right now, where you can see exactly how these teams are going to be playing, especially with Poem Panic, see how they're going to be going up against their new adversaries.
No, yeah, for sure. And seeing the zone actually turn into Happy Hour's favor on the first one, but they're also going to be going 1-for-1 on each squad right now. This zone is being held off pretty nicely, but it's going to be contested here for the first time. See Bello come out with the Zuka, trying to find any picks that they can. Not quite finding it, but that zone is going to turn orange once again. Not anymore. Speak the commentators first for the first time here on the block.
Most definitely. This definitely can get a little bit dicey for Happy Hour, because once Poem Panic gets the momentum going, it's very hard to stop them. And with Crab Take coming out, this can very well be the momentum shift to just sort of stall them out and slow them out and keep them at bay, as Happy Hour managed to— what a shot!
Double with Azuka. We're actually seeing Azuka from Happy Hour as well, trying to find any picks they can, but this Slasher going there. We're going 1-for-1 and once again on each side, but it seems like Happy Hour's team member just came back as well, seeing that Azuka all over again, trying to find the pick, not quite finding it, but that lead is going to swap in Poem Panic's favor right now.
As I'm talking about Happy Hour having the tools they can to sort of halt them out with that Crab Take, it keeps getting shut down once again, twice again. 2 are down for Happy Hour as Poem Panic keeps the momentum going in their favor, keeping them at bay, just pushing them back constantly. Tri-Check's allowed to slow them down even further as once they fight to try and get a pick, but no, it can just very well be a end of this push right here.
Or it might just be, but we are seeing the field turn orange, and flip it does, leaving the last 2 members of Poem Panic on the alleys just to fend for themselves. 3 number 3 here? Oh my goodness, just a collapse Happy Hour did on Poem Panic as their members were caught on the alleyways of Haggle here, which is not an ideal spot to be, but they're going to come back anyways, taking their Gal out of Happy Hour here.
Ooh, and that Crab Take showing exactly why it is. It should not be slept on, for as long as much as we've been talking about like cooler meta these past like few weeks and so, Crab Take is still a very solid pick, just to sort of keep your enemies at bay and just not letting them come in. And just like that, Poem Panic completely ignoring the Crab Take, and any advantage it gave the other team, and just pushing Happy Hour out and already flipping the zone into their favor.
They can. I believe they're building specials. Both teams should be practically building up their specials here, preparing themselves to either defend or pull an attack here. But Zuka trying to find the picks, not going to find it. But he's that Crab that we were talking about, getting taken out. This is a 1-for-1. Oh, they're not playing around. Bello going to take this or straight taking this. Bello coming in clutch with that just general mechanics of these penalty points are almost out of the way, and they have a not only player advantage but turf advantage on the floor here. Poem Panic, and taking that lead on top of that. One solid hold can possibly lead us to a knockout, but that Zuka's going to try to take any other picks that they can. Not quite finding it with these strikes, stalling even more and getting taken out. That seems like just about a knockout. A 3, 2, 1 knockout.
Oh, with a last-minute scramble to try and cap the point at the very last moment. Not only did it not end up working in their favor, Happy Hour managed to get just wiped out by Poem Panic, showing you exactly who they are, what they can do, and why they made it this far with their hard aggression.
And no, just absolutely. And here we're seeing a little bit of replay from the beginning. Just honestly, both of these teams had incredible hold of the zone, because I don't want to put down Happy Hour either, because they also pushed all the way down to that 20 mark. But Poem Panic was just like, look at that Zuka double, by the way. That Zuka double was ridiculous. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, these teams are showing exactly why they made it to finals throughout this entire event. You know, they've shown that they have what it takes to just sort of keep the other team at bay. And you know, you think with Happy Hour having the crab tank, it'd be enough to slow Pom Panics down, but they've shown time and time again that they can just outright ignore that crab tank and just outright invalidate it, making it just a completely useless special by just taking out the rider, which is a well-placed Zuka shot, just a well-placed flank.
Even get any further into the match details, I do want to point out some of the donations we got. We got a $25 donation from Camel Inc. saying 3 members of Killstreak, including myself, are medical professionals. Shout out to the children's hospitals around the world and all the hard work and tough crits they work with. Thank you very much. And then we also have a $100 donation from an anonymous donor saying thank you to Dapple and IPA for organizing everyone to make some patients' lives brighter. Again, any dollar count, and we appreciate the donations very much as it goes to a great cause.
Now sitting at 2,800 so far. I'm just really happy to see how much we've as the community raised for this cause so far. So I just gotta tell everyone, from not just from people who are tuning in, but from production as well, just to give them a big shout out and thank you just putting in this time for this. But as we head into our second game of this set, we're going to Clam Blitz on Crablig Capital.
Oh, that's my beloved. This map can be a little tricky because when you have a bunch of grades, we can lead to very nice side routes if you really want, especially with that ramp being a pretty big chokehold when you think about it. But what I really do enjoy about this map is that you do have more than one route, rather than, you get your little flanks, you can be a little cheeky with things. But before I even get into anything else, we're going to probably see it in action as we enter our next match.
Most definitely. We're going to see exactly if there's going to be any comp changes. And I do see a Neo Splash on one side, while not too many different weapons on the other side. It still seems to be just all around the relatively same comp, as I'm pretty sure Happy Hour is saying that Crab Take is just proved ineffective, and to this team in particular, chosen to opt into the strikes instead.
And strikes aren't a bad option either. They can wall out a lot of space, and I like to think of them as a calling call to a team to just push forward if used properly here. But both of these teams opening up, these specials slowly making up on the field, but it's going to be Happy Hour that actually gets a first down here. Pom Panic being able to find that pick, but Happy Hour is not ready to let up just yet. Trying to find any other picks. Are they going to crack and cheese us already? There's no way. No, they're both gone. Their ball did not get the chance, unfortunately, there. The Kraken just being the lone person at Pom Panic's base here, as I think they're taking the jump. They're taking, but they broke the base before they done.
That's not the kind of place you want to see right now. Leaving your base completely open to a power clam that's just right in front of you. Not what you want to see, as Pom Panic managed to get the first clam open and already taken it out to 53 points within 2 minutes, as even though they get 3 down already, they have a very sizable lead.
No, yeah, for sure. They pulled the Uno reverse card right away, just when that jump was on the way. They just right for the base, but it looks like Happy Hour is going to come back and retaliate, actually using this method trying to get it. But they killed it! He gets a chance! Wait, no, it got in. I thought the ball was dead, but no, that was 3 down on Happy Hour regardless, not allowing to get more than one clam into the basket.
I would say, just a quick thing to clarify there was 2 clams that jumped in. 1 got canceled, which is very possible, believe it or not. It's a very tight window to get the kill off before the clam gets thrown, but it's possible, and it shows that Pom Panic has the skill to at least pull that off. And even if it was a tight-knit situation, right now both teams are just going blow for blow right now, keeping each other at bay in the neutral, as specials are coming online, getting used to just try and keep them stalled out just for a little bit longer to get any sort of opening that they can.
Finding those micro opportunities that you can. We do have 3 minutes on the board still, so it really can go any way that any team decides, really. You have crack and cheese on one side. Do we have crack and cheese on both sides, or just one? No, just one, as far as I'm aware. But we do have to take the traditional approach with Pom Panic, as they have both balls ready to go and ready to score hopefully soon. But those strikes are just going to try and stall everything out. Happy Hour is just keen on defending this, just not allowing themselves to have too many holes or any holes in their defense, as Pom Panic is trying to make an attack.
Most definitely, and it seems that Happy Hour is doing a very good job keeping them at bay, keeping them pushed back, especially as they're starting to become online once again. We see Izuka, I believe, come out, not necessarily getting any major picks, but just as a sort of area denial right at this moment, as they get one, they managed to get one pick out from Poland Panic. Happy Hour already moving in to try and keep this momentum going in their favor, but can they keep it going? No, as Izuka gets a double, just like that!
Ouch. Which is going to be incredibly huge here for Poland Panic as the page is paving the way and these strikes are ready to go here. We're going to see them in just a second. Look at those strikes hitting out, just that calling card with the counter strikes! The counter strikes preventing them from getting any further, and this Kraken is trying to take a pick and finding it and doing so. But that counter is down to 36 for Poland Panic, and putting those points even further down on the board for Happy Hour to try and reach.
A very sizable lead for Poland Panic. Happy Hour has an uphill battle to climb right now. We hit it with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. This is looking like not so great situation for Happy Hour, as Poland Panic can definitely just set the tempo of the rest of the game at this point with such a huge lead, and they just might, as they have 2 go down for Happy Hour. Poland Panic can easily just keep this aggression going in favor and keeping Happy Hour back and just unable to at least move to mid, as the clams are just getting cycled, I want to say, with 3 power clams on their side. Poland Panic has such a large stock right now.
Bad thing that comes with the large, oh, an amazing Zuka shot too from Trey here, but Trey unfortunately getting punished as well on top of that. But the only downside to all these clams in the field is that their locations are marked all the way through, so they can't really pull any sneaky plays, and it really will be head on, as those clams are just gonna, you know, they're free echolocators at the same time as a downside.
Ooh. I gotta say, that was a beautiful ball placement right there from Poland Panic, as they get a trade, even though it turned out to a trade 2 in their favor. What a beautiful bomb that was. Happy Hour, 30 seconds remaining. They have to pull off a miracle play to get another game, to at least get a game off in this set so far, as both teams are just desperately trying to keep those momentum going in their favor. And it seems like it's Happy Hour's turn to try and make something happen.
It seems so, with all these clams up and ready, and oh wait, we have Izuka trying to stop it. That Kraken is gonna come in and try and make way, but they're doing everything they can to move. You gotta go for the balls at that point. But the balls are coming in, they're moving, and they're putting the 2 power clams and dropping that score to 40. The last one is gonna steal them, taking the lead!
A sudden turn of events! Happy Hour manages to just pull that victory from Poland Panic, using the Kraken jump to get the power clams into place. Whoa. Oh.
Yeah, oh my goodness. I just see my phone ring. Kraken strong! Oh my goodness. No, that was insane. The strat that they were trying throughout the entire match that wasn't quite going to fruition has finally made its way through, especially in that clutch moment, putting a total, was it 3 or 4 clams total?
It was 3. It was 3.
Oh my god, sealing the lead. The score is now tied. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I'm at a loss of words right now. That was such a rug pull from Poland Panic. I would be salty about that if I'm going to keep things 100% right now. That Happy Hour, if things don't go, you just try again apparently, and that ends you netting that victory.
It's not over. It's over. Like they're literally the definition of it's not over until it's over. Like literally, like I feel like in the B show, it's like go. Oh, dude, that's insane. I don't blame you. Like for you, like when you said I would be just a team. I just like the jaw dropped. Just like that happened.
I'm lightheaded right now. I cannot believe that just happened,
dude. That is what we call the crack and cheese of all time. Like you can hear the hoarseness in my throat. I've been like screaming the last 2 sets.
There's gonna be discourse on this on Twitter. I just said it. There's gonna be so many people talking about this on it's.
Listen, crack and cheese is down. I mean, it's all, keep in mind, it's also down to coordination. If you are able to coordinate that, that is also it's like it could be cheesy, like it can be, but also if you gotta use what you can to win, and they definitely put that through. still have to coordinate that crack and cheese, because as we saw throughout the first parts of the match, that it isn't a no-fail plan, because they weren't punished for it early on, especially during that first portion of the game where they were able to literally score a clam as they were crack and cheesing. But in this case, they coordinated by the end, and it worked perfectly, switching the lead.
That was... I'm still rolling over that game. That I mentioned earlier in that last game that sort of technique isn't really as strong as some people claim it to be, because there is the fact that if you're well timed enough and not sort of counting Nintendo's notoriously amazing netcode, you can't time it to get that kill right as the player lands, but before that they can throw the clam. It's a very small window, but with how often this sort of strategy has been popping up, it's coming to question on whether or not it's something that teams should be at least thinking about practicing at least a little bit.
I think what could have worked were those strikes, which they tried to time. We did see it. We did see them try to time those strikes at the time of their jumps, but it just wasn't enough to stop it. And I think that also just came down to, okay, well, we have our clams, and at that point, it really is hopeless, as you see all the members flying in, like they're like, off we go. So honestly, it's still like props to the coordination that Happy Hour was able to put on the field. Oh my god, my voice. Where's my water?
Yeah, definitely get your water to try to stay hydrated. That's right. We're currently waiting to see exactly what Palm Panic is going to be counterpicking right now. It's both of the teams have just been phenomenal so far, showing exactly why they made it this far. You can't. Palm Panic's aggression has just been almost top notch throughout these last two sets. And Happy Hour, I can't exactly analyze what their strength is, but I want to say that coordinative, just sort of just last minute buzzer beating dunk for the clam blitz was definitely, I gotta give them props for that. Even if if I was a player, I'd be mad, but I gotta respect it. I just have to respect it.
You have to respect the coordination, especially at something. I believe it jumped to overtime, didn't it? It was overtime, so it was really the last minute that we gotta go. But I feel like Home Panic is not gonna lean forward in their chair. They're about to do the gamer lean after this game. So for real.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't surprise me if they pull back just a flip switch from that last game and they just become utterly ruthless, because their aggression is unlike anything I've seen so far. Really only matched by Rotz, but they got sent to losers for a reason, because Palm Panic has that sort of just a small edge over them, and it's really a hard thing to try and counter when you really sit and think about it, because if you have proper cooler usage and you just have proper rotations of special, there's just really not much you can do to slow them down, without bringing something in maybe a ink storm or maybe a vacuum. But those specials are really consistent and aren't on too many valuable weapons, so it's really tight space.
Needs to run these things, and ultimately some might see it as more of a downgrade compared to some of the other weapons that they'll be running, despite the special possibly being effective. But regardless, I mean, anything can go. I feel like now we're more at a clean slate. We don't know the map. Actually, do we know the map mode? Yes, we do. As we see the cards fall, we're going to Splatoon's Robo Ramen, which is probably going to be really beneficial for the pencils.
And no, I'm happy to see Robo Ramen return here in our winners finals. I mentioned this before. I just love this map. I think it's really cool. The fact that there's an underground passageway to get behind the players, I think is really very neat. And I don't remember exactly how much this map changes on Splat zones. But I definitely but yeah, I'm excited to see exactly what's gonna happen here.
Honestly, if I'm being honest, I don't think it changes at all between Clam Blitz and Splat Zones. I could be wrong. I only played this map I've only played this map so much. I'm usually playing it on zones, if I'm being honest. But honestly, I feel with those underground passageways, it really can't be. But I feel like a lot of the focus is going to be in center, so they can be really utilized. But those pencils are about to have the trip of all time. We see Lexi already on the pencil, and we see Zenith on their pencil. So we have a respective pencils on each side.
Ooh, one thing I also do want to point out, we have a 96 gal deco, which I don't think we've seen at all so far. I mean, it has a Kraken, so it kind of makes sense as to why they're running it, but it's definitely a new weapon that I've seen. So I'm very excited to see exactly how these teams will be playing out. And right now, Palm Panic just slowing down, sort of playing at their speed to try and get that cooler ready so they can go on their hard aggression that they're known for. And with an almost immediate pick, they get one down already, but the Kraken gets a shutdown just like that.
Come in clutch some to come and take these picks. Those picks for Kraken can also be incredibly beneficial in allowing Happy Hour to move up on the field. With Pretzel taking a really nice pick, but it is going to be Happy Hour still at a disadvantage as Palm Panic goes ahead and recaps the zone, caps the zone for the first time of their game, and seeing this cooler ground. So they're going to immediately put themselves in an aggressive position. Damn! Taking one out right from afar. Almost taking out the fence. On top of that, Palm Panic seems pretty set up to try and get more aggression on the field.
One thing I I just didn't realize so far is that we also have the return of the Crab Tank, something to try and zone off of Palm Panic, hopefully anyways, but that Zuka is just putting in the work. These Zukas have been top-notch this entire set, these past 2 sets, I'm sorry, and they just keep getting pick after pick. It's very hard to try and go on a weapon like that.
No, yeah, Zuka just absolutely, it is the sniper for front lines, as I like to put it here. We get a little taste of both, but it's going to be Happy Hour that recaps and applying a 52-point penalty on Palm Panic right here.
A very strong lead by Palm Panic already as we get into less than already 2 minutes in, a minute and a half, I'm sorry, into this game. So, did I just see like so many Zukas pop at once? I think I did.
Too many Trey Zukas is what we're seeing here. Look at all the Zukas that are on the field. They're like painting over each other so much that they're just constantly getting their specials, and it's honestly impressive. But we've seen that Crab, the Sam is pulling out, could try and stall out Palm Panic here, just allowing themselves to get more points on the board, finding a pick on top of that, and it's just the pressure from everything at Happy Hour is putting a lot on Palm Panic as they're slowly inching their way towards lead and swapping it successfully on top of that. And the Kraken take out the strikes on top of that, but the zone is going to flip ultimately in the favor of Palm Panic.
Yeah, no, that was definitely an unfortunate. Even though that Kraken got 3, that was an unfortunate play by them because they managed to end up losing that zone, giving them the penalty points. Even though they are still currently in the lead, have the advantage in keeping Palm Panic staggered, they still have penalty points to work through now, which is less than ideal.
Less than ideal indeed, but they are taking down. Are those zones? I thought those strikes were about an insta cap. I was about to be like, no way. But those penalty points are still ticking down for Happy Hour. So honestly, Palm Panic really has to, utilize that pencil, utilize that surface best as they can. And we're gonna see a flame for the bucket to try and clean up and try to either pull distraction or just pull some sort of pick to give an opportunity to their team and see those strikes that might just be the calling card they need in order to get the zone flip, but not quite. Palm Panic is down 1. They almost still 2 down, but their points are still ticking down. Palm Panic still has yet to cap the zone. Y'all gotta get the zone! Go back for the zone!
Oh, it's up to the Spencer to try and stall the zone long enough, but they can't do it as Palm Panic managed to flip it. With 4 points remaining on Happy Hour, they have the tempo they need to try and stall this out for as long as they can. But Palm Panic, they have the aggression. Happy Hour needs to be very careful with how these last minute and a half goes out. With 3 down already, it's not looking good.
Oh, the bucket coming in to throw absolute hands and using the optimal jump out here. And I believe they're going to jump back into their teammate, immediately putting themselves back into position. All 4 members of Palm Panic are set up. That Kraken is going to try to make a little bit of mayhem, trying to move them around, trying to, stagger members of Palm Panic as they try to recap the zone. Doing so successfully, applying a 42 penalty onto Palm Panic, but Palm Panic retaliating by taking 2 members of Happy Hour down. On top of that, forcing them into a defensive position. They are back and set up in their base, putting these walls, doing everything they can to prevent Happy Hour from getting any sort of stable footing.
Less than a minute remaining. Happy Hour is definitely at the disadvantage right now, and even though they get 1 pick, it's gonna be hard to try and push in on his Inkzuka right now as they pop out their own Inkzuka. They gotta get that point contested as 30 seconds remaining. The tri-strike goes out. They gotta be very careful. Any death here could ultimately lose them the game, depending on which side gets it. And 2 goes down, 3 goes down for Palm Panic. This is looking like Happy Hour's chance to try and take this game as they have to keep this held for 50 whole points or 20 whole seconds.
Happy Hour 4, so honestly they could really stall out this entire set and they'll be fine. And when they get a pick of advantage here on top of that, Palm Panic is going to take a miracle in order to try and take the zone back, especially when you have Pencil v Pencil and Zuka v Zuka. 5 seconds, are they going to cap it? Are they going to cap it. No, they're not gonna cap it in time. Happy Hour holding that zone to the very end, not allowing them scoring another point to the set.
What a phenomenal, what a phenomenal game. Happy Hour manages to just keep their cool and actually managed to keep Poem Panic at bay long enough for them to get the advantage and take the lead and just end up getting victory. And right now, Happy Hour 2-1. They're at match point.
They're not playing, bro. That's what I'm saying. But honestly, they were able to hold that zone. They bring in I think just words are not going to work. Like, words are not enough to like talk about these sets anymore.
Yeah. I definitely feel that there's so many times in these last 2 sets where the game has ended and I've just been handed heads, just speechless.
I know, it was just like, whoa, like, bro. Like, oh my goodness.
It's
so. I don't know. It just to be able to hold the zone to the very end. It was this close from turning yellow too. Like it's like that was. It's not like it was like how to explain this. None of these games anymore are full sweeps. They are close games, especially as we're seeing here. Things are very tight, and I think we're going to continue to see that as the games go forward. We might see a 3-0. We might see a 3-1 from here, or we might see a game 5. Who knows? As we are checking up our next map. Splatoon, we're getting Splatoon again. Oh, okay.
Zones after zones after zones. Surely you think one of these games would actually be something different. But I believe after that sort of disheartening loss on Clamblitz, I doubt they want to try and risk their money on that again. So I definitely don't blame them from just maybe sticking with zones or something else for the time being.
Love in the air? Wrong. Splat zones.
Yeah.
Dude, and they've proven to be like really close games. Like our games of Splat zones during our block, ridiculous. Because like, look, you hear my voice? It's going away. That's how crazy these sets are, dude. I'm on the edge of my seat. Like, oh my god, like my hands are sweating.
Yeah, no,
but like,
yeah, no, it's definitely Happy Hour has the advantage right now. They can close this set right now and move on to grand finals. But Poem Poetic are known to just never give up. They've known to just keep, and once they have a little bit of advantage, they're going to take that and they're going to keep running with it. So this is still anyone's game right now. As we head into our match point for a Happy Hour right now, I'm excited to see exactly how these zones will play out.
You mentioned something about the comp third ruler. We have a slasher from Palm Panic, which allows them to capitalize off these ledges, unlike Happy Hour that doesn't exactly have, well, they technically can camp ledges with their Gal, but Palm's Panic comp is a little more suited for that. But seeing that Kraken come out, and they're hopping ledges. We're hopping ledges back here. The Kraken finding a pick on Pelu right there, but that lead is still going to go in the favor of Palm Panic. That is 1-for-1 on each side right now, seeing just Palm Panic doing what they can to hold that space, hold that turf, seeing that Pencil do what they can. But that crab is just come out, all this range coming out from Happy Hour doing what they can, but that zone is still not quite capped by either team. It is stuck in neutral and turning purple once again.
Palm Panic definitely has the lead right now as they're slowly inching Happy Hour back further and further, as even though they have cooler, this is their chance to try and make something happen. Terrain gets shifted, Crab comes out, this is just special after special. Both teams are just trying desperately to keep their hold, but Happy Hour managed to flip it in the chaos as Palm Panic is scattered, getting picked off. It's trade for trade.
And it's gonna get real tense. That zone is almost yellow, just barely. With the pocket coming in! But it's gonna get traded off. Oh my god, Pelu's the last one here from Poem Panic at the zone, opting to Zuka and try to take off any picks that they can. Not quite finding it. Face to face with the Gal, going with the trade off, seeing those strikes hit the zone, and capping it. Indeed, that is 3 down at Happy Hour, and then that shot is going down with the rest, leading to a delayed wipe here. That is a nice cap here from Poem Panic. It's just a matter of holding this into place, but that cooler is going to be proving very beneficial, and this crowd's just also going to come out to try and install anything. The stream! What an absolute mix-up!
Palm Panic just broke the legs of that crab team. They just lost that special as situation right now. They need to make something happen as they're at 20 points and counting.
That is ridiculous. That is insane. My jaw is dropped over that. But honestly, the bucket, you gotta come in and take it out. That is the word. I blinked and the counter's gone. The counter's gone. I was worried about Fellow breaking like the crab's ankles, and suddenly the game's over. They locked in. They started leaning in their chair. Oh my goodness.
It just in the most nastiest mix that you could ever possibly think about in this game. That I want to say that ended
nasty.
I want to say that ended up getting that game because there's no recovery from that. Not only did you get outstrafed by just a single splash, you got outstrafed while using Crab Tank, and that ended up costing you the special.
That I like that one's gotta hurt because like, oh my god, look at that!
Yeah.
Dude, like stop, like you can't be playing with that because we literally blinked and I got no words.
Yeah,
I got no words.
You know, that was the momentum shift for Poem Panic to actually flip that back into their favor and just keep that on lock. That's some mental damage right there. I would be so mad if that happened to me. Like, I think some people kind of just forget about how fast people actually move in Cooler.
No, Shooter on top of that, it's just a class that gives you a whole new layer of movement on top of that. Honestly, I wouldn't know whether to be offended or impressed. I would be both. I would be both. I can't even, like, I'm not over that. Like, dude, like that's insane. Like, we're blinking and just Pendle's like, shoop, shoop, off we go. And we're done.
And so, with that, we get sent to game number 5. I need a moment, man. I need a moment. Well,
we're going back to Splatoons again. Wait, are we allowed to go back to Splatoons?
I guess it's oops on Splat Zones, I guess. Here we go. Zones on Mako Mart. You know, I gotta give it for the bit. You know, after the third Splat Zones, I'm pretty sure Happy Hour is like, you know what? Take it back to Splat Zones. We want that run back again.
They're like, run it back. We gotta go again. We gotta go again. Honestly, and I think Mako couldn't be any better of a map to end this off because Mako is just such a staple map. Like it is literally the one that tests every aspect of your team, and the team that is more well-rounded is going to be coming out on top of this. Your utilization of resources, your teamwork, the way you're capitalizing off the advantages that you're putting off. And I think both of these teams are more than capable of doing so. And I'm honestly excited because this is our second game 5 in a row, and these matches have been nothing less of entertaining and tense.
Yeah, no, these teams have just been showing off exactly what they can do and just trying to get this victory by any means necessary. And as we head into game number 5, we're going to exactly see how this set gets closed out.
So excited, man. I'm like, that's an understatement. We're getting the Tri-Slosher! We're getting the webcams. Okay, so we have buckets on each side. We are seeing the Tri-Slosher. It's not the cooler Tri-Slosher, but it is the Jet Tri-Slosher. So we have, honestly, a really well-rounded amount of specials, but the difference from the Jet is a really nice pushing special, but we are seeing the strikes as a difference to Poem Panic here. So I'm excited, but, well, actually, both sides got strikes. I realized they dropped their crap for strikes.
Yeah, no.
It took a juke and it was over.
Yeah. I was about to say, after that last play, what's going on? I can't even try and get a thought out as both these teams are getting trades after trades, and already Poem Panic just shut down Happy Hour's push and already taking off their lead.
Oh my god, yeah, no, Poem Panic has leaned forward in their chair. They're doing what they can to just prevent Happy Hour from getting even a chance anymore. And that lead being swapped out as well. Ow, we see a sneaky Tri-Slosher coming in on this right stack. Fellow just doing their best to... Oh, the fall-off! Fellow coming in with the fall-off, taking them out there. Oh my goodness, yo, this match is already intense right off the bat. We're not even a minute in, and we're almost down to that 50-point timer all the way. And Poem Panic is just doing their best to not let Happy Hour get any sort of opportunity. Well, that toxic miss actually almost ended up in a kill.
With 40 points and counting. Pome Panic has such a dominant hold on this game right now. Already at 30 seconds. 2 down for Happy Hour. This is not looking good. This is danger territory for Happy Hour. As 1 goes down, strikes come out to sharply, hopefully stall them out for as long as it can. 15 points remaining. This is not looking good.
Yeah, Mo, that one person down can almost, can change an entire course of the game, but this pencil doing everything they can. Zenith's coming in with the pencil paint, trying to do everything they can. Zenith, Otami coming in to clean up. Is that 3, 2, 1? That is a knockout for Dude, what happened? What happened?
And it just...
And just like that. And just like that, they leaned forward in their chair. They were like, cut the cameras. Cut the cameras. Oh my goodness! I think they just found their momentum, dude, and they just went with it. They found their momentum. I think after the Splat Zones, when that momentum to that 0 to 100 was just what they needed, that extra push they needed to just see it through, and see it through they did. Bro.
That was such a stronghold by Pome Panic. They kept Happy Hour out so well and so consistently. There was no chance they could recover from that. They just ended up taking what I want to say was the fastest game we've seen today.
They're not playing around. They weren't playing around. We blinked and the game was over. They genuinely, I think after the momentum of last game, they just saw it through. They're like, okay, we're gonna put a seal into this. But I would be lying if I say those games that were much closer were insane. I think Happy Hour at McDonald's still has a chance at some point of meeting Pome Panic back from loser, because we have some crazy teams in loser. Let's be honest. Let me look at that bracket real quick, because we still got some crazy stuff going on. I'm taking a peek at losers. I think they're gonna pull it up here, because we have Pome Panic taking their spot in finals. But when I'm looking at losers right now, we have Rutz and Duck Motif duking it out in loser semi right now, and they'll have to face Happy Hour. And if I'm looking back, Happy Hour has taken Duck Motif out, and I want to see how they would fare against Rutz. I think that'd be a very interesting matchup there. As well, especially considering how close Rutz and Happy Hour were. Not Happy Hour, Pome Panic.
These last 3 teams, it is now going to be decided between Rhodes, Duck Motif, and Happy Hour on who's going to be going into grand finals with Pome Panic, which Pome Panic has outdone 2 of the 3 teams so far. So this is looking like a very odds are in Pome Panic's favor. That's definitely for sure, but it still could be anyone's games, especially if Rhodes managed to get the comeback and face them again in grand finals.
Really funny, because we're getting the confidant rank up theme in the back as we're finishing this match, and I think it's really funny. But honestly, this match, I'm the last 2. Why is this here? The last 2 games, our last 2 games have been you deserve the buddy. But honestly, seeing the last 2 sets have been absolutely insane. I'm on the edge of my seat, and oh my goodness, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I don't think I've been this consistently lightheaded and out of breath for a series of sets in a long time.
Dude, I know, right? And I'm out of words, because both of the last teams that we have been casting have been absolutely strong. You cannot deny that they absolutely have the skill to push through, as we have been saying, and considering how far they've made it. So honestly, still big props to all the teams that we've been casting as well.
Most definitely. And that I think I'll remember these sets for a long while, because they're so memorable. But I believe that's gonna wrap up our block, if I'm not mistaken.
That is the end of our block. That is. Wait, I'm turning the wrong way. Hello, Dark. Hello,
Dark. I did it too. Wait. Yeah.
Hi. But we gotta drink our water. Hold on.
Yeah. Oh wow. What a glorious few sets that was.
Man, that was that. I was just for words. But again, congrats to for Pome Panic for making it through, and you got to sit nice and pretty in winners finals until losers bracket is done. So keep yourselves nice and warm, as I believe the next set is going to come your way is going to be impressive. But I believe we actually are following into losers bracket with our next block. We are not obviously going to be there, since of course that is the end of our block here. As we'll finish up. If not, our throats would be killed by the end of the day. But speaking of that, Darko, where can the lovely people find you?
Well, you can find me both at Twitter and Twitch at SPF_dark, just as you can see as my username and the handle. I try to stream time to time, but I've been inconsistent because I've been so busy. But Twitter's usually where you find me just repost a bunch of random stuff. But Fufu, where can they find you?
You guys can find me on Twitter at @SplatFufu or FufuPNG on Twitch to catch me streaming here. I'm trying to get that consistent schedule, but honestly, it's been an honor to honestly cast here. And once again, I'm going to remind you guys the exclamation point donate that you guys can put your funds in to helping games get to hospitals and helping the nurses that are working with children as well. So if you guys can have the funds to spare, I would highly suggest donating. But as you said, that concludes our end of our block, and we'll be seeing you guys. Well, you guys will be seeing some amazing sets coming up your way.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to HP for Heroes Day 2. This Splatoon action that we've had so far has been off the charts, and we have had a little bit of commentator swap. I am Genie7, joined by Pat. And Pat.
Hey! Yeah,
I got it right.
Yeah, we're here. It's been a crazy tournament with so many close and interesting sets happening yesterday and today. And now we're in top 4. We're now in loser semi-final, and it's going to be Rotzlöffel versus Motif. Both of these teams, great players.
Oh, yeah.
Super cool to see them play, and pretty deep rosters. We'll see what they're able to do, how they go. But yeah, how's your day, Genie? This has been so fun so far.
Oh, it's been great. It's been great. Yep. Gen G and Sentinels and
Aw, traitor.
I'm
Traitor.
sorry. I had both streams up though. I had 3 streams going.
You know
I
what
had
you could do? You could do, Genie, so that I forgive you, is to type donate in chat, !donate in chat, and click the link. And give money to charity. It's Gamers Outreach. It's to help kids in hospitals. Like, for a kid, it can be traumatizing, and it can be really tough to, get back from an intense surgery. And the game is starting now, so let's get in right away. Rotz is bringing the range blaster and a pencil, and Rachel is bringing the octobrush. Rachel with the octobrush goes
that's no
so
surprise.
hard.
Yeah, there is no surprises there because that is just. I don't think I've seen Red Shell on too many other weapons other than the octobrush. Does play other weapons from time to time.
Oh yeah,
like if you're gonna fall back on something, it's going to be Red Shell on the octobrush. Always trying to find some space, but this map. It's going to be a little bit more challenging. There are areas that they can go, but overall fighting is a little bit more difficult. And Zipcaster, its angles are a little bit weird. But overall, the first star here, Pat, is kind of a little bit in Duck Motif's favor, but could go back in Rotz's favor very, very fast.
Yep, and right now both teams are still fighting. Rotz is going to take control of the zone right now, pushing Duck Motif away and making sure that they keep the zone right now. They have tactical active, so now they're going to go forward, but Duck Motif is defending strong and are ready to attack back. Red Shell is in there with the Zipcaster, creating so much havoc, and that's going to be the zone back for Duck Motif. Both teams are pretty even with each other right now.
They are. Red Shell's able to go in there and jump off and get one. That's good. They have lost their shot there here, Pat. So this zone is going to take over, and it's probably going to be the lead swap. The range blaster. Just hoping for a second kit on this right side. Not going to be able to find it because Nogami has to release the second kit for it to have one. Is able to find an assist though, but has to watch out. Gets taken up with a shot running in there. Pat, this is running the zone. It keeps going.
Okay, so we had a reset made by Observer Brownie. So I guess something happened. Let me check our infos.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, we're gonna have a little bit of a fire. We're gonna have a little bit of a firestorm for this one, on Twitter later. But for right now, this is a co-tournament. IPL and Dapple are here, and the players were not made aware that both streamers had to join at this point in time, and we only had one. So we did have a call from the TOs to end the lobby. I am waiting for this, Pat, later, because this will be a good one.
That's drama between IPL and Dapple. No, we're all friends.
No, it's not between them. It's going to be between the players, sir.
Skill issue. Our streamer was able to get to join the room faster, at least.
Yep. Oh, that's oof. I'm overall. Pat. Let's. Do you want to talk about the weapons that we saw, or do you want to talk about the organization that we're supporting? What do you want to go with?
Let's start with the organization we're supporting, Jenny.
Oh yes, so, it's awesome. Yeah. I for me, just speaking from experience, who's been in the place for the hospital, like it's during some of the darkest times. Getting some good Mario Kart games with other people that were struggling, it really changed. It really changed the tone, and those were some of the greatest hours, like greatest hour and a half breaks between school and dinner that I had in the hospital. So it was enjoyable, a very enjoyable time, and I'm so happy that kids nowadays get to enjoy it. And this organization actually supported the hospital I was in, so it's it hits close to home for me, and I want to see that number. I know it says, I said last time I wanted to see it get over 2,000. Now that I'm back, we're almost close to 3,000. So by the time
That's
we get to
great.
finals, grands, I would like to see 3,000 in there. Not yet. We can wait some time and see how many spare dollars you got around, but I'd like to see that bump up to 3K.
Yeah, give some money for a good cause. And now we can go and talk about these two awesome teams, Genie. As you said, like, Red Shell with the Octobrush, we have to talk about it, because the Octobrush is a low-tier weapon, unless Red Shell is playing it. And then it's top tier. And nobody knows why. Nobody but Red Shell knows how this weapon works, apparently. It just works when Red Shell is playing it.
Yeah. There are some people have a few ways of seeing how it works in. It's just, it helps with the cooler, Pat. Having the cooler promotes that just hold it down, forward, dodge, dip, weave play style. And honestly, with how the kit is in this game, it looks it has a place now. Octobrush in Splatoon 2, its kit could get clunky at times, but this kit, I feel like it feels a little bit more fluid, having that suction bomb and the zip caster.
Yeah, there's a lot of fluidity, and it really plays to Red Shell's strengths. Red Shell has such awareness and is constantly to your side or behind you, setting up a trap and doing your best. But on the other side, on the side of Rotzlöffel, I'm going to call them Rotz because I have no idea how you pronounce that.
Yeah.
You have Anger and Noctis so used to playing with each other, and all of these players are so good and making so much. Yeah, thank you for bringing the player list. And now, here we go. Okay, it's going to be Yoshel on the pencil, Noctis on the blaster.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
no swap ups because it was just a lobby reset.
Oh yeah.
Let's see if either team can get a stronger opening, because both teams, they traded punches back and forth there, Pat, in the opening, but no real big knockout punches, no haymakers were truly thrown.
Yeah.
Oh, Red Shell. Red
Shell.
Oh, gets punished. I thought Red Shell could get a little bit more, but Knives just falls back just a little bit and gets the good slosh in.
And right now, it's still pretty even. The zone is going for Dark Motif, though, and Dark Motif is looking to clean up, but Rotz is still back in the game, still fighting for that zone. Both teams are just not really letting themselves be pushed away. Rotz has control of the zone right now, and 2 down, so they're going to be the one that push forward, that get that control and try to make a lot of points now.
They are. Ooh, and that's going to be a shot punish down. Hopefully they have that cooler. No, they did. They'll be back with their Zuka online. Yoshel's able to punish out Red Shell. That's good. Nice. Climbing up the wall. He's going to be spotted by Kira. Can they get them? They'll try and get it, but they can't. Knives just a little bit too mobile there. We're going to see this push forward here, Pat. And Dark Motif, they are getting pushed so far back.
Yeah, right now, very, very good hold by Rotz, and Dark Motif looking to find a way in, preparing their special. They have 3 specials at the ready right now. The Zuka is going, the Zukas are coming, and the Zipcaster is probably going to follow very fast, but oh, very nice. It's not going to be enough. Rotz is almost wiped. It's just the bucket. The bucket has to move back right now. The map is going back to Dark Motif.
Yeah, there goes Red Shell again. This Zipcaster. It's just just sitting there like that. At any moment in time, you could just zip up like that. Exactly what Red Shell just did. He did there at the end there, and that was. It's so threatening, but also so passive. You have to have an eye on it.
Yeah.
These splats are trading out back and forth, but the cooler means that these jumps should be back in. You see Bandy is there, but has to watch out that Zuka has their name written all over it. They're able to stay alive though in the zone for Dark Motif. It is still ticking, but they're losing players. They can't lose too many more, or else they're going to lose control of the zone. They have to deal with the Tri-Strike. Can they paint over this? They're trying to do their best. The range blast is on it. It doesn't paint all that much, but the pencil and the slash are able to put that penalty.
And Rotz able to get the zone back. Dark Motif is still in there, are still fighting for it. The Zipcaster is going to be denied, and right now it's 3 down onto Dark Motif. Rotz is in control of the zone. They have a huge penalty, but they have so much control over the map. If they're able to deny a push, they could make more points, they could get a KO, and there's only 2 minutes left in this game, Genie.
Oh, there is. This is going to be so close coming down to the wire. Zuka is out. It gets a good shot down. Nick also gets a bucket. It's gone. That's 3. There's so many spots coming out here. And Red Shell, back on that Zipcaster. Duck Motif, they stay alive in this map. Here, Pat.
Yeah, Duck Motif still in this game. They have to hold the zone. No, stop it. They have 2 players down onto Rots. This is the opportunity. This is when they make the points. And Rots has to find a way to regroup, to keep the specials that they have, and prepare a big push. But right now, Duck Motif is making points.
Yes. That is going to be a wave breaker, trying to find Rage Shell with that, and they do. That is good. They have to watch out. The shot is coming through on zone. They able to get the splash. Oh my goodness, Pat. They shut this down. Duck Motif, the lead was just there for the taking, but they couldn't get it done. And now, Rots, they're marching their way all the way to spawn. They're probably going to find quite a few splats here as well.
Ooh, and right now, Rots has an iron defense. They're getting the splats. They're forcing Duck Motif to really just fight in their own spawn. They can't get anywhere near the zone right now. All of Duck Motif has to find a way in with 1 minute left and just 15 points. Duck Motif needs to paint the zone now. The points are so close, but they're all down. Rots is looking to get game number 1.
Yeah, that's going to be a wipeout, and that's going to be it. Rots, they take game 1 in this, I believe, best of 5.
I'm pretty sure
we went back to best of 5s because I remember the first few rounds of losers, which we're not on stream, were best of 3s. So yeah, whew. Wow, that was a really good good game, and honestly, Pat, it was tight, and I'm happy that the game was able to balance out there in the end. But overall, Duck Motif, they looked like they had opportunities to take a little bit stronger of a hold, but it came down to individual performances of Rots.
Yeah, Rots a bit more in control, a bit more on the map. They kept the zone a bit longer, and that in the end it was so close. This is the kind of stuff that is decided by just, do you have a better strategy? Do you have a better weapon for that specific map? And here we see Rots getting game number 1, but Duck Motif, they had the pushes, they had the surprises for Rots, they had the answer. It's just about executing a bit better, a bit more, doing at this level, it's just micro optimizations, doing 1 less mistakes and forcing 1 more mistakes from your opponent. Duck Motif, they're not out of it. They have the tools to get back. They just need to use them. Yes,
they do. These 2 teams, I don't remember if they cross paths in Swiss yesterday. I will have to pull that up when I've got a sec. But overall, for counter picks, I'm not exactly sure. It's looking like we're leaning towards Clan Blitz in the moment. That's what they're hovering. So I would like that. Brush is on Clan Blitz. It causes a lot of chaos. It's just being able to find one of those open maps, Pat, that you kind of need to get Brush to do its thing on Clan Blitz, but you also want to have a tight map where you're within close range of Brush. And there's a happy balance. We might be going to Rainmaker as well.
There are lots of options right there. And with these players, they know how to use their weapons, whatever the mode, whatever the map. And there are lots that could be done. Duck Motif, I could see them, going Clan Blitz. And the thing with the Zipcaster is, you can't just go into there and get a super clamp in with the Zipcaster, but you can get in there thanks to your Octobrush, activate Zipcaster, and then you have a super jump spot for free while the brush is doing Zipcaster things. That can be very, very efficient. That can give you a huge push with that super jump spot. Right now, Duck Motif, they're going to go with Clan Blitz on Museum. That's honestly probably one of the best picks they could have gotten.
When it comes to map picks, I always say, Pat, you want to focus on strengths of yourself and what you not only what you're comfortable at, but where your weapons excel. Because some people can pick weapon maps that they like, but their weapons that they pick probably aren't all that good on it. But it's also I'm looking at what weapons that you have different, because you want to play the strengths of those. And when you have Red Shell on that Octobrush, Zipcaster on Museum d'Alfonsino is really good. You can jump up to the spinners. You can just swipe your way down. off the top of the spinners off the high ground and really get a lot of good damage. And you also can do circles around the spinner, and it's really funny. I always have an annoying time, like a bad time against punches on the map. So
and all that high ground that you have surrounding the basket, the Zipcaster can get there in an instant, and Bandit bringing the Elite Scope to counter the pencil by Yoshio. That's extra range. That could be huge, and you know what Kraken and Beacons can do in a clan blitz setting.
Yes, for sure. And also, I'm pretty sure they had the Eliter. Did they have the Eliter before?
I think no, it was pencil.
Oh, it was pencil. Oh, in the first game that they had Eliter.
Yep.
But then did they swap? I don't know. Yep. Oh, the Zuka. The Zuka is out, and it's gonna get some splats here. Both teams are kind of trading back and forth. Guys can't get their sloshes down when they need to connect. Overall here, Pat. This is wild west. Lots of splats left and right, but Duck Motif should never mind.
Duck Motif still has 2 players on that platform, still 2 players to attack, but it's going to be short-lived right now. Rotz is shutting this down. The Kraken is going to be deployed, but when you're the last player in here, the Kraken, all it can do is just save you, give you the HP to get back into your room, get back to your camp, and regroup your team. It's very small push. Rotz pretty happy to just give them half that push and get the free super clamp from that.
Yes, yeah. Oh, good spots there by the range blaster. We're gonna have a counter push quite quickly here, Pat. Red Shell, they have this zip caster and they get sniped out. Good punish there. Yoshio should be able to move their way forward. Have to watch out. Their teammates have fallen around them. They're gonna be able to get that power climb in. Cost them their life, but that's okay. And unfortunately, the jump in from the power climb will be on the low ground unless we can have some amazing parkour.
No.
It's not going in.
No, it's not going to happen right there. Duck Motif able to defend, but Rod's getting a decent lead right there. That's how you push. We're just 2 minutes into the game though, and Duck Motif is going to have plenty of occasions to get back in the game. But right now, Rods, they already have back that control of the middle of the map, and once you have that control of the middle of the map, you get more clamps and you get that threat onto the platform.
Yeah, and good spots there from the range. They're able to get 2 before going down. Nice. They're trying to move forward. They got a splat, but there's no power clamps here. They don't have actually any clamps enough to make a power here. They have 11 now. Can they get them coordinated? Pat, this is a big mistake.
Yeah.
They still have 7. The bombs are coming back. They're able to get it in, but oh my goodness. That took some time.
That took a lot of time, but it doesn't matter. Rods is still in there, and that blaster is still creating the nuisance. Lead isn't expanded yet, they just need 1 more clam to make more points, but now they have to leave the ground. They reduced the penalty, that's all that they did. Duck Motif still defending strong, but Rods is still under the basket right there, still looking to get more occasions in.
Yeah, the cooler is up as well here, Pat. So those jumps, yet the spots came in good. They're gonna be back. But the spawn here from Duck Motif is so much closer, meaning that they're also gonna be back fast. We're gonna see what specials are gonna come up. The shot is using Azuka. Red Gel, it has gone down a little bit too far in front of their other team. And he's gonna run forward, and they're the last one alive. Just having a Kraken as the last one alive is not something that you want to be, because this Eliter is gonna get punished out here, and these points will start racking up.
Rods is coming so strong in this game right there. They got the lead to 37. Duck Motif is struggling just to defend their own spot right now. They have 2 super clams, but when you're stuck into your own spot, having these 2 super clams, they're just targets on your back, and Rotzlöffel are throwing their specials, are getting more splats right there. Duck Motif is struggling to get out, and finally they're able to pop that pressure and get in.
And they lost the Eliter. Pat, they lost the Eliter to the range in mid. The last member alive in mid, and you lose your most important member. They have a Kraken though. They did have a cooler. I thought this was going to be so much worse. Here they go for the Kraken cheese push. You have to be safe. You have to go. You have to get this in before the other team gets the basket open, and they get it. This is big, Pat. This is big. The clams, they spawned in favor. They are in a good spot. Can they get some more? That's a beacon. That's a beacon, Pat.
Oh, that beacon. That beacon jump, and that's the lead for Duck Motif. Duck Motif with such a cheese on their part, and right there, getting that push getting in there, and Dark Motif is now in the lead. There's just 25 seconds left, and Rots, they're all under the basket. They just need that way in, but Rachel is denying the super climb. Now they're just cleaning up. Rots suddenly, they looked so strong this whole game, but now they're on the back foot, and they're going to need a monster push from their own spawn.
Yeah, you've lost so many members in that power climb. It cannot fall. You have to grab it. As you gotta grab it. Okay, they made a new one. They are gonna let the other one fall. Nice. It's gonna be up to you. You're gonna have to be the one that gets in there. I don't think this range will be able to do it. We're gonna see the shot. Get the squeezer on that right side. The Kraken is out. Zipfaster's going. Where are these jumps gonna come in? They have to come in fast, and they have to come in now. The jump is there. But will they have anything else other than this? It won't be enough time, Pat, for the basket to open. It will. They need some more clams. Do they have any? No, they don't.
Oh, it's over. Knives that won't have the time nor the clams to keep the basket open, and game number 2 is going to go to Dark Motif. Dark Motif with the monster comeback. What a cheese push into that game, both with the Kraken and then with the beacons to get the clams in.
That was honestly, I gotta say it, Pat. I don't feel like it was a deserved win. It just didn't look like it. But when it comes down to it, when you need that basket open, when you need the points, Dark Motif was just, they were better. They, as soon as they got the Kraken up, as soon as they got their momentum, they let their basket open. They kept it open. They kept racking up the pity clams. Then they got out with one good Zuka plus Red Shell combo, and then they got the push. But then after that, their defense looked phenomenal. Their defense looked very good.
And shout out to Secret Elixir to making it to until loser semifinals of beta bracket. Thank you for rating us. We are live in loser semifinals of alpha bracket. It is now 1-1 between these two teams. Rots solid, very much holding their ground, very much having the map control. But I mean, on the other side, we have the absolute crazy plays. You have to respect the cheese. You have to respect the surprise.
I love
you
it.
have to respect it and give credit to it.
Yeah,
and right now, yeah, I mean,
it's difficult though, Pat. It's difficult. We do have our next map. It's going to be Tower Control on Hagglefish Market. This is a much better map, in my opinion, for Rots, because they have a slosher, tri-strikes on that gazebo on that top right side after checkpoint 1 and help to secure checkpoint 2 are so good. And the fact that they have a range blaster, I feel like this is a much better map for them.
It's also a more classic map, a more classic mode. The kind of map mode where having a surprise, having the cheese is less likely to just flip the game upside down and give you 50 points out of nowhere. This is the kind of map where Rots want to play their game of just slow and steady, and especially when you have a blaster the caliber of Manjiro. That's Noctis, by the way. Like there's...
Oh, that is?
Yeah, okay. That's Noctis.
I assumed it was Noctis, but I couldn't tell for certain because everyone likes to change their name up and mess around with the commentators.
Yeah. So
I'll just call them the Range Blaster just because, you know, if you're not gonna have your name, I'm not gonna call you your name.
Yeah. But still giving shout outs. Rots, they have the roster that they have a great blaster player. Going there is just the choice that makes sense given their composition.
For sure. And this map, Pat, this can go so fast past checkpoint 2. So it'll really be up, in my opinion, to who wins this first opening fight and who can really get deep into checkpoint 1. If checkpoint 1 falls in the first 30 seconds, that team automatically has a massive.
And honestly, Ginny, we might not see the first checkpoint be broken this whole game. I've seen top teams play, and breaking that first checkpoint against a team that knows how to defend can be incredibly tough. It's all about really getting a huge push if you want to get that advantage.
Yeah, and we are going to see Drift have the Zuka out, able to get one spot, but they lose 2 teammates in the process. Make that, they also get taken out themselves. Rotz, this is a spot for them to get going, but they have to watch out that Killer Whale will come out, and it will start doing a lot of chip damage in mid.
Yeah, right there, Rotz able to push the tower, but despite getting 3 players down, the Tacticular was active. All of the Motif is back on the attack, and right now it's trade after trade, everybody trading left and right, but it's just Bandit with a pencil for Duck Motif right now. It's going to be very tough for them to defend. This time Tacticular was not active, and Rotz is getting to checkpoint number 1 with numbers advantage.
Yeah, and when 2 pencil players look at each other, they realize they're going to start painting for Cooler again, because they always just play at that max range. We're going to see that big Wave Breaker buff come out there, getting a lot of good marks there. See, that's really good for Rotz. That's going to allow them to get really close to breaking through this checkpoint. They should be able to do it, especially with those jumps in here, Pat. In this game, I said it can snowball out of control if you get past the second checkpoint, and it might.
2 checkpoints in a row, just 19 points left for Rotz, and Duck Motif defending how much they can, but they're completely surrounded right now. 2 down onto Rotz though. They're gonna get back on the turn, trying to get that checkpoint, but Duck Motif finally able to defend, able to... Oh, wait, why is Rotz still jumping in there? Okay, tower is pushed back, and Duck Motif, they're not breathing yet. There's someone in your
gonna
spot.
get taken out in about half a second to a shot. It's actually no, the shot didn't get the spot because the pencil jumped out with Cooler. I thought they were. Red Chill tries to go in. Pat, Duck Motif, they're getting battered right now. Absolutely blasted.
And Rotz is not stopping. As long as you have the tower, you have a special advantage. Rotz know that attacking is good for them, but 2 players down, they're going to give some space to Duck Motif right now, but wait, that shot is insane! That shot just got a triple, I think.
Yeah, they went off, and oh my goodness, the range again, getting these good directs, getting these good splats out. This game, Pat, is overall, it's looking like last game. Very in control in one team. We'll see though if Duck Motif can pull off another miracle.
Right now, Duck Motif is struggling to defend 3 players down again, and Rotz is back to checkpoint number 3. They just need 8 more seconds on it, but right now, Duck Motif able to get that defense, able to clean up that tower and push it out again, but they haven't scored a single point yet, Jimmy. They have a huge lead to get back from.
They do. It's gonna be difficult. It is, and when you lose members like that, it's even harder. Like I don't see as strong of a way in with the 52 gal plus this version of the brush. Having Beacon and Cloud, I'm just not a believer in the Beacon one.
It's a tough one right there.
Oh my goodness.
He's going to get punished, and look at that again. Duck Motif has 3 players down, and Bandit needs to get back, needs to give the Tacticular for the respawning. It is so tough. Duck Motif really struggling to win these big team fights. Meanwhile, Rotz is just getting in, getting forward, and getting more pressure in.
Yeah, Red Chill trying to go in, trying to find some splats. They have to watch out. Denies has that extra range of the bucket. Overall, Pat, this is under a minute left. Duck Motif, they still don't have any points on the board.
They need to, and they still have numbers disadvantage. It's just Bandit, and they have a single point on the board. A single point. That's all they get. Rotz gets on the attack again.
Yeah, 1 point into a wipeout is probably my new favorite combo. That is
so tough. But 3 down onto Rotz right now. Duck Motif finally.
You have 2 checkpoints and you have strikes. You have actually like a 2.5 checkpoint advantage. This is suction bombs and blasters. There's no way that Rotz is going to find a way to throw this, right?
I mean, they just lost 3 players right now. It's just Yoshel with a pencil defending that platform right there. Dark Motif is getting that push going, but the tri-strikes that you talked about, they're going and they get you, and they get a wipeout. That's going to be the end of it. Rots just had so much more capital. They had gotten so much during that game, and Dark Motif only waiting till the end of the game to get any push going.
Yeah, it was honestly a good counter pick because Rots was just overall dominant and in control throughout the entirety of that game. That I can't speak enough. The 1 point into wipeout is funny. That is funny.
That has to hurt more than just losing the game. That is like, okay, we've waited 4 minutes and a half just to get on the tower and we only score 1 point. And we're back to square one. We're back to our spawn. At least they managed to get a push. At least they managed to get to that first checkpoint after that. But Rots showing the dominance, showing what they're able to do when they choose the map mode. Right now, Dark Motif, it's not just that they are going to win on their own counterpick. Then they need to win on Rots' counterpick, and Rots has shown that on their own counterpick, they are monsters.
They are good. They are good. They know what they want to do. They know how they want to play it, and they've got strategies. They have set plays. They have strategies, and it's going to be up to this Zone Zumami game to see if we can extend this series past game number 4. Whew. This will be an interesting one here, Pat.
I mean, we're going back to Splat Zones. We saw Rots win by a little in Splat Zones. I'm kind of surprised to see Dark Motif going to Zones because all of these games, we've seen Rots keep control of the map for longer. Even in the game that they lost in Club Blitz, Rots had control of the map for so much longer than Dark Motif has. So if Dark Motif doesn't change the way they play, doesn't change their composition, their strategy, doesn't find a way to hold their ground better, it is going to be very, very tough for them to win zones. That being said, Umami is a double zones map.
Yep.
And you can have very, very long fights in mid just to decide who is going to keep these zones.
This is one of those maps, though, that sticks out in my head, is Duck Motif being extremely good on. I don't watch a lot of Duck Motif. It's only whenever they're on streams that I commentate. But whenever they are on streams that I commentate, and they do pick this map, which is quite frequent, Pat, more often than you think, they look very good here.
Okay.
They do. Their squeezer plus their brush combo is actually wild here. And if you get Bandy on that leader, or even the pencil,
oh yeah,
it is actually wild what they can get done. And it's not a map that you'd think a lot of people... it's not a map that is an overwhelming favorite, but it's oftentimes finds its way into map pools. So it's a really good pocket for them to have, and it's really, really interesting to see them. I'm surprised they didn't go with it for the opening. Well, actually, the other opening counter pick was pretty strong as well.
Yeah, pretty strong. It looks like Rots is bringing back pretty much the same comp. Red Shell is bringing a roller. I didn't know Red Shell was playing roller.
I didn't either.
That roller is honestly a pretty good pick. This weapon has shown that it can be incredibly strong in the right hands. And it's perfect for that ledge in top mid, honestly.
Yes. Oof. We're gonna see this opening zone cap go over to Rots, but they're able to follow it up with some more splats. They just have to make sure that they capture the other zone so they can keep these points going up. And Duck Motif, they are getting blasted right now.
Blasted indeed. Rots is coming in strong, and right now they're holding the zones, forcing Duck Motif to just regroup, prepare a push. Only the roller has the special ready. They're going to need a bit more than that if they want to get a good push in. And right now, Rots is making the good points, but the Tacticular is active. Red Shell is deploying the bubble. The bubble is shredded though, and right now, Rots is keeping that control.
Yep. Oh my goodness. This zone is ticking so far, so fast. Rots, this looks like a map that they own. It looks like their counterpick. Because Duck Motif, they can't get anything done right now. They're getting one splat, but at the cost of another teammate. Red shell gets one. You gotta start making your way towards zone. You have to watch out because this isn't just any normal slosher. This is nice, and they're very good on that thing. They're stalling the zones out just in time. We're gonna see the range blaster come in through the side. Can they find the splats that they need? They find one. Can they find another? The jump is into the bubbler. They get the direct shot. That was insane. Red shell, you're in zone. What can you do? Splats are coming down. Oh my goodness, Pat. And the game is not
2 points
over,
left.
but it's over.
Yes, it's over. And this is what happens when you're in one team's head. When you have a team figured out and you know exactly what you need to do. Them going on a map they're comfortable with, changing their weapon. Like at this point, Knives and Yoshel and like all of them had their number. They knew what to do. They knew how to counter them. They knew how to outpace them, how to outpower them. And that's a 3-1 for Rotzlöffel, pushing Motif out of this tournament and going into losers finals.
Yeah. They are gonna be going up against Happy Hour at McDonald's in our next round. But Pat, while we set that one up, I don't really have too much else to say. Do you got too much else to say about this match?
I mean, it was a great game. Rotzlöffel in the end showed that they were the better team. Congratulations
were better.
to them. Yeah, and we'll see you right after this very short break. And welcome back. We are now in losers finals. There's this one team, Poem Panic, that's waiting in grand finals. And the two teams we're about to see have one thing in common. They got put there by Poem Panic 3-2, both of them in a row. Right now, we have three teams that are so close to each other in skill, and we're going to see more even set, more awesome gameplay. And yeah, I can't wait to watch these two teams, Happy Hour versus Rotzlöffel. Ginny, that's such an awesome tournament to have such parity at the top.
Oh yes, I like it. It's been a while since we had a tournament that hasn't really. We've had a lot of teams that have been able to compete in it because none of the title per se contenders for Worlds are here. So nobody's here to take out jackpot. No jackpot. Yeah. So it's nice to have a major where the biggest of the kids aren't here because everybody else who's just below the biggest of the kids are really, really, really tight.
Yeah, and honestly, it's still such an active, and there's so much creativity in these teams and in these players who are getting there.
Noctis is back in. Who would have guessed?
Yes. Hi Noctis, long time no see, and here we go. We're going to start on Macrozon's Splatoon 2 Classic. Yep. It's such a cool map and lots of ways to get in. Love to see that. And yeah, Rotzlöffel opening pretty strong right there already on the zone, trying to get some splats.
Yeah, good crab tank out here from Sam. He's gonna do some pressure, gonna try and find some splats, but at least they're gonna force some members of Rotz to play a little bit back so then they don't die with that said crab tank. Nice gets one, Nice gets two. Can they get three? They're gonna force a jump out. That's well and good. A triple in my books.
Very nice triple indeed, and right now Rotz is in control of the zone. Now it's about establishing that lockout. Getting the splashdown is huge because that crab tank can be so useful in a push right there. Rotz is in a good position to get a huge lead, but right now Trey is already getting in with the 52 gal. That 52 gal around the zone is such a danger, and right now with two down, Rotz has to move back, has to give the ground to Happy Hour.
Yeah, Happy Hour, they have to watch out because Sam, they use the crab tank, but they're going to get punished a little bit, and they will get punished even more by Yoshel on that Sniper Rider. Cooler is going to be ready to go here. So Rotz, this is an opportunity for them to start moving. They have to go fast because Happy Hour McDonald's, their Cooler's up as well. You got to get these splats because you want to hold on to the zone for as long as possible. They've got the paint down, but they've lost members. Both teams have lost members back and forth. Wavebreaker's out. Noctis, what can you find? Can you find Sam? At least you're going to offer some jumps for your team.
And not only did Rotz win the fight, in the middle of the fight they were painting the zone. They wanted to be sure that they would keep that lead, and right now they are back into control of the zone. That crab tank is deployed, but the crab tank is at pretty low ground right there. That is risky. And right now, Happy Hour able to push forward though, not able to get enough paint on the zone yet. Right now, it's going to happen in time. Cut the bleeding and allow Happy Hour to just get back in the game.
Yes. Ooh, the shot. Can they find that kid? They will. They are also going to be able to find the charger, but they get out with that fast super jump of the Cooler. The spots are in it. No way.
What a Zuka, but that kid ending the streak. But right now, Rotz, they don't mind. They keep the zone. They have that control. And Happy Hour still very much struggling to push forward.
They are gonna have a Cooler in their own zone, or in the zone of Rotzlöffel. They have a Zuka out, but the zone, it gets flipped over. Happy Hour McDonald's, they get it for relatively little, except they are all back in spot. It's two with a direct.
What a shot by Noctis, getting two in a single. But right now, Happy Hour is answering, are getting back into that stack. Back onto that zone. Rotz extending their lead, but not that much. Happy Hour is still back at that zone. They don't have that much penalty. So Rotz is going to have to regroup, prepare that push. HP is only going to get that trade with the shot right there. And Rotz is now on the defensive side. They need to get a way in.
They're gonna need to paint the zone. They don't want the lead to swap over. They've got it. They're able to stay in it. They see a jump. Ice sees that jump, but they're gonna try and crush out their teammates first. They have Noctis here, and they're able to get 2. That is really good. They have lost a shot on the one side, but that doesn't matter. Nice and Noctis doing half health with a slosh and a blaster. Each combo beautifully. And with the paint control being so heavily in their favor, Pat, they're dancing right now.
Having these two under your ledge is so threatening right now. The rest of Rotz just needs to watch that right side right there. The crab tank is completely denied, and that's going to be a KO by Rotz, getting game number 1.
Yes. Oh, wow. Wow. What a good game from Rotz. They got pushed a little bit earlier, but realistically, when we saw the Slosher and the Blaster cooking together, and Knives and Noctis, it shows. It shows why those 2 weapons have comboed for time. They have been able to combo together so well. I remember back in Splatoon 1, I'm going to sound really old, how well that those 2 weapons could combo. We just have never, ever had a time where Slosher and Range Blaster has ever been good together.
Yeah.
Mostly because of the Range Blaster being being nerfed so much throughout the history of the game.
And it demands a lot. Both of these weapons demand dedication, demand a lot of awareness of your surroundings, and especially also both of these weapons are low on paint, and especially for splat zones, you need your other 2 teammates to be ready to constantly paint the maps so you can enable that huge combo that these 2 can have. But they showed that it's worth it. They showed that in the end, you get under the ledge and you just completely lock that entire part of the map for yourself.
Yes, it was very, very, very good. And we are going to be seeing a counter pick coming out from Happy Hour at McDonald's. Overall, Pat, I'm not 1,000% what they want to go to, because their composition can work on a lot of things. It's mostly I'm worried that you don't want to take Rotz to a map that they're good at. Oh, the pick is in.
Oh, I mean, we saw Rotz in the previous set play Splat Zones, play on Hagglefish Market. It was on zones, but we've also seen them on zones, and we know how good they can be on zones. I feel like Rotz is happy with that, because Yoshel is just... Yoshel is in position, and there's nothing you can do once Yoshel's there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm interested, because like this is I don't know, Pat, because this is true neutral. Like you went to zones Mako, and now we have zones Hagglefish. These are 2 maps which are very not really, I would like to say, niche. They're the opposite of that. They're common. So you're literally just saying that I'm a better player than you are, and this is the map that I want to go to. But unless they've got something funky up their sleeve, and nothing all that funky over there.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Both of these teams know this map very, very well, so we'll see how they're able to do right now. Not much of a change in oh wait, no, Noctis is bringing the regular blaster instead.
Yeah. Yeah, regular blaster is going to have that big bubbler and that auto bump. That chicken, as some may say. But yeah, Noctis down on the slow ground. Does see some members. Is going to get punished out more likely than not, and they will. Good start here for Happy Hour McDonald's, Pat.
Yeah, Happy Hour able to really take full control of that map, and now the Kraken is deployed. We didn't talk about the Kraken coming in play, but right there, that Kraken is going to chase everybody out of that tent, everybody out of the safe spot, and right now, Rotz, they are completely onto the zone, pretty disorganized with players all surrounding them. That kid behind them is quite an ordeal, but right now the zone is neutral, and that kid is down. Rotz, they can put all of their eyes onto the zone, paint it, and now go forward.
Yeah, Noctis is trying to run forward here. They are approaching a big bubbler, but right now you need some ink. And Sam, I don't think is going to be able to survive that. No, they're not. An opportunity for Rotz to really get some good space here. They've got that cooler up, but they're gonna have one of their members punished pretty fast there. That's the shot gone down. Big bubble though. It is here. It is ready. And Noctis. That's not fun time. Going up against the spawn armor feels like Splatoon 2.
And right now, nobody is on the map. Happy Hour at McDonald's is struggling to get near the map. Rotz is going to get the lead, and with 3 players down on Happy Hour, Rotz is looking to just seal the deal, show what they can do here. And they're just cleaning up one player after the other. Happy Hour, they need a push, and they need a push now. They have no special, they just need to throw their bodies at the zone right now.
They are trying to do that. They're trying to do their best, Pat, but they won't get it done. And I don't know. This isn't looking like Rotz is gonna take this serious, Pat. Because just think, you have to go up against 2 of Rotz's counter picks. 2. Yeah. I'm very, 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 very worried.
Yeah, I'm worried too, indeed. And again, Rotzlöffel. Right now, they can feel pretty confident because they just destroyed Happy Hour on their own counterpick. This was just a lesson on how to play the game, how to beat your opponent. And like Happy Hour, they were playing great. At some point, they had Rotzlöffel just completely pincered, forced them to drop and be surrounded, but in the end, Rotzlöffel still won that fight, still didn't mind that they had to shoot be in front of them and behind them at the same time. Yep. They got the zone, they got full control over that engagement. And that's the fortitude, the regularity that Rotzlöffel is able to bring to the table. And right now, Happy Hour, they're back to the wall. It's their last counter pick. It could be their last counter pick of the whole tournament. And they need to make it count.
Well, honestly, Pat, I could definitely agree. Unless they find a way to win this series and make it in a grands, this is their last.
Yeah,
this is it. What is it going to be? Clown Blitz on Crab Leg Capital. Oof. I like that one a little bit more.
Yeah.
It's more open, so I don't know. There's a lot of weird things. Yeah. It's a lot more standard composition coming out of the side of Happy Hour at McDonald's. So they can't really. There isn't a map per se that I would say, oh, go to that. It's more about avoiding the maps that Slosher and Blaster combo well on, which.
It's more open, it's flat, and they have a 96 deco, and they're not afraid to crack on it.
Yes.
For Clan Blitz, you know what it does, and that has worked for them earlier in this tournament. That's going to work for them again. It's all on Rotzlöffel to be able to counter that crack and cheese, to be able to make it not count, to get stronger pushes, more sustained pushes. Keep these positions right now. But this is the kind of counter pick that Happy Hour wants to have, because at least they have their way in.
Yeah, and we saw how the Kraken punished so heavily against the Rots earlier. They were winning the Clan Blitz game for so long and so well. But one Kraken play, it ended them. It made them fold. Yeah. It made them falter, and then they had no response after that. So,
yeah, Clan Blitz is the mode. It's the mode where we've seen Rotzlöffel kind of be on the back foot, lose the game against Duck. But if this is the kind of thing that is going to be able to give some momentum to Happy Hour, and let's get right into the game right there.
Yeah, we're gonna see that kid back on that 96. So no surprise there. And oh my Noctis!
Oh, Rotz is bringing a 96 deco of their own. That's going to be a Kraken battle, I guess.
Yeah, they are going to go for it. I think it's a smart choice, honestly, because of how choke point spammy that this map can be. Unless you have something that can take the grading path, I feel like Kraken can almost at times be like a necessity.
Like you need a way to just push, to force your way in on this map. Otherwise, you might just lose the game. for sure. But right now, both teams are trying to get the advantage, and neither is really getting much. It looks like Rotzlöffel. Oh wait, Happy Hour sneaking a super clam in. Very nice by Sam. It's just going to be 20 points. And that's going to leave a lot of ground open for Rotzlöffel there, but that's still 20 points on the board for Happy Hour.
Yeah, that's honestly really good play from Sam to get some good points on the board. The unfortunate thing is that you've given them a pity. You've also given them a lot of space in mid. As long as Trey can find that spot, and they will, that's good. Because Rotz, they've lost a few too many players to make a dangerous threat of a push anytime soon.
Yeah, and right now, Happy Hour, they're back on the map, they're back on the attack, and they're looking to get their super jump in. Yeah, the super jump.
They got countered. They got countered. They got Uno reverse card, Pat.
Yeah, Happy Hour just reopening the basket. Both teams crackening in, and Happy Hour winning the Kraken fight right there. That's not going to be that much points. Rotz is back on the map right there. But yeah, Happy Hour just extending the lead. And is it going to be death by 1,000 cuts on the side of Happy Hour, or will Rotz finally be able to get a push?
We'll have to see. It's gonna be. It's looking like there is a spot because they do have Tri-Strikes, they do have Kraken almost ready, they do have some splats, and they do have some clams. But you lose your Kraken right there. At least you get the basket open. I guess there's that. Let's see, and the Kraken is gonna be up immediately after, so we could see another Kraken cheese push going here really fast for Rotz.
Yeah, for both teams have the super clam at the ready. It's all about getting the way in now. Knives is going to get punished. Noctis activating the Kraken, but we're going to see the jumps in two super clams. That's the lead for Rotz, but that's also a lot of players down right there. And oh yeah, that's a delayed wipe onto Rotzlöffel. They have
they got three though. Rotz got three. They're still in mid here, Pat. Happy Hour lost three.
Oh, whoa.
Both teams lost three. But Knives stayed alive, so that's really good. You have to run forward. You have to get this Kraken stopped here. It's not gonna matter if the Tri-Strikes are in. They're able to find some spots, and it's just Dat Kid. So there's no threat. The threat is on the other side. Rotz, they're gonna be the ones that have the advantage. But smart. Happy Hour McDonald's, they're able to defend their own basket first.
Right now, Rotz has so many super clams on the board, and the Kraken, that's going to be another super jump.
That's going to be almost game, Pat.
Yeah, just 3 clams away, but Noctis doesn't have the clams this time. It's a clean wipeout by Happy Hours at McDonald's. But they need to paint the whole map. They need to get so many clams because they are 50 points behind. They need 3 super clams in the basket just to get even right now.
Yeah, I'm worried, Pat, because at any point in time, this could be a two power climb push for Rotz, and they could just end it here. But they have to stay alive, and they have not done a good job at doing that because they are gone. They are off the face of the map. Dat Kid trying to go for spot. They're able to get one. That's two. Trey goes massive. These clams, they're gonna start rolling up. They're gonna start racking up. Can they end this?
That bomb on the wall could snowball everything. They're just 2 clams away from getting the lead and 4 clams from getting the W. Right now, just 1 more clam and they get the lead. They get the win. Happy Hour at McDonald's getting the comeback with a KO. What a game. It was just jumping in left and right, but in the end, it's that ability that they had to just get the splats under the basket to keep the push going, to keep the basket open, that allowed them to just win this game.
What the heck? What the heck? If I would be so mad if I was Rotz in their voice chat right now. Yeah.
I mean, they both played that game. They both tried it. They both Kraken didn't, and in the end, Happy Hour getting a few more clams in the basket, getting a few more pushes, and getting that wall on the wrong side of the bomb is costful when you have 2 players there.
Yeah. And I'm looking forward to our counter pick here. I'm looking forward to a tower control, Pat. That's realistically that's the only thing that I'm looking at. And tower control Inkblot, I like that. Normally I say, oh, tower control Inkblot after having a spot zones on Hagglefish game. No, this is like the only team in existence because they have a blaster, and blaster's actually good here. Like, this is the home of the blaster when blasters were crying all the time. So I like
this. This is another map where you have that ledge that Noctis and Knives can come together, absolutely destroy and get a lot going. And yeah, this is great. This is perfect for them.
Besides what Happy Hour McDonald's had it happen before on the Mako and the Hagglefish games by being kind of bullied, I don't feel like, I don't know if they've got much of a shot here. But I'm gonna be straight up honest. This would take a little bit. It would take a little bit of a miracle and a lot different performance than those two zones maps that they had before.
Ginny, Happy Hour didn't make it this far by mistake.
No, they did
they're
not
here by accident.
No, they are a good team.
Rotzlöffel, they're a monster. Yeah, they love this map. They're going to slay here. But do not count them out yet. They are 5 minutes in the game. And, I mean, they know what Rotzlöffel is bringing. They know what they have to do. And if Sam is able to activate the crab tank onto one stack and push Rotzlöffel enough, they can get in there, they can get in the bats, they can secure checkpoint number 2 and then snowball things. In tower control, if you get one good push, you can snowball things so fast. It's all about getting that control first.
Yeah. This opening for Rotz. Yeah. This is giving me eerily scary thoughts of that map 1 and that map 2. It's up to the flank here. Realistically, you need to stop Yosho on this tower. But you see the members of Rotz, they are just falling back, and they're able to collapse. Unfortunately, they've kind of given up a little of that pot control.
Yep, a lot of control has been lost, and right now both teams are back to the fight. It's just the pencil on the side of Rotz. It's a delayed wipe. Happy Hour able to defend. They lost checkpoint number 1, but checkpoint number 1 doesn't matter that much on this map, so they're going to try to get it right there. It's going to be a quick one because what? Bazooka is getting 1 and the tri-strike is going to come a bit too late.
Yeah, that was a good Zuka. We're going to see Daka go up into the bats area. What can they find? They get one spot. They get taken out though. They are going to have a cooler in the respawn of Rotz, so any spots that they can get are going to be in their advantage. Sam gets 1 before going down. That kid is back. The checkpoint. It's at the 10 marker here, Pat. So barely touched at all.
Yeah, right now these two teams are pretty much even. We will see one team break checkpoint number 2, and this is the team that will be really with the advantage right now. But right now, 2 players down. On towards Happy Hour. They know what they need to do, but Knives still fighting for that stack right there.
This is a different Happy Hour, Pat. This is not the Happy Hour that we had, like at least 15 minutes ago. This is a different team. After that Clan Blitz game, they are invigorated. They are re-energized and ready to go.
This is the Happy Hour that found their way to losers finals. This is the Happy Hour that managed to take a game off of Rotz, who know what they can do and they know how to do it, and now they are doing it. But Rotz again looking for that attack, looking for that way in, and then still Knives and Noctis just absolute menaces under your ledges. And right now all of Rotz is on the platform pushing forward. It's going to be so tough to defend that checkpoint right there. They're all here.
Now you have your slosher plus the combo of your range blaster in this position. I am terrified. You have to find the spots fast on them, and they do. They do an insanely good job at taking the stays away from them before they can set up in ink around them. Getting that ink around your feet as a slosher and a range blaster, it allows you just to thrive and survive.
Happy Hour getting the splats, pushing forward. That's what they needed to do, but Rots, they got
my.
to 28 and they got the tower back on track. They're gonna get more points right there. Bazooka is deployed, is going to find one, and right now we are reaching checkpoint number 3. Happy Hour defending with everything they have, but Rots is still on that platform.
They are. Nice. What can you find? You got a good slot. You get taken out. The sniper is gonna lose their life in the trade. There, that kid sees a jump, has to stay alive. Noctis though from this high ground is able to get a little bit of chip damage for Yoshel to finish it off. But the shot, they're coming in with the pencil. Yoshel is gonna have to back up and let these jumps come in.
So much happening, but in the end, Happy Hour able to survive, able to push Rots away. But they need to get a push, they need to get forward, they need to get past that second checkpoint themselves. And right now, their shot is already down. They're still fighting for their life. Trey able to get that pick onto Noctis is so important right there because it allows them to get forward. And you need to occupy that ground. You need to get up there in that top part of the map if you want to be able to push.
Yeah, that bike, that bats. Oh, that kid's gonna get punished out by Noctis there. We're gonna see trades, and that's not in the favor of Happy Hour at McDonald's. They need to get this checkpoint, Pat. They need to get it now, but they're not going to be able to. The Slosher's just on the high ground. The shot is there, and they have Bazooka at the ready. Will they be able to use it? Yes, they will, because they're able to stay alive because their teammate is there, and Nice showing the Slosher why it is such a good weapon from the high ground.
Yeah, but right now, Happy Hour, they have 2 players down on Rots, and they're on checkpoint number 2. There's just 20 seconds left, but Rots have no specials at the ready. Happy Hour looking to do it, looking to do what you didn't believe was possible, but just with 10 points, Rots is able to wipe them out. That's going to be the game and the set for Rots right there.
Oh my goodness, that was close. That was so much better from Happy Hour at McDonald's. They played so much better than they did in that game 1 and 2. They were not. I didn't feel the fight in those first 2 games. But in game 3, they woke up. They came alive. But unfortunately, it was a little bit too little, too late because that map is just a little bit better. It's a little bit more. It's a little bit better. It's a little more polished on the side of Rots, and they snuck out with it in the end. Just because I don't even think they snuck away with it, they muscled their way way forward on it. It was, but that one was a tough battle. That one was actually a really, in my opinion, that was the best match of the series.
Yeah, I mean, Happy Hour, they got there and they showed that they can. Rots, they showed that they could do it more. They showed that they had to do it. They showed they were stronger. Happy Hour clearly getting there, but Rotzlöffel is going to go to grand finals, get their rematch again against Point Panic because they met
Again.
They met in semifinals, and you saw them fight also yesterday in the Swiss. These 2 teams have fought so much. Point Panic got the upper hand twice, but both times it was by a hair.
Oh yeah, exactly. Both times in the playoff 3. Well, playoff 3 goes to game 3, but it actually went to game 3. It was a 2-1 series, and as we could see, in our semifinals, our upper semifinals, it also went to game 3. Or game 5, sorry, the final game. So we could be in here for a long series here, Pat. But while we get that set up, we are going to take a quick break. And people, don't forget that this is a charity event, and we'd love to donate to our amazing cause. But while we are doing that, we're going to set up that lobby. Don't go anywhere. Grand Finals is coming right up. Hello,
And
everybody.
welcome back.
Let's go, Pat. Let's go, Pat.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. And we're live. It's now time for grand finals between these two teams. We've seen them fight each other 2 times already this weekend, and we're going to see more, Ginny.
I am so excited because these two teams, it's been in favor of Pong Panic, Zenith's team, both times that they faced before, but both times it's gone to the final game. And honestly, both they've always just been kind of close, relatively close. Let's just say that. So we're in for a great series. Hopefully for viewership, we can go that nice bracket. Oh my gosh, it's not best of 5; it's best of 7.
It's best of 7. We're going to have so much Splatoon action, and I mean, with these two teams, I want to see as many games as we can. Make it best of 9. Can you get the TOs? Make it best of 9, please.
If we get a reset, it's best of 14.
Yes.
Oh no!
Yes. Yes. More.
I have school in the morning.
Oh, that's a you problem.
Oh, that is a me problem.
We are going to have a great final, and I'm getting news that on the side of beta bracket, we are in grand final, and Frostburn is up 1-0 again against Freddy Fazbear.
Ooh, art. Get it? It's the Freddy Fazbear.
Oh, okay.
That's.
I have no culture. Sorry.
No,
but
it's okay.
right now, let's talk about Zenith's team. That's going to go against this Rotzlöffel that we've seen a lot recently. They've clawed their way back onto that grand finals. They need a bracket reset, as you said. That would be a best of 14 if they're able to do it. And we know between these two teams that it's going to go the distance.
Yeah.
They've shown how even they are time and again. And Poem Panic got the best of them twice. Rotzlöffel, they need to do that now if they want to win.
Yeah, they're going to need 8, or Rotzlöffel needs 8 wins. 8 wins if they're going to win this thing. That is so many, Pat. Like, to beat a team 8 times is really difficult.
Yeah.
Luckily, there is a reset in there halfway through. But I'm gonna be worried because that's a lot of map picks, and that you're eventually gonna start just with how our map pool is. We're gonna be running the same maps. We are going to be playing the same map mode combinations later on.
I mean, if there is a reset, you can replay the same map modes.
Yeah, but it's so difficult to beat a team twice, let alone beat the team on the same mode and map twice. Because the team that loses learns more than the team that wins.
For sure. And we're going to start on Mahi zones. We start with a classic. We start with a fast one, a fighting one, and it's all about controlling that middle part of the map. Even when the water goes down and the map opens up a lot, you have this huge flat area. If you're able to win the fight there and keep that zone, you are set to make a lot of points.
All right, Pat, here we go. You ready? Grand finals?
Yep.
First best of 7. Here we go.
Here we go. Not much surprise for either team right there. And here we go. It looks like it's Atomic, Peru, Synapse, and Yukari on the side of Poem Panic this time.
Yeah. They have a large roster, so not too surprised to see them subbing in and out members. I'm guessing. I want chat to help me out. I'm guessing that's Gauss that's playing the Slosher because I don't remember Zenith playing too much Slosher in recent times.
Yeah, I think that's Gauss. Yes,
but the zone, the fight's going on in Poem Panic. They got the zone. They didn't get the zone, and they also haven't gotten the splats. They're getting forced pretty far back. Look at that splash roll. He's able to keep Atomic alive.
Yeah, Rotzlöffel right now, they won the fight, they won the control of the map, but Pump Panic is answering. They're coming back onto that zone strong, but they lost 2 players in the process. If that pencil is not able to neutralize, okay, they get the penalty applied, but they have lost 2 players. Tacticular is deployed, that's going to allow them to at least push a bit more forward, but Rotzlöffel is still around the zone.
Synapse are trying to run forward. They just don't have that control around the zone. And Uninkable, they're going to see a jump come in. They're able to get 1. They're able to get 2. That is really good. Bone Panic, they're starting to move their way up here, but unfortunately, they get shut down just a little bit. These tri-strikes from Nyes could prove to be a great entry tool for Rotzlöffel.
Yeah, and now it's Pump Panic in control of the map. They take the lead. They're going to get the water level dropping, and now the map opens. Now there's a lot of special to beat very fast, and Pump Panic have the numbers advantage and the control of the map right now. They're going to get in. They're going to get so much right there.
Yeah, they're gonna have to wait a little bit because they did get a penalty applied to them. They have lost one of their members up a little bit aggressively, and Tomic's able to at least break some armor. But right now, Nyes not in a very good spot. In such a dangerous spot. Needs to stay alive. Good, because those tri-strikes will be an insanely good entry tool.
Yeah, you need the strikes to get in, and right there the blaster gets put down by all the fire, and the Pump Panic with just 30 points left is looking to get this game, but Rots are getting in, trying to paint and getting that penalty applied. With 2 down, the game is still active.
Yeah, Pello able to jump out. They are pretty close to that cooler. They will be able to have that. So Pump Panic can have a good fight. And oh my goodness, Rots, they lose Nyes. That's not something you need to have happen. Noctis on this blaster, trying to find some spots on that side, but can't. Bazooka Pat, both sides, they're out. There's tri-strikes coming in. Can they neutralize the zone? Can they cap it? And they will. They'll get the full...
Yeah, with 2 minutes left, applying that penalty, keeping that lead is pretty good for Pump Panic right now. And getting a pick on the pencil and 3 down is incredibly good. That's going to be a huge advantage in the next fight. And right now, Pump Panic is looking to get rid of their penalty, Genie.
They are. They're looking so desperately hard to get this. They could walk away with this game right here if they can come up with a good defense. The final push from Rotzlöffel is coming in. They have a Waybreaker and tri-strikes out. They're trying to go in. Can the spots be found? They will be able to capture that zone and continue this game for a little bit longer.
Ooh! We have a lot of players down right there, but it looks like Rotzlöffel is going to win this team fight, is going to push Pump Panic away, and they don't have any penalty left. This is when they make their points. This is when they push for the KO. Pump Panic needs to regroup, prepare their specials. They already have the strikes. The strikes are coming, and the strikes are on the zone, but they're not enough to paint it completely. Rotzlöffel stays in control. Oh.
They gotta paint, they gotta hold, but you can't really paint all that much with the range blaster. They survive not quite long enough.
Just a bit more paint on the zone right there by Pump Panic in that last minute. Keep the control and are back with the zone, with the lead. Rotzlöffel are going to need a huge push because they need to push Pump Panic completely away. They want to win in overtime, and that Zuka is going to be a very good start. That's a triple.
Oh, the jump! They gotta punish this jump. Okay, they good. They are able to get the jump before they get more than just a singular splat. But Pat, this is going to have to be an overtime flip. I feel it. Maybe the ticks can work in their favor, and it'll be close.
Yeah, Rotzlöffel right now, they need to defend, they need to paint over these strikes if they want to keep the zone right there. Penalty applied would be so bad, but 2 down onto Pump Panic. Rotzlöffel looking to get that comeback right in the overtime. Oh! Just 1 point left and the strikes are going to be enough. Rots get level number 1. These 2 teams are so evenly matched.
Oh, Pat, I can't deal with 14 games of this. I won't have any soul left. I'll literally just be a husk, bro.
It's written on the contract. We have to. I'm so happy that we have to. These are the best games to cast. And it's just game number 1. And it's been so back and forth. and tied up just to the final second. They were 1 point away and managed to get it by a hair.
I'm honestly, this will be great. Like as much as this would be like, it will. Pat and I will be gone at the end of this. It will be so entertaining because I haven't had the opportunity to really do a long set like this in a while. Because we've gone to that grand finals best of 5 format. So to have see the best of 7s and it be a double elim, we haven't done that since like early S2, late S1, bro.
It still happens, but yeah, we don't do that often, but it's for charity. We're here to show you as much game as we can, and honestly, with these 2 teams, I'm so thankful that we get to see as many games as we can.
Yes, Splatoon is such an entertaining game to watch. It's also an entertaining game to play. So I'm here for it, and I'm also here for map 2. Splatoon's on Hanglefish Market. I kind of said everything I needed to say about it earlier before, but if you missed that, a very neutral map, a very common counter pick, and wide open space. If you have pencils, you're gonna have a good time. If you don't have pencils, you might not have as great of a time. I do have to say, having Atomic and Synapse have the double wall on a map like this really actually truly helps you a lot.
This is the map, and honestly, between these 2 teams, there's Yoshel and Zenith. Back in the era of Please Forfeit going into Paddling Pool, they will always counterpick this map. They wanted to show that they were better on this map, and now they're in opposite teams and counterpicking this map against each other. It's kind of telling, and honestly, winning on this map is, if there's one map mode where winning allows you to say, I'm better than you, I beat you on the classic map of Splatoon 3, this is the map.
Oh, true. Very, very true. Early cap and early splat already on the side of Rotzlöffel. They got the advantage, and they've got a cooler moving forward, but the defensive cooler is also here for Poem Panic. So any splats, which kind of just be mitigated a little bit here, but that's still good zone control, and that's still good points.
Yeah, that's Rotzlöffel getting the early points right there, and Poem Panic just struggling to regroup, to prepare their push. They have the specials ready, they're going to get in, and now 50 points for Rotzlöffel, and Poem Panic trying to get in, but the strikes are slowing them down right there. They're not able to get out of their spawn. Synapse looking to get in, but really struggling. Rotzlöffel is watching every angle, and right now they're looking to get a very fast KO, Ginny!
This will be it. This is the final moment of this game. This could be over like so fast. This is zones for you at times. The strikes are out, but I don't feel like they went in the right spot. They gotta paint the zone. Oh my goodness, the splat. They got 2 splats on the zone. That's what saved them. Home Panic. Wow.
In the nick of time, Poem Panic is able to not only get the zone, but get forward push Rotzlöffel away. 3 points though. Poem Panic, they need a KO now. They need to get in, and they need to force Rotzlöffel, force them out away from the zone and hold it for a full minute.
They do. It's gonna be difficult to get at least a good spot on the side of Noctis there. We're gonna see the shot push forward, and this the double team combo that we've seen all day. Knives and Noctis, they are going to be running up here onto the spot, trying to get control and trying to force Poem Panic back into the spawn, but they're already there.
And right now we are 2 versus 2. It's just Yoshel standing for Rotzlöffel. The jumps are going to come in, but so do the tri-strike. The zone is going to flip probably. Wait, the zone is not flipped yet. Okay, they get it. Poem Panic able to get themselves, to keep themselves in that game, but they need to push Rotz away. And right now it's not working. They have 3 players down. Rotz is back on top again.
My goodness, this map, Pat. This is going to be coming to a Zuka shot here. We're going to see what they can find. They won't be able to find anything, and they've lost it. Nice as well. They've gone down on that slosher. Atomic is going to grab that cooler with the rest of their team and try and march forward. They get Noctis out as well. That's good. What can they do? Them and Signups are running forward here. These tri-strikes, they need to be able to find space with it, and they do. They get that zone paint and the penalty applied.
Yeah, right now Point Panic able to get that control, able to get this blast. They need to make this last. If they want to keep that zone tactically deployed, is going to help them a lot.
Oh,
And
no.
denying the wave breaker is so good. They're going to be able to just run in and get the
Good.
splats.
Oh my goodness, good splash there. Yoshi's able to get one, but they need some more. They need some more because this is your final moments here, Pat. Rotzlöffel needs to go in with these tri-strikes. These have to find space on the zone. They need to find the neutralization. They're able to get one spot, but they've lost their pencil in the process. Strikes will be beautiful. That'll paint it fully.
Oh, the strikes are getting the zone and allowing Roth to get in the wipe out with just a minute and a half left. Roth, they just gave themselves a huge option on this game. Right now, Point Panic, they need another big push, and they're getting spawn camped now.
Zuka, it is dominant sometimes when you see shots like that. Just that massive explosion radius, and Pat, the time it's gone. This game is gonna be over unless he strikes. No, not close enough. Oh my, 2 in a row for Rotzlöffel.
Yeah, after losing 2 sets to Point Panic, Rotzlöffel are up 2-0 against them. But this is not best of 3 this time. This is not best of 5. This is best of 7. They have to go the distance. And Point Panic, now they have to counterpick again. And this time don't counterpick a map that Rotzlöffel is happy to see. Go somewhere you have the upper hand.
I'm wanting them to go to either a Clanblitz or a Rainmaker. The zones map was close, Pat. It was close. I'm gonna be honest. It's okay if they go. I wouldn't be shocked to see them go back to zones.
Yeah,
because there is a lot of people that have strong egos when it comes to zones. And zones is an ego mode. If you're the better team, you win on the zones map 9 times out of 10. But if you're 2 teams that are very close, then it's whoever has bigger pop-off moments. So, oftentimes people see like, oh, zones, I must pick zones because I must ego the other team to oblivion. And
hate zones.
Zones Mako. That I don't.
Well,
I don't see that as being a pick
against Rotzlöffel. Point Panic, you know what a blaster and a slusher can do on this map.
But it's also zones Mako. Everybody's good at it. Like,
oh yeah, everybody's good at it. But it's such a map with ledges. Some weapons, some players are better at it than others. And again, Point Panic going into a map mode that's good for Rotzlöffel. They're really going hard mode on themselves right there.
Yeah, I like it because they know it, but then the other team also knows it and they were feeling it. So it's gonna be so difficult here, Pat. I'm looking like this could be this isn't going to be a momentum turning map, I don't feel. This will be just a point on the board for either team. So I don't know, we're gonna have to see how it plays out because all I know is that it's battle time. And we're going to have a match on our hands. This, I feel like it's going to be quick. Either way. No matter which way we're looking at it, it'll be quick.
It will be quick. It will be good. Let's see how it goes. And yeah, not much surprise in terms of weapons brought to the table right there. Point Panic, they need to counter that blaster and that slusher on the side of Rotzlöffel. If they're able to just not let them get under their ledges, they'll have a field day, but right now at least they get that blaster. But right now Rotzlöffel has the zone and are looking to get more.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of control, but they've lost one of their members. The Zuka is out. Sign-offs, what can you find? They're forcing Knives to drop onto that low ground. The tri-strikes are going to be out. They have their counter tri-strike, but Home Panic, they use their tri-strikes, but they've lost 2 members, and they don't have control of zone.
Yeah, right now Rotzlöffel is in control again. Point Panic, despite getting the upper hand in 2 sets, they are really struggling against this new Rotzlöffel that are in full force right now. 50 points left already. we're just at the end of the first minute, and Rotzlöffel is looking to get more splats. Getting that splat on the pencil is so important, and a trade after that. Rotzlöffel staying in control of the zone. Are they gonna get out of a crazy hold of the zone?
They're trying. The Zukas are out. The Tristicks are out, but they got the splats, but they still don't have the zone. You're gonna have to paint the zone, please. They're getting some splats. No, they go down. Ooh. They get the zone. Thank you. The game continues a little bit longer.
The zone goes to Panic, but Rotzlöffel right now, they're still in the fight. They're still around the zone, and they're counter pushing now.
Bro.
2 down onto Panic. Rotzlöffel is back on track and just back onto the attack knives. He's just getting in and getting the fights.
They're getting in there. They're getting out. Good play with that cooler. We're gonna see this combo again. These tri-strikes from both sides. Where do you want to use them, and who do you want to force into a bad spot? Noctis goes down on that left side of our screen. Oh, that's 3 down. Home Panic. You have got in here, and you have specials to spare. This is it, Pat. This could be the moment where they could snowball on this defensive with specials in hand.
Yeah, Panic being able to push without using their special is so important right now, but they need to make it count. That Zuka is not going to find the Blaster. The Blaster is going to find Pix. Okay, gets punished for it. There's 2 down onto Rotz, and right now Panic is making good points. We're halfway through the game, and Rotz need a way in. They have the cooler, but they need these strikes to count. They need to get the picks right there, otherwise Panic could run away with the zone. Here, 3 players up there, and Panic keeps control of the zone.
It's going to be a tight zone. Noctis won't be able to paint this. The Range Blaster will not be able to paint that as much as you need to. Nice on this high ground. You need to stay alive. You need to get these trash checks up. You see Atomic is on their screen. They get 1 spot. Can they get another? They get the penalty applied. That is massive. Rotzlöffel, they're able to make sure that they don't get Uno reverse carded. But unfortunately for them, they got the zone, but it cost them everything, and Panic still has the zone ticking down.
As the zone ticking down, and Azuka attacking the defense of Rotz right there. The Blaster is still dodging and staying alive, but Rotz has a huge task for themselves right now. They need to paint the zone fast because there isn't that much penalty left, Genie. No. And Panic looking to get their first game, but they're not able to get it yet. Rotz is back on the attack.
Yeah, Panic, they have control of the zone. The strikes are out here, Pat. These could be pivotal, and they will. They'll capture the zone. They'll capture it, but they won't get the splats, meaning that the splats are going to be coming in favor of Panic. They've lost their charger in the back line, which is not good, because that's your cooler weapon, but they should have an opportunity to get back in here. But they've lost members on the left and the right. So finally, Rotzlöffel is able to put their foot back on this zone.
Yeah, Rotz in the last minute, still being in control, still having the upper end, and not having that much of a penalty right now, but Panic back on the attack, getting 2 players looking to get in. Tacticaler is in, so all of Rotz will be back very soon, but at least Panic is getting... That Slosher is getting a lot, is punished by Bazooka, but right now Panic just needs to hold the zone for 10 more seconds if they want to get the lead. But 2 players down, Rotz is going to camp the zone again. Rotz stays in the lead, 15 seconds left, and all they need to do is paint that square.
Painting square, it can be a little bit harder than you expect sometimes, especially when Panic, they're able to get in there relatively for free, because I'm pretty sure Atomic was just kind of chilling there on the side. Here goes the strike shot, Pat, right before we go into overtime, and they're going to be perfect, and they're going to be beautiful, and Rotzlöffel, they are up with a 3-0 lead in this best of 7.
Rotzlöffel, they're coming from Blue's side, but they've just switched gears. They've just changed the team that they have. They are stronger than ever, and right now, Panic, they're panicking. They don't know what to do against that team.
Oh, honestly, Pat, I'm a little bit amazed because these 2 teams have gone to in the best of 3, game 3, in the best of 5, game 5. This does not look like we're gonna see a game 7 until reset. I'm very worried
Mhm.
I'm very worried, but I'm happy that we got a good grand finals on our hand. That's all I know. Don't panic. They need to find a way. This will be their final counter pick. I'm hoping that they don't go back to zones, but
Don't go back to zones. It's not working. Yeah,
it was closer. I guess.
Right now, Pump Panic, they don't need close. They need a comeback. They need to find back their groove because right now it's all Rotzlöffel. Everything is for them. And Pump Panic, they don't know what to do. Zones is not working. Go to something else.
Nope, zones umami. No.
Wait.
No.
Yeah.
They can go.
I mean,
zones Mahi, zones Hagel, zones Mako, zones umami.
it's...
Yeah, I don't know. The Triton was Friday if you wanted to play zones.
I wouldn't say I'm surprised, Ginny. And like, this is the kind of map modes where these players want to play, where they want to show that they're better. But at some point, you want to switch the dynamic. You want to go somewhere where you are comfortable. And let your opponent's going to counter pick it at some point anyways. You don't need to pick it right now. You need to pick something you're good at, you're better at, and zones is not working for you. No. This is going to be a very, very uphill battle for Point Panic right now. They need a reverse sweep if they want to avoid the bracket reset and Rots. I mean, they have to be happy with that counter pick.
Honestly, I'm okay. I'm kind of okay here, Pat, with them going to zones and them changing up the strategies with that roller. Because right now, you're looking at the reset. They're not. There's no way that they're getting this reverse sweep happening. You're looking at the reset, and you're looking at taking information in this game. You've lost this battle, but the war is still on. You need to take information. You need to find some hope, and you need to find some momentum going into the reset. But for right now, they want to get this game.
They want to get this game, but it's not working! Rotzlöffel is opening strong with 2 players down, plus a trade for the continuation. Pelu has to move back, has to keep some space at least. And Pump Panic is really struggling in their own spawn. Rotzlöffel has the control, the strikes are nowhere near the zones. I'm not going to get anything right there.
No. Ooh, can Atomic find any spots? No, they're gonna go from high ground. No, they're gonna get that crushed onto not to say. Synapse as that Zuka fades. HP, PX, can they get the spots? No, they won't be able to. They're finally Poem Panic is able to get something going on this map.
Poem Panic getting some answer, getting some momentum, getting some ground. This is what they need. They are finding ways to get in, finding ways to win these team fights. But Rotzlöffel is already back on the attack. And look at that, they're just getting in, getting the splats. And right there, that's the zones for them. But Panic didn't manage to keep anything.
No, they had a basic amount of time. That was about it. Now you've got to watch out for these tri-strikes. Bazooka's going to be able to come online soon. Home Panic, they have everything though. They have pretty much everything other than their cooler at the ready. And they've used 1, haven't found anything. They're using 2, and have found 1. Okay, they've got another. Okay, this is something.
Yeah, they get 2 players, they activate the cooler and the bubble right now. That's a good push for Poem Panic. They're able to apply penalty, but look at that. All of Rots is back on the attack, is ready to get back in there. And the blaster, okay, Atomic is still doing atomic things right there, but is it going to be enough? Yes, it's going to be enough this time. Poem Panic back in control of the zones.
Finally, there we go. This is footing. They've got the choke point. Rotzlöffel has to now find a way for themselves to break through this. But they have some paint. What they don't have is all their members alive. They need to get some specials up here, Pat. They need to get this quick, or else they're going to lose their lead, which they worked pretty hard for. Oh my goodness.
Oh. And again, Rots getting these picks before getting their push in. The strikes are going to get in. And right now, Poem Panic denying the push, keeping the zones, keeping their scores. And Poem Panic finally getting their groove, defending the zones and getting that lead with 2 down onto Rots. This is Poem Panic getting their head back into the game.
Yeah, Pulling Panic Slosher jumping in, getting 2, and then getting a 3rd there. That's how they got this. That was a pop-up moment that they needed. The strikes are out. Atomic's going in. Atomic gets 1. Atomic gets 2. Zone needs to be painted. Atomic finally goes down. There's only going to be Yosha alive. They're gone. That's not going to let anyone be able to get close for Rotzlöffel to paint that zone. And finally, Pulling Panic gets something to cheer about, Pat. But it only costs them everything in this first half of Grand Finals.
And you have to give it to Atomic. That switch to the roller, it's always risky to bring a roller, but the roller really worked, created the opportunities, got the picks, won the fights, and right there, Pulling Panic, they have 1 point on the board. And they're still very much in danger of losing this set, of going to a bracket reset. Rotzlöffel has pretty much the bracket reset on lock, but Pulling Panic, they have a point on the board right now. They know they can do it. They are getting their head back into the game. They're starting to get back into Rotzlöffel's head and able to come back.
Yeah, we're most likely just gonna straight up head to a tower control game. I'm not 1,000% sure if we can go to Hagglefish because of the Rotzlöffel winning Hagglefish already, but not have winning tower control yet. So I'll just have to confirm that. That also could prove interest because that means that they would also not be able to go to Mackelmart. So meaning that they have Inkblot and Shipshape Cargo Company left on the board if they want to go to tower control.
I mean, I could see Inkblot coming.
Yeah.
We've seen them counterpick Inkblot before. That's a good one for them. I think they're allowed to go back to maps that has been played. It's just map modes that can't be played again. And they're going to go to Hagglefish Bracket for a tower control. What a surprise, Genie!
There we go. That makes sense. So we've seen what they've done on this. We've seen what they have done. We've seen how they can work around with it. It is becoming one of the most played tower control maps overall, so a lot of teams are kind of used to it. But there's the teams that are well-oiled machines on it that are like F1 cars, and then there's your classic Honda Civics.
But here we go, game number 5. Atomic bringing back that roller. Other than that, we're not seeing any change from either team. It's it's all about to be decided by the ink right there.
Yep. But here we go, Pat. I'm ready for this. Cooler out already pretty fast for both sides, but that's no shocker because that's what the pencils do in the first 15 seconds of the game. They just get that cooler.
Yeah, and right now is already 1 down on the side of Pulling Panic, but as you said, the coolers are deployed. It's not that bad, but Rotzlöffel are getting in, using everything they have, and right now, that blaster is creating the threats, forcing Pulling Panic to be back, and Rotzlöffel is at checkpoint 1 in the first minute and looking to get it. The strikes are going to delay it, but Yoshel is getting that checkpoint.
Good first checkpoint. That was sneaky. Staying on that tower, just staying alive, and letting your teammates fight in other areas, letting that objective tick down, and honestly, getting a checkpoint like that, I would take that every day.
Yeah, that checkpoint is so good. It means every push from then on is so much faster. Pulling Panic, they need to get that checkpoint themselves, but they're struggling to get control of the map right now. They get 2 players down onto Rotz. That's going to be their push. That's their cue to go forward and try to get the pushes. Atomic just surviving however she can, but at least Pelu is at that checkpoint looking to get it.
Yeah, she couldn't quite stay alive there. And also, big bubbler on this map. Oh my goodness. 3 just go down. She set up to Atomic. They come out of the crime scene. They just absolutely murdered 3.
And we have a lead swap. Pulling Panic is going to go to checkpoint number 2 with a tactical active. They just need to keep someone on the tower right there and defend it a bit more than... The doubler is deployed just a bit too late, and Rotzlöffel is saving that checkpoint, saving the tower, and pushing everything away.
Yeah, Yoshel is going to bounce that tower back in the mid a little bit. But Poem Panic, they are here. They are ready to go. Dry Strikes are out. Poem Panic are going to force the members of Rotzlöffel to scatter a little bit with their own Zuka. Their counter Zuka. It's not going to find all that much value. Maybe something. They'll find one.
Ooh, they find one, and lots of picks are found for Poem Panic. Poem Panic winning the fights right now. That's what they need to do. And they are clawing their way back in this set, Ginny. Rotzlöffel are struggling to go forward despite it being their counter pick right now. They don't find any opening, any way to get back that tower.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried. They've got some time. They just need some splats. They got that first checkpoint pretty early, and they haven't really had a super good opportunity. Now that they have this one I would definitely count as an opportunity. As long as they can get the splats on the sides of the map. They get the trades, which are just as good, but unfortunately for them, the combo of Atomic and Azuka sign up from across the map was a little bit too much, meaning that this push is over, Pat.
Push, yeah, it's over, but it's not done. We have a minute and a half left in this game. Poem Panic still has the upper hand, but all two teams are in the same checkpoint. If one team is able to just create some momentum, get a push, it could go fast. And right now, 2 players down on Poem Panic. Rotzlöffel are bringing that tower forward and getting in. That Blaster is trying to get an extra pick. And right now, Rotzlöffel, they're looking to get in. The strikes are at the tower, but there's no checkpoint, so that's just a minor delay right there. 2 down onto Poem Panic, and Rotzlöffel are moving forward more and more.
Oh, so darn close. This could be a wipeout. That is a beautiful play. Rotzlöffel not respecting the gazebo enough. Having the slosher come off of the high ground, coming off of the top ropes. You have to take control of that area. That is such an important area to take, and they neglected it. And that will most likely cost them this game. That's an effective wipeout, Pat.
That's a delayed wipe onto Rotzlöffel. And Poem Panic, they're not even pushing the tower right now. They're just holding me, making sure that they have control of this map, waiting for what Rotzlöffel is going to do. But they've managed to get a pick on their pencil. They're going to have a cooler advantage in this final part of the game.
Yeah, this is honestly a really good look from Poem Panic. They took their losses from the previous maps, and they've been looking good. No matter what happens in this overtime, I count this as a win for Poem Panic.
Yeah. Poem Panic is learning, and right now they are looking to seal the deal. 2 down onto Rods, but Rods are on the tower. Never mind, Poem Panic is going to get it before the jumps in, and we are now 2-3 by Poem Panic. They're coming back, Ginny. It's not over.
They're coming back. Over. It's not. I'm going to be worried if Rotzlöffel loses the next game. I'm still not on red alert mode. I know it seems a little weird, but like I'm not starting ringing the comeback bells quite yet, because whatever the next map could be very, very one-sided in Rotzlöffel, and then it's like, oh well, they got a good one of the good zones maps, and then it was a close tower control match where there was 3 pop-off performances by the bucket.
Ginny, we are now getting to game 6 of this best of 7. Poem Panic, we counted them out at some point. And, like, let's be honest, had they lost that game number 4 and went into bracket reset with a 4-0, that would have been devastating mentally. Like, you don't come back from that. But now they are coming back. Now they're getting their head back in the game. They're showing to Rotzlöffel that, yeah, we can beat you on your own counter pick, on your preferred mode. Come on, keep picking tower. We are waiting for you. And right now, we're going to go to Rainmaker on Hagglefish. Is it allowed?
No, that's not a map that we're going to. Okay. We don't have Rainmaker on Hagglefish available to us. What we do have available to us is Spot Zones, Barnacle, and Dime.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense. More zones going. And back to Splat Zones. These 2 teams want to fight each other on Splat Zones. Can't blame them. Rotzlöffel, I mean, they've shown their dominance on zones so far. Poem Panic able to get it onto Umami, but other than that, Rotzlöffel has shown themselves dominant against them. It's all going to be decided by what team is able to get the lockout. This map is so lockout heavy. This could go one way or the other, but the team that's able to take the other team's snipe has such a huge advantage.
Yeah. It has a similar playstyle to Umami in its choke point, but besides that, the maps are shaped. They have a similar shape and a similar choke point, but the positioning of cover and that are very different. So this kind of leans a little bit in a neutral area because both teams, Rotzlöffel, they have 3 zones wins, but Poem Panic, their only zones win was on that Umami. By the way, if anyone's keeping track, we have zones Robo Ramen ready for Game 7 if we need a final zones map, because that would be the last one we can have.
Yep, but right now our teams are fighting for that zones. The blaster is back to the regular blaster, but 2 down onto Poem Panic right now. Everybody's tactical out, so the jumps will be back in there pretty soon, but at least Rotzlöffel is able to get that first control over the zone.
They are. Ooh, the sloshers, they see each other. They're trying to fight this out. We have a lot of Zukas back and forth, but that's going to be Rotzlöffel's coming out on top. The tri-strikes, will they come out here from 9? Will they force the members of Poem Panic to jump out in the position? No, just opting to hold on to them and let them just fall back themselves with bomb pressure.
Yeah, Rotz already halfway through in terms of points. All the strikes are going everywhere, and we are still fighting for the zone. Poem Panic not able to capture the zone yet, but Rotzlöffel is still holding strong.
Oh
They're
my.
not able to pay, they just have Atomic and Pelu. Atomic needs to... Oh, wait, Atomic is down. Rotz is going to get that game number 6 right there.
Not quite yet. There's still a little bit of time here, Pat. It's going to be a splattered miracle at this point in time, and now I'm going to call it. That will be the game, and that will be a reset. Oh, Pat. My goodness, was that a turnaround from the previous matchups between these two teams?
Yeah, it was. I mean, Poem Panic, they showed they showed they can beat them. They brought themselves back in this set number 1. They managed to get 2 games, bring it to a game 6. But Rotzlöffel has shown the dominance in that first set, and now, as we're going into a bracket reset, Poem Panic, I mean, what do? Do they switch players? They have other players. Do they switch strategy? Do they keep counter-picking zones? We will know very, very soon. But, I mean, that first set was huge, was long, and was pretty close between these 2 teams. And we're back to zones on Mahi Mahi.
I believe our start is on zones on let's see. Grand finals. What's our reset map list?
Our reset.
Oh, you see grands here.
Yeah.
That's all I see. I don't see it. Barnacle and Dime.
Start on Barnacle. So...
Boom. There we go. Barnacle and Dime will be what we got. Before we go into talking about Barnacle and Dime, which is a map that we literally just saw, we gotta remind everybody, this is a charity tournament. And people, this is grand finals. This is the last opportunity you could donate. This is reset. You got no more chances. So I'd like to see that number down in the bottom corner.
Yeah.
There. Down there. I'd like to see that up to 3K. We've got not too much more money to get up there. Give or take $130. So
we can do this.
I know we got 2 streams. We can do that.
And you guys have been so generous this game, and we are helping Gamers Outreach, an organization that allows kids in hospitals to have a good time, which sounds like not much, but is actually so important. It's been shown scientifically that kids recover faster and better from their time in the hospital if they had a good time. But as we say that, game number 1 is starting, and we're back onto that same map that we just saw, and it's on Poem Panic to revert the momentum and make it work this time.
Yeah, I'm. It's hard to beat a team twice in a row right after each other, and it's just how the map list rolled out in. We'll see whose favorite it'll roll out in. At the moment, it's looking like Rotzlöffel, even though they don't have control of the zone.
Yeah, and right now Rotzlöffel
Atomic.
Atomic getting the splat, but is it enough? Rotzlöffel has the control of the zone, and Bomb Panic is really struggling to get in. Rotzlöffel looking to attack there, have the strikes, they have the bubbler right there, looking to get in, but Atomic knows how bubbler works and gets a double.
Yeah, she just was able to get in there, up in close and personal. That's going to be PX getting 1, getting 2. Can they get 3? No, the jumps will be punished. It's just going to be the slosher left alive. They have a cooler, and they are going to see their opposing number 9s. But they are, the zone, it's still ticking up for Rotzlöffel, and they have this cooler, and they have the specials coming on.
And Rotzlöffel, again, despite being pushed, they managed to keep that zone, to not let that zone be captured by Bomb Panic. Bomb Panic activating the strike. This is now, they need to flip that zone now. Yeah, and that bubbler just to make sure that they have it, but right now Rotzlöffel counter pushing, getting the zone back for free because Bomb Panic had to use everything they had just to get the zone.
Oh, I thought they were gonna go a little bit more with that, and that's gonna be not just getting a good splat there with the regular blaster, not having that extra range, but having that faster kill time, that just the faster explosion radius as well. Then the range is a little bit slower. But the splats are coming in pretty easily here. That might have opened up the door. Bomb Panic should be able to get in here. But Yoshel, with these jumps, will they be punished by the tri-strikes? One of them will.
One is, Atomic is punished, deploys the bubble before, but at least Bomb Panic was able to get to the zone, but they didn't paint it. They didn't flip it. There's pretty much no penalty left for Rotzlöffel, and Rotzlöffel is looking to get that game number 1. Bomb Panic have to run at the zone and paint with everything they have right now, just a few more points, and Rotzlöffel is going to get that first game.
No, their strikes missed! They hit 2 of them into the wall! That would have been close. I think they could have been able to neutralize it, Pat, and it might have been able to flip, but we'll never know because 2 of those strikes hit the wall.
Yeah, I think it was too late anyways.
We'll never know, Pat. That's the
thing.
Never
know. We'll never know. But game number 1 goes to Rotzlöffel and Bomb Panic. Now they have to be worried.
Yeah, beaten twice on the same map, not something that you want. Like, no, seriously, Pat. I was sitting there like this as well. Like it's
in disbelief. Like,
over.
What's happening?
Exactly. It's over. I don't know. It's not over until Judd.
Yeah.
Until Judd says it's over, but
Judd decides. Judd tell us. But right now we're going to go to the next map. And if you're Bomb Panic, don't go to a lockout map. Don't go to a zones map. Go to
Rainmaker, please. Try something.
Somewhere funky. Go to Rainmaker. Just use a curling and just throw Atomic onto them and splat them all.
Oh my.
But no, we're going back to zones, back to Mamirans.
Oh, it's hard, Pat, to stay like on the mic and be like, "Hey, guys, this is cool." When it looks like it's a scrim. It looks like we're scrimming zones.
It's the map modes they prefer. It's where they want to show they're better, and between these players. There's bragging rights. They want to show, okay, we want to beat you on these map modes particularly. It's about pride. And when you make it this far into the tournament, when you make it this far into the scene at that skill level, you're allowed to have some pride.
Get the win. You get the win. You beat the team. Doesn't matter. I get the result. I beat you.
I mean. And
I feel like they can win here. They need to show it. They've done the winning. Also, it's a different roster. They had Prochara in yesterday. He's not here today.
Yeah, but that's the map where they won. That's the map where Poem won in set number 1 of this grand final. So they can feel like this one at least they can get it, but they need to make sure that they keep the surprise going, that they keep the splats happening.
Yeah. Ooh. It's time. Umami. This was a map that they did win though, so I'm
Yeah.
a little bit more okay with that, but we'll see. We're gonna have that V blaster come out again from Rotzlöffel. But besides the opening moments here, we need to see a different story here from Paul Panic, and right now it's looking like the same story.
Well, it's the story of them at least getting the first control over the zone. Rotzlöffel has been pushed back. This is what Point Panic wants to get for the start. They want to avoid Bazookas though. That's going to be a trade from Bazooka, and Atomic sealing the deal, getting 1 nice, able to survive, running away right there.
Yeah. Ooh, Atomic, gotta watch out for that bomb. Does have the big bubbler online, could pop that down in the choke point, but it most likely will get destroyed by a tri-strike very, very, very easily. And that's an early bubble used from Rotzlöffel, not gonna be used in zone. And there's Atomic running through it, absolutely. Just so fast, and jumping out fast with that cooler.
Yeah, and right there, Rotzlöffel are kind of struggling to get back in, but with 2 splats right there on the super jump, they're able to apply penalty, they're able to get themselves in the game, and this is when they get some momentum, and once they have momentum, especially in zones, they're able to do so much.
Yeah, and Pat, this high ground, and now being in control of Rotzlöffel, and we've seen how hard it is for Home Panic to get in. It takes them very, almost a miracle. Not quite, but very, very, very close. And again, they're going into this low ground against a blaster. That is very difficult. Seeing a roller and a sniper to try and get in here now, it's gonna be difficult.
And right now the lead has swapped for Rotzlöffel, and Point Panic looking to get away in. Bazooka is able to find the pig, but the pig is coming a bit late right now. Rotzlöffel just 20 points away from victory. At least 1 zone is capped by Point Panic, but only 1 zone is not enough. And Rotzlöffel is cleaning up right now, just 15 points left. Point Panic needs to cap now.
Pello is going to get punished here with that Zuka. This zone, Pat, it's going to be neutralized. So few players left. And Rotzlöffel, they are up to a 2-0 lead in this Grand Finals reset against a team that beat them twice yesterday. Well, once yesterday and once today.
Rotzlöffel are getting game number 2. They're up 2-0, and Ginny, this looks eerily like set number 1 of this grand final. Rotzlöffel again up, beating Point Panic on their counter pick, and Point Panic flabbergasted.
I'm begging you. Don't go back to zone. Just show, like, I know I'm just a commentator, but like, please, for entertainment value, show us something else, something more for the people to watch. I'm okay with more zones, but like, I'm not okay with more zones. I'm not.
It's they're right. You want to choose the map mode? Get to grand finals yourself.
Wait, Ayo, I have someone that's saying they're willing to donate $50 for a Remake game, and was asked to notify us. Oh my, that would get us almost halfway to our 3,000. That would be awesome. But yeah, I'd love.
Okay,
I'd love a Remake game.
we're hearing that players have been notified that a $50 donation would be done for a Rainmaker game. We'll see if the players heed
Look at our
that
score,
request.
Pat. Look at it. We're within 40.
Oh, just 40 more points. That, come on. Big Rainmaker, and we get to 3K.
Yes,
come on.
Please. I don't care if it's Humpback. I don't care. Humpback would be good for the roller. I'm gonna show up on us. Humpback would be good. Museum, Scorch, Undertow. Those are your other options. Scorch, not a roller map. Not much of a roller map. Let's see what it is. Oh, okay.
It's. I mean,
sunshine and rainbows, Pat. Think of sunshine and rainbows and happiness.
It was typed in the start chart. Maybe they didn't have time to see it. Maybe we'll see it next game. But for now, we're going to Splat Zones on Hago Fish Market.
Yeah.
It's very right. They get there, and honestly, it's always the map mode where we see teams showing their skill.
Hey, yo, they changed it up, baby! Rainmaker Scorch Guard!
Okay.
Let's go.
Thank you. Psych.
Let's go. Oh.
Rainmaker Scorch Guard. And suddenly everything changes. Suddenly. Complete change of momentum.
I'm happy. I'm so happy. I'm like... Oh, Pat,
Yep.
I love Scorch, and I love Scorch Rainmaker. That's just me. So, I don't know. I'm excited to see a non zones mode for now. I don't mind watching these teams duke it out on zones because it's cool and all. But like, we've got choices, people. It's like going to a restaurant and ordering the exact same dish, the exact same dime every single time, and never trying anything else.
Hey, we're going to see something else, and now like there could be a lot that changes because all the map modes that we've seen so far had very similar dynamic. You know, now everything's on the table.
Oh yeah.
I expect to see more roller action on the side of Atomic. It's been working, but curling can allow you to make a path for your Rainmaker so fast, and having a bubble around the checkpoint means you get the checkpoint for free. Now, there's lots that could come on either side from any team right there, and we got the $50 donation. Thank you so much. We are now past the $3,000. Thank you so much for for all of that, and thank you.
Like, that's a lot of money, Pat. That is a lot of money going to a great cause from this amazing Splatoon community. Wow.
Oh, and we see on the side of Point Panic, no backline. Pelu is switching to the Zap they want to go fast. They want to go as fast as they can, and having no backline, having the Zap instead allows them to just run whenever they need to.
Yes, I like that. You gotta stay speedy. You gotta stay fast on Rainmaker at times. Pencil's really good. Like, don't get me wrong. Pencil is very, very good. But it can feel a little bit clunky on Rainmaker at times.
Yeah, especially since like the Zap gives you an extra bomb, which for defense, having a bomb, putting a section in position is so gonna look at that Atomic just going in there with the roller, putting the bubbler, securing that checkpoint. That's going to be checkpoint. Right. Secure for Point Panic, and this is the kind of momentum that Point Panic wants. And why didn't you do that earlier?
It's not over yet. It's not over yet, Pat. Rotzlöffel could easily, could easily find their way back into this one. But it's something. It's something.
It's something indeed. Right now, Rotzlöffel. Under the checkpoint, not able to get it yet, just looking to get in. All of Point Panic is defending though, and the blaster is down. That will be no bubbler to get that checkpoint. Right now, Point Panic is going to get the reset onto the Rainmaker. The team that gets the pop is in a very good spot to go forward.
Oh, there's one down. Pat, they get swung on. The trade is there. Hello. Back onto the Zap. Has to watch out. They need to keep a few alive here. Oh my goodness. Lots of people back and forth, bro. We are just watching it, and that's a wipeout. Rotzlöffel should have this checkpoint for free now, Pat.
Yeah, that's a wipe out, and I don't think they had the tactical active right there. Rotzlöffel is getting the checkpoint, and they're going to get a lot of more points from that.
Any leaders? Any get the lead?
Wait.
Thank you. Thank you. I was worried that they were all gonna fall and they weren't gonna take lead.
Yeah, Point Panic able to answer pretty fast right there, and at least they're back into the game. Rotzlöffel got the lead, didn't get that much point. We're going to see a bigger push before the end of this game.
Yeah, but a lead is a lead no matter how small it is.
Oh yeah.
if you have the opportunity and the Rainmaker's sitting right there and you can sneak it to get lead,
Oh yeah.
please do it.
Yeah, and right now,
Oh my goodness, how did Atomic hit him?
getting forward, just swimming through everything, but Point Panic not able to capitalize off that, not able to get that lead back. All of Rotzlöffel on the defense. Rotzlöffel is going to get mid pretty much for free. All of Point Panic is coming back from spawn, and Point Panic now, they have 2 minutes to get that lead back, and I mean it's going to look harder and harder as time goes by.
Yeah, it will be. It will be. They do have a lot of specials that they're going to go up against as well. So it's going to be even tougher for the next few seconds here. The Zuka is out. What can it find? It won't find anything, but the teammates will find at least 3 all the way around. We have the roller sniffed out, found out. She's able to get 1. She's able to get 2. Atomic going absolutely massive.
How do you get away with this?
No way.
Atomic just sealing the deal, ending the Rainmaker push there. But Point Panic needs more than crazy defense. They need crazy attack. They need to reproduce that when they are going forward right there. They have the Rainmaker, they have the push, but they have 2 players down too. And right now, it's just the Rainmaker. And that Rainmaker is going back to spawn. Rotzlöffel is holding strong, and there's just 1 minute left. As said, there would be a bigger push than that, but I might be wrong right now. Rotzlöffel, all they need to do is just delay for 1 minute and they win this game.
Yeah, it's looking really good for them to have a 3-0 lead in the series, but Atomic not down, not out, now finally taken out. This is going to be an opportunity here. Maybe we get the shots down here. Noctis has to use a big bubbler. He's able to get 1. Has to watch out because a suction bomb at any point in time could take you out.
And right now, Rotzlöffel is looking to
Oh, the curling bomb.
The curling ending the push right there. Point Panic able to get able to stagger Rotzlöffel right there, but with just 15 seconds left. Point Panic need to paint the ground. They need to go forward. They need to punish. They can't get any trade. They only need to get picks from now on.
This is a mandatory game for them. If they do not get this, it's another 3-0 lead in a best of 7. Yeah. They have to. And the clock is ticking. It's not for the Rainmaker, it's for the Zuka. And here it is, Pat. It's online. Zuka will be ready to end the game. Tri-Stripes are out. Here goes Zuka. 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot. Oh, they live! The Rainmaker lives with the blaster. It's here. Look this. What can you find?
Oh, the Rainmaker had to drop, and right there, Rotzlöffel ending it.
Yeah. Got into the Rainmaker free zone. You can't stay there for long. You had to get out because you're about half time, and the Rainmaker had to run out of the Rainmaker free zone, meaning they ran directly in the waiting arms of a member of Rotzlöffel.
And Genie, for the 2nd time in a row, Rotzlöffel is up 3-0 against Point Panic.
They are.
And Point Panic in their final counter pick of the tournament.
Pat, maybe it's time we go to Salmon Run.
I don't think you can counterpick Salmon Run, Genie, but I want that cap. Please give it to me. I want one. I want one. I want one.
Got this one as well.
It's not Salmon.
I won this in Boston. Yeah, Squid Storm. Back when got the bronze bracket win. Me and my young team. Yeah.
Very nice.
Absolutely got carried by Biscuit. Absolutely got carried by Biscuit. But yeah. Overall, let's see what our next map will be, Pat. I'm feeling we're going back to zones. That's just where we're headed.
It could be, but like the question is, what zones map are we going? Oh, we're going to tower control on Hagglefish.
You see Haggle?
That was another map where Point Panic won in the previous set.
Yeah, they won it not based off of good team coordination. They won it off of pop-off moments of individuals.
Yeah,
that's one thing I will gladly note. They signed outside a triple. Atomic had a triple. Hello stayed alive because that's what Pencil does and throws coolers down right now. And they get their splats when they get their splats. And the Slosher also got a triple. There were no times that I felt like, hey, we're just like organizing them into good coordinated spots by using utility of our bombs and our walls and our specials to force them into unfavorable spots and take good fights. More or less them just saying, I'm in a bad spot, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to skill diff you and get free. Oh, comp swap. I like the comp swap. Swap. Change it up.
Yeah, Bomb Panic, they're done with backlines, and now they have both the Squeezer and the 96 Deco. That's going to be lots of mid-range action. They just need to avoid the ledges, because right now they're quad shooters, and there's a Blaster and a Slosher on the other team.
Yeah, that was honestly it's good. I like the game plan. I like the idea of it. We're gonna see what they can do in this early rounds of this game. So far, so good. They're getting the spots that they need. They're moving the tower forward, Pat. And all signs are pointing up.
Signs are pointing up indeed, and Bazooka is connecting for Point Panic. Point Panic is going to get to that first checkpoint, but they have 2 players down right now. It's going to be pretty tough to hold it. Okay. Trades coming left and right. The tower is going to go back into mid. Decent first push by Point Panic, but you're going to need better than that.
Oh yeah, you touched the first checkpoint, which is honestly, you have grabbed the bar. You haven't gone, you haven't raised the bar. You've literally grabbed it. You haven't done anything.
Yeah, but now there's some continuation by Point Panic. They got 2 down onto Rods, and there's a jump out by Yoshel. Yoshel wanting to keep that cooler going, and right now Point Panic is going to bring that tower back to that checkpoint, and as long as you keep the tower on your opponent's side, you are keeping that special advantage. But there's 2 players down onto Point Panic. Again, it's going to be the end of that push. Again, they need to get the jumps back in if they want to keep the fight active.
So far, Rotzlöffel hasn't used the upper canopy too much to their advantage, and more so than just using plat. There's 2 down to a Zuka shot, which is common and good, and it forces the rest of the members of Point Panic to jump out. Now, what do they have? They have Tri-Strikes, Pat. I'm going to see Tri-Strikes on top of Synapse in very few seconds. And the Slosher goes down without being able to use them. They go a little bit too aggressive, meaning the lead, even though they get it, it costs them. It costs them the push.
It cost them the push. Not getting the checkpoint there is incredibly costly. They got a delayed wipe, and now Point Panic is able to get some momentum. All of Rotzlöffel is back onto mid, though. They need to defend mid right there, not allow Point Panic to get any momentum going, and they're able to do exactly that. Deny, deny, deny. All 2 teams are pretty much evenly matched on this map mode right now, but the Kraken being deployed is going to get one, is going to force all of Rotzlöffel to just move back, and Point Panic pushing the tower again.
This is Synapse trying to find a space, but they can't. They're really just getting forced back. The splash roll just going to be absolutely run through, but they're able to stay alive. Good job. Bazooka able to kind of help out. But now, here's Nice with the help of Noctis. Good combo. Good team coordination. And oh my goodness, both go down to Bazooka.
And Atomic just getting more and more splats right there. This is the kind of pop-off that Point Panic is relying on and can rely on to get forward right now. Synapse getting an extra pick, denying the flank. That's going to be checkpoint, and that's probably going to be the lead for Point Panic right there.
Wait, they get through the checkpoint. Thank you.
Wait, yeah, they get that checkpoint. Pelu is still on the tower right there. But now, checkpoint number 2 is much more deadly. Every second you spend on that checkpoint costs you a special, costs you a player. And right there, Point Panic is just throwing their players at the tower, trying to get some more points.
Yeah, they're trying. They've got some more people up, but they have to watch out because the bucket blaster combo. They're here. They're ready to defend. And so far, they're doing a really good job at that. Bazooka not able to find the blaster, which is devastating. Because now you've got to go for the bucket blaster combo. You got everyone else but those 2.
Yeah. And everything is happening all teams are going right now, but the tower is slowly going back. We're back to a standstill, back to neutral. Both teams are happy with what they have, but with just 30 seconds left, Genie, Rotzlöffel, they need a huge push. It's their turn to try to get a comeback onto Pump Panic.
Yeah, oh my goodness, that Zuka. I thought I was gonna take out Max there, but nope, they're able to stay alive. They had that big bubble online. We're gonna see the shot on that lower left side. Will they be able to get the spot? No, Pelu is on this tower now. Trying to just stay alive. Under 10 seconds left here, Pat. And now I'm looking to see these double suction bombs inside of Pump Panic. If they can really be able to stay alive around this tower and maybe get a Kraken to jump on it.
Maybe a Kraken, but Rotzlöffel has the opportunities to get in. They're going to deploy that bubbler very much forward to allow them to get so much. Oh wait, there's shooter. Oh,
the Kraken! It went off. There they go. They go. Kraken is a special that even though you can push it off tower really easily, Pat, getting it on the tower and keeping it off tower in overtime is actually really difficult because it's kind of invincible. So once it gets up there, it gets launched off. But as long as it's on there for a single frame and you're not, the game ends. Yeah. And even if it's on there for only a frame, which is oftentimes what happens, frame is still enough. But we live. We continue.
We continue, and Genie, I have deja vu.
A little bit, yeah.
I've seen this before. Both these map modes and this core, but this dynamic. Pump Panic is giving us hope. It is staying alive, but Rotzlöffel still has that 3-1, still is so deep, so strong, and just one game away from being your grand champions. Pump Panic need a huge comeback, and now they need again to win on their opponent's counterpick.
Yeah, they need to win a lot of games on their opponent's counterpick. They need 3 of them in a row, which is difficult. Like we can see best of 9 comebacks in Ludi because those are set map lists. That is possible. It is so much more difficult when it's counterpicks because eventually you're going to run into somebody's weird and wacky combination. There's going to be something that happens. Something's going to get through. You're going to go to a map that you absolutely all despise, and
especially Genie. This is a 2-day tournament, and we're now in the bracket reset of the grand finals. This is as far as you can get into a tournament. These players must be tired, and we're going back to Splat Zones on mcdonalds.
Yeah, these teams have played, Pat. What game number is this? This game 5.
In grand finals, this is game number 11.
This will be the 19th game against each other this weekend.
Yeah.
19 games against each other on a weekend. I remember paddling pool 11 when we got rid of best of 7 in grands because in winners finals because a best of 21 was too much. Winners finals, grand finals reset. 21 was too much. These teams are at 19.
There's lots of games have happened. It's not done yet, and there's more to come. Pump Panic opening pretty strong with Bazooka. They have tactical active. They're going to try to clean up around the zone, and they do pretty well so far. Pushing Rotz away, but Rotz is answering there, throwing Bazooka and trying to find a way in.
They are. The zone is ticking pretty fast here for Pump Panic, but the zone is going to be capped over for Rotzlöffel. The Kraken is now out here, Pat. We're going to see it try and pressure this blaster. Smart, just jump off the map. You get faster respawn.
Yeah, faster respawn. That's your quick respawn at home for you. But right now, Rotzlöffel has 2 players down. Pump Panic able to capture the zone again and try to establish some territory. But all of Rotz is already back on the attack, back in the fight. These teams. I mean, this map is so small. You're constantly being in a fight.
Oh, there's no safe space on Macklemore at all. That's just not how it is. It was also kind of okay for Noctis to jump off the map there, because a comeback doesn't actually proc if it doesn't activate if you jump off the map yourself. So there is that. These are going to be maybe some spots found here. Nice, you are in a dangerous spot, and you are going to find yourself splatted. Noctis falling there was devastating, because Knives was in there ready to fight.
Yeah, and right now, Panic are regrouping, are preparing the push, but they're not able to get the zone yet.
No,
We are
Lucas.
so close to a lead swap, but Panic able to at least bind and chew down onto Rot. Panic gets not only the zone, but the control of mid, and that control is so important.
Exactly. You said that best, Pat. How important control is, how important paint is. That having that space around the zone now is everything they need. They now just need to stay alive through this next special onslaught. And going 1-for-1 is okay as long as you're cooler up, and it was. So your Zap will be back in time for another fight. Good spot there from Signups with the Kraken. Unfortunately, their team has all gone down in zone. Not really, actually. They get the splats, but it lost zone control. So penalty has been applied.
Penalty has been applied, but other than that, everything has been going Perm's way. Rotzlöffel back on the attack, though. They have the cooler ready, so they're going to be able to get back forward soon enough. We're halfway through the game. Both of these teams are still fighting for that zone. Panic able to get it back, keep that lead, try to extend it. They don't have that much penalty applied. Rotzlöffel able to apply it again, though, and again and again. And right now, these teams are still fighting all around the zone. It's all about getting that extra splat, pushing your opponent away.
It is. Probably is going to be gone on the side of Rotzlöffel. This is an opportunity, Pat. Panic. They need to get some spots. They got one with Bazooka. Can they get another? That's fine. They get the zone control. They get the cap. They get that penalty applied again.
Again, Knives getting the double with the backhand right there. Gets punished for it, but doesn't mind that much. That's a huge push. That's a huge push by Rotzlöffel. And Rotzlöffel, now it's their turn to have a control. It's their turn to have no penalty. They're going to get the lead off of that unless Panic is able to throw all their specials right here, right now. But no, the lead is taken, and Panic needs to attack fast.
Oh, they need to attack fast, but they have to attack together, Pat. This is for championship point. This is for all the marbles. This is for the tournament. They need to go in now. They have no time. They get a splat. Bazooka is out. Can they find it? No, they can't neutralize it. Rotzlöffel will be your HP for Hero champions.
Rotzlöffel, after being beaten by Panic in the Swiss part of the tournament, in winner's bracket, they come back, they get the bracket reset, and they win this grand final so strongly, showing everybody who is boss.
When I talked about this, I'm like, they need to win 8 games. They won 8 and only lost 3. Oh, that's
wild.
Big. That is wild. I'm honestly amazed, because these two teams have played so much. Like that was game 19. 19 games. That's as much like as most people play in a week sometimes. That's a lot of games.
So much. And I mean, these two teams can congratulate each other. There's going to be a lot of talk between them and a lot of review. We've seen every play possible that can happen on a Splat Zones games, and a few other plays as well. But Rotzlöffel are your heroes, your HP for Heroes Grand Champion. Congratulations to them, and congratulations to you, our viewers, because you got us above $3,000 raised for kids in need, for kids in pain, and you're going to help their life be a bit better when they are in the hospital.
Yeah. I just thank you to everyone to donate. It means a lot. It'll mean a lot to them. I'm speaking from experience. It goes a long way, and it helps. And thank you for all your kind generosity. $3,000 is a heck of a lot of money. That is a lot. But while we are wrapping up, I do have to say thanks to the organizers of Gamers Outreach for reaching out to us, both us here on Dapple and the organizers on IPL, to get both organizations to do a combo event, which we've worked together in the past, but we've never co-run an event together. Which honestly is I'm happy how well it went, and it went smooth. There is no fires.
Yeah, everything is working so well, and I'm so proud of this community and what we're able to do. It's such an honor to be there representing this community, talking about these players and helping raise some money for good cause. And having both our biggest orgs in the scene collaborating on that it's such a pleasure. It's so cool, and I can't wait to watch some more. It's been a huge tournament. Congratulations to all the teams who've played here today and yesterday. It's been a blast to watch you.
But with that, Pat, I think we're gonna wrap it up here. So while we are still here, before you guys go enjoy your time at Squid School, where can the lovely people find you, Pat?
You can find me in the next paddling pool here on Dapple Productions this Wednesday. And Ginny, where can you find you?
You can find me at my lovely Twitter handle. Here. My light is so bright. It is so bright today. But yeah, that's GEENIE7. Underscore on Twitter, no underscore on all other socials. I'll be here commentating Splatoon when I've got the chance between school and hockey playoffs. So, wish me luck through my endeavors of hockey playoffs. But yeah, thank you, Pat, for being awesome. And everyone, Dapple will be back with our next event. As always, paddling pool on Wednesday. But not as always, it's a golden one. It's a special one.
Yeah.
And thank you to everyone behind the scenes. And yeah, that's all we got here, Pat.
Yeah, thank you so much to Brownie for being our observer. Great work, and stay tuned for the raid.